I
Yeah. Or
it's I'm speechless right now, to be honest. Plus, I have to get ready for work.
I'm having fun every time I watch them. So yeah, I like watch Mike McToon getting triggered like that and turning red like a tomato. The guy fucking changed color. What the heck is that? That's a mental issue. That's not something normal. I was surprised first times I saw them do like that. Just getting angry, so angry, so angry, and they turn red because of that blood flow get into their head like that, rush into their head. They turn red, they get angry, or they uh, turn sad and start crying like a baby. Yeah, I was surprised first times I saw that, but I'm not anymore. So
Welcome. Don't all talk at once, folks. Oh, man.
Quiet, huh? Yeah.
What's up?
What's up? I was just going through videos and stuff. I was going to post this video next on my TikTok and do a test. I'll post it inside chat.
Okay. I went back to catch last night's replay, something I like to do when I get up in the morning before work. There was like nothing going on. I mean, Quantum Eraser came in for a bit. There were a couple interactions, but after that, it was just kind of like meh.
Nothing, huh?
Yeah, nothing much eventful. So
Mhm.
here we are in 2025.
Yeah, I noticed that a lot of, especially in like social media, the different platforms, there's a lot of people in comments that they're trying to say flat Earth is like rage bait, and it's interesting because they're coming from a position as if they are, uh, correct, and they're perpetuating the lies and just completely hand waving like the things that have been brought up. Most of them, by the way, they don't even know the arguments. They come in here thinking they're smarter than everybody. Then we ask them questions and they don't even know like how to answer it. Like,
Yeah,
so
it's rage bait because they can't prove the globe and they're frustrated.
exactly. Yeah, they and they think that well, because they're told that flat Earth is stupid. Like of course it's a ball. Like it's so weird, dude. Like they're stuck.
It's almost like they assume because the subject matter makes them angry, it must be rage bait. It must be a troll. Can't be real.
Right.
Weird take.
Yeah.
And yet the horizon remains horizontal.
Well, that's why I'm gonna put that next video, the video I posted in the side chat. I'm gonna put it on the TikTok and see. I'm gonna do one where it has Earth is not a globe, and then like see the writing, and then when that pops up, I'll edit it, and then I'll take out those words, and then I'll see. I'm gonna see which video gets more play. Again, just like the other one. So we'll see what happens. I'll let that go for 48 hours and see which one. I gotta take out stuff like completely flat. I gotta remove that or cover it up.
Some of the older flat Earth veterans predicted that at some point we're going to reach an exponential growth rate where there are going to be new flat earthers adding to our community at an ever increasing rate of new flat earthers. And at this point, we're going to be dealing more and more with bad flat earthers than we are going to be dealing with globers. And I kind of think we've been there for a little while, and it's getting worse.
Mm-mm.
We seem to spend much more time doing cleanup jobs than we do engaging new people on fresh content for them.
Yeah.
TikTok and X are two platforms with numerous noteworthy examples of this.
There's a lot of people on there, yeah, and they argue weird arguments too.
Yeah. there's this obsession with trying to objectify Earth itself. That is, make Earth an object that we can look at and comprehend from the space that's outside of it, right? So you get the people that take the azimuth, the equidistant map, and conjure up images of ice walls surrounding the Earth and lands beyond the walls potentially, and toroidal fields enveloping the entire AE map. And all of that is the same objectification that caused people to reify the globe as an object for Earth in the first place. We're still dealing with that mentality.
There's a video I was watching showing this guy like explaining. It reminded me of Steve. You know who Steve is? The old dude.
Who?
Steve A. He's always in FED.
Yeah, I know who you mean. Yeah, the old
And
dude.
he always says everything's electric. There's this guy on TikTok, and he was talking about how like everything's electric, and it reminded me of Steve, but it was interesting because if you really think about it, the more that is how do you say it, talked about, I think that it's kind of like man, but at the same time though, he was saying there's all these different ideas, like replacements of gravity, like how people are saying it's kinetic, it's this, that, electromagnetism, and it's just the replacement of gravity, trying to explain. But he made a good point. He said it's because people need something. They need, like, that's why it makes sense. That's why Globers say, "Where's your model?" Because maybe what we're telling them is making sense, but they're not accepting it because they can't grab onto it. Because if you did provide a model, then they can be like, "Oh, then I can believe it because we do know the dimensions of the Earth in ways, shapes, and forms." Then they can get behind it. You know what I mean?
Well, there's I know exactly what you mean. There's a sense of empowerment when you feel like that you've got all this information about the world that you live in. That empowerment, unfortunately, it's filled with stories, as you know well, and stories that is not even backed up by firsthand observations. But the sense of empowerment comes from being told facts and figures about your existence and your realm where you live. There's a sense of empowerment when that is tied to the technology that we enjoy every day, where people try and tie in cosmology to the technology. And so if you tell people to let go of the objectification of Earth as something that exists within a three-dimensional space, they're left with this gap of knowledge. They're disempowered, and the feeling that they're going through is purely psychological and leads to their irrational behaviors. And so, when people are trying to create, like you said, out of gravity, try to say, well, everything's electric, including gravity. What's happening again is they're replacing something they don't understand with something else they also don't understand. Just like they're replacing a globe with a flat disc, and they don't understand either.
Yeah, well, that's why it makes sense why so many people, like, were like obsessed with the AE map, but then they had like something tangible. Like, that's why so many people, like on Flat Earth Fridays on X, like Sacred and them, and they were all like, behind it with Whitsted and them, and then all of a sudden the AE map, they have a problem. And
Kablooey.
right, and then all of a sudden they just walk away from it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they did exactly the same thing that made us Globers in the first place. And they didn't understand what they were even dealing with, which was something I mentioned earlier. They don't understand what that disc is. That disc. So what we've been trying to tell people in 24/7 for years, and especially in the moments, in the months and weeks leading up to the TFE, was that flat earthers have mistaken the coordinate reference system for reality. It's the same old problem of the ages where people mistake the map for the real territory. And this insatiable appetite to pursue mysteries that led people into Freemasonry, that led people into the Pythagorean cults, and everything else in between. That same psychological drive is driving a lot of these flat earthers. The reason why the AE map is not a flat earth is because it's kind of like a mangled and misrepresented spherical coordinate system. The spherical coordinate system we use for navigation, by convention and choice, has 2 points of origin, one at the north and one at the south. Picture that wireframe mesh ball, right? Picture that without any territories, without any land or oceans or lakes added to it. You've got this hamster wheel ball, this wire mesh, and it's got 2 points of origin. What is the AE map? They take that wire mesh ball, they take the second point of origin, call it the south, and it no longer serves as 1 point of origin, but serves as a ring of infinite points. And they blow that out around the perimeter, and they call that the flat earth. It's so beyond stupid. And then this concept that they hold in their mind is then further reified with fallacious reasoning. Now we're going to look at it with land masses attached to it, and oh, look, an ice wall. Now we're going to look at the longitude problem that plagues sailors. Oh, well, that must be reinforcing this idea that Earth is a pizza map too. And so they continue on and on with begging the question, affirming the consequence, to reify the Earth as this objective disk that they misunderstood in the first instance. And meanwhile, they're ignoring the very helpful non-uniform scale that shows you how to adjust for distances as you move south of the equator, because they've taken that single fixed reference point, being the South Celestial Pole, and they blew it up into a ring. So now you need a new scale, you need a new map scale to accommodate that. So in spite of our best efforts to try and warn people, and I think we managed to warn some people, you still have people that denied that the final experiment saw the 24-hour Antarctic sun, when this was always in observational data throughout history. Like, you didn't really have to go to 90 degrees south to see it. People that spend a lot of time in the south, like in southern Chile and Tasmania and other places, New Zealand, they could see the sun moving in an arc that is in the opposite of how you see it in the north. They could see the sun rise due southeast and set due southwest. They knew that was happening, but you still had flat earthers that thought instead it was more like a racetrack, and would say, well, the sun really rises to the northeast from the south, but it looks like it's from the southeast due to sky optics. So now we're gonna look for an explanation to match our preconceived notion. We now pull up the idea of like a jar, and we'll call that the firmament. The firmament must be bending light from the sun to make it look like it's rising in the southeast every morning when it's really the northeast. Tricky firmament. And so they come up with all these explanations, and they have absolutely no relevance to reality. They're mixing the map with the territory again and again and again. They're reifying concepts again and again, and they're affirming the consequent again and again. It just gets tiresome and frustrating. And we're still dealing with some of the outlash, some of the consequences of the final experiment. I'm so glad it happened, to be honest. It's really kind of shaken the tree a bit, and all the weak, loose apples have fallen out of it. Those of us that know what we're dealing with remain. Didn't mean to get all preachy on you, but it's something that it just drives me, man. It's been a point of frustration for several years. So first thing I encourage flat earthers to do who are prone to this is stop objectifying all of reality itself. Stop trying to make it an object that you can comprehend. Flat Earth has intrinsic value. The horizontal plane of reference. Water is flat and level. We use straight line distances to map point to point where we want to go. All of our measurements, everything we use from compasses to sextants to plumb bobs, leveling devices, rely on Euclidean truth. Everything, X, Y, Z axes are all 90 degrees orthogonally related to each other, always. Flat baselines don't curve. Adjacents to triangles don't bend. Gas molecules go in straight lines. They don't follow parabolic arcs and rotate with vectors of geodesics in gravity. Light propagates straight. Radio propagates straight. All of these things we know to be true, and we can rely on them all the time. Focus on that. For all their faults in the past, the early Zetetics, Lady Blunt, William Carpenter, Samuel Rowbotham, they were all good at trying to get people to think of the world through their own eyes instead of through some fictitious God's eye view of the cosmos, looking down on it. And those guys, many of them had a lot of faults. Like they reified azimuthal equidistant maps too. And that's how the Flat Earth Society was born. They picked up on that and they put that on a space asteroid. In a way, we've still been dealing with Flat Earth Society people who reify the AE map and say they're not Flat Earth Society. Well, yeah, you kind of are, folks. You're like Flat Earth Society 2.0. You're doing the same shit. You just have a slightly different twist. Flat Earth is not like that at all. It's intrinsic to what you experience and what anyone can possibly know. You can't objectify reality from God's eye view. You never will be able to do that. You never experience arcs of geodesics like you think exists, and all of your mathematics serve only to reify this. And also serve to uncorrect it. You begin with a freaking ball in mind and you actually use math to flatten it back out, but you're telling yourselves you're doing the opposite, Globers. Got it all fucked up.
I wonder what their next argument's going to be. Because they always,
Yeah, I wonder too.
they always bring, it's always something. Glovers, they constantly, they pivot and maneuver, and they always shift it. I just wonder what the next one's going to be.
Yeah, I wonder if they ran out of ideas. TFE might have been their last big idea, but it was an old idea. I mean, how come we get 8-year-old flatter.ws memes thrown at us, right?
Right.
We get the twisting torso tower, the windmills, the cruise ship. Like we keep seeing this shit day after day. We know how to deal with it, and they keep posting it over and over and over and over. They have nothing new. Show me, like what Jay Tolan does. Where's the Glober version of Jay Tolan? Taking $10,000 worth of high-end optics up in airplanes and zooming in on the horizon. Where's the Glober version of that, right? Where's the Glober version of military surveyors that are using infrared optics with their theodolites to do surveying? mitigating refraction claims. And they're trying to account for the curvature of the Earth, but they can't because the Earth looks so flat everywhere they go. That was the
Right.
case at the NATO Sapphire trials. I got a write-up on that. It's in our 24/7 server. Where are all of you globers out there doing the same thing that flat earthers are doing to show us that Earth is a globe? You're not out there doing any of this shit. You tell us pictures from space, NASA figured it out. You're appealing to ways and means and people that have no verifiable basis for any of their claims. Yeah, I mean, what is their next move? I don't know. It's going to be something on TV, I bet. It's going to be another freaking rocket launch, which we've seen half a dozen times. And it's not like we have 20 hours plus of bloopers from space shuttle missions to the ISS and more.
Right.
I mean, yeah, it's just like they're done. They're cooked. They have absolutely nothing else to do that they haven't already done before. And we're the ones providing fresh new content, material. We're challenging them to rethink old cosmological ideas. I mean, for us, it's a green field of new observations and discovery. They've got nothing left. They've hit a wall.
Remember that video of that astronaut that got caught on harness, but with the graphics, like they didn't take out the harness from the reflection. Remember that video? I just came across it the other day again.
The
was like,
reflection.
You know what's the
I
funny
remember
thing?
that one.
I was like,
You know, Sporadic, what's the funny thing? It's that flat earthers are financing the research that are made for flat earth side and also the globe-trot research because they pay the taxes for NASA. So they pay they finance what NASA is producing as cartoons, and they make their own research, and they have to finance their own research. So if you want to use a laser, you will have to pay it with your own money. Never dream about some finances that you get from the government to research flat earth or the reality of the world that you live in. Because for them, it's something that is already established. How? Who knows how? Never measured, never verified, but it's established to be a globe. So they have to make up that NASA and study space.
Yeah, well, we can use the Globe Zone research against them. Like the best case that came to mind regarding lasers, since you brought it up, is that 149 kilometer propagation from Maui to another island in Hawaii. Forgot which one it was. The combat laser test, where they proved that atmospheric refraction doesn't exist, which means you have no curvature of the globe. So, like, we can use our own taxpayer-funded projects and use it for flat Earth evidence. It's great. But APOC, regarding that harness reflection, I don't think I know what you're talking about. I mean, I've seen the wires. I've seen like green screen clippings where you can see the wires and the green screen background in little segments and pieces. But I don't think I've seen anything in like a mirror reflection anywhere. That'd be cool.
yeah, so what happens is the astronaut, he like kind of like flips into the scene like from above, like he kind of like is turning sideways, and then he comes down and he like, because I guess they're talking to the other person, and he comes down and behind them though is like a mirror, and there's like a reflection, but it's just like angled weird, so you don't see like the camera's position. You just see like that there's stuff reflecting off of it that's close to it. Let me try to find it. But what happens is when he comes into the scene, like you can see something cross the mirror, right? The reflection, but it's like they missed that in the editing part of it, like, or like the graphics didn't pick that up to take it out, because I guess you can't like CGI a reflection. Like, I don't know. Here, let me find it. It's an older video though. That's what I'm saying. I saw it again and I was like, I totally forgot about this video. But it's from an older video that I want to say maybe like a year or two ago that someone started putting it out there and was like exposing it. Let me try to find it. I think I have it. Hold on.
Yeah, man, I'd like to see that. I don't think I've ever seen that one before.
Check my old videos on X because I think I posted it in like a collage of like NASA, nonsense. So I'm gonna clip it from one of my videos on my X. So hold on. Look, I'll be right back. I mean, I'll be here, but I'll shut up. Let me see here. Was it on my TikTok or my X? I can't remember. No.
Wait.
Oppo.
What's that?
What's up?
What's going on, man? I heard Kiwi grilling you yesterday.
Who?
Kiwi was grilling you yesterday, bro.
Who's that?
Kiwi, Quantum Racer. He kept saying, "What's refraction?" Remember?
Oh yeah. That was a few hours ago, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know shit about refraction, man.
Yeah, I know, and he was harping on that.
Fucking dick.
You're right. Don't negotiate with terrorists. It was funny, but that's why you shouldn't speak up about things that you don't.
I can
Oh,
always
dude,
try, right?
this is a cool video that I have on my X. I'll post in side chat.
Wow, you can post videos? Damn. I can't even use the chat.
This is,
Like the Flot or something, he like muted me in the side chat for 3 hours, but it's still going.
it's funny. Is this it? No, that's not it. I'm looking for a video right now, so don't mind me.
Hot.
Here's NASA displaying their editing. This is what's really crazy. NASA, they have like a full video of like kind of showing off how they can do editing, and then like Globers can't grasp like that they're editing their shit. Like what? It's really funny.
Talking about the video of the dark side of the moon.
No, this is a video that's I guess it's shown in their in one of their like it's a new hire video. Like when you get hired there, it's one of their like company human resource presentation videos or something like that.
No way. That's gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, like new
Yeah.
employee orientation training or whatever you call it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, an orientation video. And like they're literally showing off how they can manipulate the. It's like what the fuck? How are we not? How do Globers not like see that? Like, wait, hold up. How are we defending this? Damn, I can't. Hold on. I got the. Let me see. I might have saved it in YouTube. Let me go check YouTube.
Are you sure this is officially by NASA?
It's supposedly It's supposedly like one of their like somebody did it as a like a presentation, like an orientation video for when you get hired into their graphic, because you know that they have an actual graphics department, right? Like you can go apply for a job at NASA if you have like a background in graphic design, And like I guess that's like the video that they like in the orientation. They show like what all they can do, like what your job's gonna entail.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm just like, wait, what? Like, how is that? How is that not like a key like red flag to like a globe we're trying to support? Like, no, they don't have to edit it. They don't edit it. Really? Why do they have a whole department for it then? They literally have like movie production, like quality videos, and they treat it as such. Like on YouTube, like they literally have scripts, like set design, art design, like graphics already preloaded that they're gonna cut. Like, dude, it's a production, bro. Like, there's a reason why NASA has a star in Hollywood because the moon landing got awarded for being like because it was on TV, because it was broadcasted on TV. It got awarded like of quality and
Why is SAS muted?
I don't know.
You don't want to know.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know if you played me.
Dude, I totally forgot that song existed. I haven't heard that song in so long. That's a cool song too. I think they used the beat they sampled the Fugees beat, who sampled the original artist. But I think that's the same beat, right? From Fugees. Ready or Not. I think they used that.
Ready or not, here I come. Is that one?
Yeah, but in the beginning it goes do 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 do, like it's all slow. Do do do, and then I think I don't wanna know. Like they use that. I think they sampled. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think that's where it comes from. And then Fuji sampled it from that other artist. There's another.
Probably all back to like 70s funk, some obscure
Yeah.
70s funk.
Yeah, dude, it's amazing like how many songs from that era were sampled in like to especially during the 90s. Like so much, not only hip hop but R&B. They sampled so much from way before. There's this one beat. It's used like in 600 and something different songs. Like that one song was sampled, whether it be like a part of the instruments or like maybe the voice, that saying, like "Get Down," like just saying "Get Down" could get sampled and used in it. But I forgot the name. There's this guy I follow on TikTok, and he actually covers that. He goes over like he'll pull out a song like "House of Pain," "Jump Around." Like he breaks down like what all samples they used, and he goes into like he plays like the original songs, like where they got those samples from, how they pieced together, the song. Pretty cool.
Yeah, some songs got like even like 4 or 5 iterations, and like
Hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But a lot of stuff from the '70s for sure. So let me see here. Upload. Dude, they like totally killed upload date, bro. I hate that they did that.
there's search engines that will make it easier.
No, I mean on YouTube, like before, like when you search something, like the algorithm, like it will not, even if you search it by title, Like sometimes the algorithm it will not show you the video, but the loop around that, the trick around that was you just go to the filters and you put by upload date, and then boom, the video you're looking for will be right there. And like several years ago, I was saying that a year ago, 2 years ago, not what 2025 now, yeah, maybe in 2023. I would say that like, dude, we could do this, like, just do that, and you'll find the video. Just do that, you'll find the video. And then like I don't know, someone must have been listening because they closed that loophole. Like now it doesn't work the same. Like there's videos I'll look for, then I'll put by upload by date, and then I'll be like, no videos found. I'm like, son of a bitch. They fucking closed the loophole, man.
It sucks.
I can't find it. It's gonna be hard to find this video. I think. Oh, you know who has it? I know who has it. I know who has it. Got that song in my head now.
Wait, did I change the permissions for the side chat thing?
In regards to what happened?
Well, earlier today I could write stuff in there, and now I can't anymore.
Oh, were you text suppressed?
Huh?
Were you text suppressed?
I was, but that was only for a few hours, I thought.
Hmm?
Can't even find the original message anymore.
Mm.
Can you fix it? Is there a mod in here?
Well, are you text suppressed? You can't type at all.
That's correct.
Oh, they might have. I mean, let me check.
I even messaged that like alpha dude, but of course he didn't respond to it.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't see it. But what's up, Kimball? Yeah.
What's up, bro?
What up, bro?
Hello.
Yeah, he is. He's just one of those weird ones.
Who?
I was talking about you. You're just weird.
So, Eric, you a flat earther?
Yes.
He just likes to sound like a glober.
Yeah, you did sound like a global yesterday for a bit. And yeah, you confused some of us. I don't know what you did, but yeah, other mods hit you.
It's because he trolls a lot. Like that's why he reminds me of what's his name. He's like Pat. Like they just troll. Like I don't know. They just enjoy kicking back and hanging out with us. But Turtle knows all the arguments. He's heard them all. He's been known them for quite a while.
It
Yeah,
doesn't
okay,
mean
fair
I'm good at them.
Yeah, but just let you know. I mean, if you troll too much, and yeah, if it's get annoying, yep, the mod's gonna hit you with that. So
Yeah.
don't be
And
surprised.
yeah, exactly. Like don't. That's why like he's like, oh, I got like I can't text. I'm like, yeah, I believe it because he trolls too hard sometimes, and then like don't be mad. You play with fire, you're gonna get burned.
I don't mind getting muted if it's
Yeah, you play with flat water, you get drowned. You know what I mean?
Funny. Oh man, I can't find this video at all. Even who I thought had it, they have it taken down, or they took it down.
it had too much truth in it.
Weird. It's a good video too. It's like pretty interesting. You can like clearly see the harness in the reflection.
Well, is that the dude doing like a backflip and then
Yeah. Like he's like flipping into the scene, and then like you can see the harness and the reflection go past it.
that
Like it's
shit's all
clear.
over the place, man.
I can't find it. Who has it? If you can find it, post it. Drop me the link.
I don't got like the source video, but I got a video where it got used in probably.
Yeah. Like just drop the link. I could edit out. Like if it's a long video, I can like cut it from there, and then like just have that one little. Because there was this one. I forgot who it was, but they posted like it was like a long list. What was his name? Actually, I follow him on YouTube. Let me look at who I'm subscribed to, and it's like like NASA Follies or something like that. Uh, of like all the different like things that are caught on video. What's that dude's name? What is his name? Damn,
Do
I
they
follow him.
still remove flat Earth stuff from the YouTube history, or 'cause that's the thing, right?
Yeah, that's part of the censorship, I think.
These motherfuckers.
Counts get banned, they get like shadowed, suppressed. Dude, I just saw Don's YouTube, bro. I just thought about him right now. Damn, been fucking like 2 years now. Where is this dude at?
Is that BitChute website still a thing?
BitChute still a thing, yeah. Dude, how can I not find this guy? They take it down? Dude, that sucks. I think they took it down. He made good content. Mm.
Well, I got a compilation if you want it.
Yeah, post it. I'll see if it's in there.
Well, if only I could use the side chat, you know?
Oh yeah, that's right. I don't know who did it, so I'm not gonna undo it. But
I'll just DM it.
Yeah, DM it. I don't want to step on people's toes, bro. Just because I'm cool with you doesn't mean I could just wave a magic wand, bro. That's not how it works. Gotta respect the mods decision. Okay,
No, this can be.
let me like scrub through this real quick, and then I can see if that's the if it has it in the 30 minutes, so they might have it.
There's a few others in there, you know, like full one, like you can see the harness.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Sorry.
Do you use Yandex?
Mm-mm.
Apo?
Nah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
No.
You should use Yandex.
Better way to search.
It's way better. Like fuck Google. You can't find shit on there. Yandex is the shit. It's Russian though.
This has a lot of good clips. Not find the one I'm looking for.
I'll try to see if I can find.
You see the Mensa fails. That didn't have it, but that gave me an idea of how to search. I'm gonna look up NASA fails because I think the video was labeled that NASA fails, but it was by a particular dude who had like several compilations. But I guess they took down his thing. His
I got
his
here like
YouTube.
5 compilations. Must be in it.
Tell the truth. Is this it? Leap motion.
Are you on your phone?
Yeah. Why?
Well, there's a distinct difference between a cell phone microphone and, you know, like a PC.
Oh, you know it.
with
It's my
microphone.
Bluetooth though. It's my. Is it bad? Are you not? Are you barely hearing me? I might have to recharge my Bluetooth.
I can hear you. It's
my
just
Apple.
like not the world's best quality, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, watch. Look at. Like I'll show you right now. Look at. Check it out. It's gonna change big time. Watch. Testing. 1 2 1 2 and.
I don't hear different.
Is that better now?
Oh yeah, that's way better. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's the freaking thing. it's when I go from speaker to like my headset, my earpiece. Let me find it here. NASA fails. Okay, let me try to do it. Upload date. Come on, work. Nope, didn't work. Compilation. Oh, you know what?
I got it.
You found it? Nice. All right, shoot it to me.
Yes, sir.
It's
Is, is Eric a Glober?
No,
no, he's not. He's
Oh,
just
I'm a fence sitter.
known the guy for a while. He just likes to hang out and he'll troll. It's funny because he'll troll Glober sometimes. Like, I mean, Flat Earth or something. It's not, it's not cool that he does that, but
I shit on everybody, so don't feel special.
yeah, he trolls too hard sometimes, and then he gets booted and kicked.
yeah, because I noticed he was muted last night.
It happens.
Yeah, Huey
Are you-
sometimes.
What do you mean you're a fence sitter? But if you had to pick, like, which side do you lean more towards?
I guess Flat Earth.
Yeah, no shit.
No, this is the wrong one. It doesn't show the reflection one, bro.
Oh yeah, never mind. Globe.
Wrong one. That's all right. Back to the drawing board.
Wait, are you talking about Vita?
Yes, it was the wrong one. What? It's
What do you mean it's the wrong one? That's the one where it does like the back pull flip.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't do a back flip. He flips into the screen, and there's a reflection on like a mirror or something. That's the one I'm talking about. It's like a.
But this is the dude in the red shirt.
No, he's not in a red shirt though. He's like a younger guy, and it's
All the way on the right. What 1 minute 20 seconds? The dude in the red shirt.
Let me see.
Probably
It's
the
like a minute.
NASA Field
No,
Compilation
no,
22.
No, that's not the one. That's not the right one. Watch, you'll see what I mean. I'll find it. That's not the right one. I'm talking about. It's in the reflection. Like I don't really know how to say it. Otherwise, you'll see what I mean when I find it. I'll find it, bro. Like I'm going to find this. It's going to take a little bit. That's all.
Are you using Yandex now?
No, I'm just.
Okay.
I'm looking for. Dude, this is a new. I've never seen this video before. This is a-
Click that link I sent you, Apo. It will help you a lot.
Okay, hold on. Wait, this isn't. No.
It's like all the hidden YouTube shit you will never find on Google.
Okay.
Yo, Apple, do you know how to verify people in the home server?
In the
If you can,
You need help?
yeah,
the
there
tech
is.
chat?
There's
Okay.
a guy in VC Check channel. So Kimbo just went there.
Okay. I'll take care
Thank
of
you,
that.
brother.
No worries. I'll be right back. I'm going to talk to him.
Do people still join the home server for any like BC calls?
What's the home server?
24/7 Flat Earth.
No, I'm bad.
Oh, does anyone have an argument for like the flat Earth?
Measured flat.
Are you Christian?
Yeah, I mean, I would be agnostic to the claim, so I wouldn't say I believe.
Oh, sorry to cut you off real quick. Hey, Puck, I need you over there, bro. I'm not a goal over there, so I can't verify.
Oh, okay. My bad. I thought you. Okay, hold on. I'll go over there. Hold on. Give me a second.
Yeah, please.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily believe like everything NASA is putting, because I just think they make shit up. But yeah, I mean, I'm just like agnostic to it. So I'm just wondering, like, is there any evidence you have? What is like the best evidence?
It's fake.
Agnostic
No,
about.
I'm agnostic about both. So I wouldn't hold to like the position that I know the Earth is flat or like round.
So
You're
both-
on the fence.
Both of the ideas are not the same. So one is claiming a shape, and one is not claiming any shape. Yeah. So for flat earthers, I can tell you with confidence that flat earthers, the majority of flat earthers, are agnostic about the shape of the Earth too. So the claiming flat Earth is not claim of a specific, is not claiming a specific shape of the Earth, but just the surface that we all use in our life, the surface that we are standing on, but with its dirt, mountains, oceans, lakes. So that surface, we are saying, is flat, and flat means that it's not curving.
It must be very fun to talk about nothing.
Talk about nothing.
Space.
Oh, he left.
Well, I was about to ask him, what does that mean?
Yeah.
The nothingness of space. I'm making assumptions. I don't know.
So for our friend Kaisarius, we are also agnostic about the shape of the Earth, like we told you. So flat is not a claim. It's not. We are not claiming it to be a board or the disc or a cone, like having being on the base of the cone, or being on the base of the pyramid, or being on a cube. So those are shapes. We are not claiming any shape. We are just talking about the description of the surface that we are standing on, which is not curved, and a surface that is not curved is just flat.
You know, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, like, I would hold to that to an extent. I just like wouldn't. Yeah. I mean, that's basically my position.
He asked me about the edge of the Earth. I don't know. I'm agnostic if the edge of the Earth, I don't know if there is one or there is none. I can't assume anything. It's not that I can't, but since I thrown away the globe, I just stopped assuming things. I keep my assumptions and my speculations for me, just personal belief.
Yeah. I think that's definitely a much more like scientific way to go about it, right? In terms of just like using your own sense data. Yeah.
So, do you have any question about flat Earth?
Not really. I mean, I've been coming in for like the last few weeks. Yeah. I don't really have any questions.
You should have plenty,
Okay.
man.
Who's in your profile picture? Is that like some saint of the church?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I forgot who it is though. I mean, I can find out.
Are you Orthodox?
Yeah, I'm Eastern Orthodox.
Oh, nice. Are you familiar with the concept of biblical cosmology?
To an extent. But I mean, from my understanding, most of those passages are in like the Old Testament, no?
Sure, but it's found in the New Testament as well. And and especially if you're an Orthodox, the Deuterocanon.
Yeah.
But are you aware that under that model, it definitely describes a stationary plane within a geocentric universe, within an enclosed system?
You know, I'm aware of like the different sort of passages within the Old Testament. I just think it's like too vague for me to make. Like, I'm aware of like Damascene's view on like the flat Earth and stuff, but like
Who?
Damascene, John of Damascus.
Oh, okay.
I know we have like fathers who I think hold to like a flat Earth model, but like as for the interpretation of the text, I just like think it's too vague for me to like make my sort of judgment on what it's talking about, like for some of these passages. That's why I don't necessarily care that much if like you use it as like a justification for like a flat Earth, because I wouldn't claim to know like some of the meanings for these passages. Right?
Yeah, I don't think you can fully flesh out that the Earth is flat by using the Bible alone. But I think if you saw the empirical evidence for it, and then when you read the Bible after that, the interpretation should be more clear. That we would take it with a more literal approach, and they're not.
Yeah.
And they're not entirely.
Yeah, I mean, like inductively, yeah. Like if I was to just look around, like my surroundings, I mean, I would just like inductively come to the conclusion that like the Earth is flat, right?
You said you would inductively come to that conclusion?
Yeah, with my sense data.
What observations would lead you to that?
Well, I mean, things like just most of the Earth that I've been on looks flat to me. And I've been like around the world, so and that's just going to be like the inductive principle there, right?
Right.
I mean, like I would have to physically see something with my eyes that's like has like an actual strong curve to it for me to like make such a claim about the Earth being curved. But like from what I've seen in my entire life, I don't think I've seen anything to like draw such a claim, that the Earth is round. I would probably assume it's flat, but again, I don't know. So like, I'm not going to make a claim on whether it is or isn't, or whether it's like something else.
You're not even assuming. It's the description the thing that you are observing and experiencing every day. When I say a flat Earth, I'm not assuming anything. It's the thing we all experience, me, you, and the Globers. Like you said, everywhere you go, you see it and you experience it as being flat.
Yeah.
It's not an assumption. I mean, just go with the self-evident thing that you got in front of you, which is flat, motionless. And if there is a claim about something else other than that, yeah, the claim will have the burden of proof. You don't have it because it is your experience. You don't hold any burden of proof when you say the surface of Earth is flat. Waters agree with you, horizon agree with you, and you say motionless, just balancing rocks above each other, or bowling ball, people balancing bowling balls above each other. So you don't hold any burden of proof. The one claiming opposite of that holds the burden of proof.
Did we lose the guy? Damn it.
Which one?
There was a guy here before.
What was he talking about?
He came from a position of Christianity. He has no position in a holding position between flat or globe. Inquiring, I would say, about it, about what's the truth, I guess, of reality.
Mm.
I don't know about after that. I don't know what happened after that when I left.
Mm. Okay.
Oh well. What happened to Kembo? He just vanished. He's not coming back.
Might have got off maybe for a little bit.
Oh, the people in chill chat. Okay, I see. Who's this Brian though? Was he?
He was
chill guy, or
he was pretty chill. Yeah, I mean, for what I was listening to Kembo, but ask Kembo though, because I didn't get to fully hear like all of his, everything he said.
I don't know what you kids don't get.
Who's feeding them this?
We have to do this like a dozen or more times a day. It's insane.
The ballers.
You don't think that
we do it to ballers? We've been doing it for the past 3 years. You're just like a baller.
You don't think that reasoning and logic is natural? You think that's man-made?
Natural.
Oh my God.
Reasoning, logic is inevitable. It's not natural.
It's inevitable now.
It's
natural.
That's a cop out.
Define natural. Hold on, Indio. Hold on, Indio.
Okay.
Define natural.
Natural reasoning, right?
No,
that
there is no natural reasoning.
We've all been given
reason. Nature doesn't fucking reason, you moron.
So if P then Q.
Hey, douchebag!
Right?
God, shut the.
That's called modus ponens. Yeah, it's.
Are you gonna define natural?
I can't even talk, dude.
Nah, he isn't gonna define it.
No, we want you to define natural.
Yep.
The natural reasoning. We want to know what that is. So what's the natural part?
God-given.
No citation, please.
Nature doesn't mean God-given.
I don't need a citation, Brainiac.
Yes, you do.
The self-evident.
There are things for that, Indio.
There are things that
doesn't God.
For example, axioms, right? The logical axioms that we all use.
Shut the fuck up.
The law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle, right? These things are axioms. You know what an axiom is, Brainiac?
Did I trip over an axiom walking around in nature?
It means they're self-evident.
Did I trip over
I don't need a source, dude. I don't need a source.
Yes, you do. You need to support what you say, village idiot. Define nature and natural right now.
Bro, I'm not going to entertain this conversation.
Bro, I'm not your
out,
pal.
Bro. You're tweaking out.
I'm tweaking out because you're a retard.
I'd rather talk to the other guy, bro.
You're talking out your ass. You keep on talking. You're vomiting diarrhea of the mouth with nothing, no substance.
You're wigging out, dude.
Nature. What does natural mean?
Yeah, how does that help, dude? How does adding natural to freaking logic or reason, how does that help?
It's contrasted with empiricism, bro.
Unnatural logic, unnatural.
Yeah, reason and rationale has been contrasted and juxtaposed with logic for thousands of years.
Is there unnatural logic?
Yeah, it would be.
You're getting silly.
Anything that's fallacious.
That would be unnatural. Citation, please.
Yeah, because God is computational. He's orderly, right? Nature's orderly.
We want the citation for that shit right now. Yeah. Go ahead.
Bro, I don't need a citation. That's
yes,
what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah,
Yes,
you do.
do.
No, I don't.
You need
Yeah,
to
you do.
support what you. If you don't support what you say, then what's the difference?
Do you know what?
between
Do you know what?
Then what's the difference between you and your average village idiot down on the corner?
Do you know what self-evident means?
Do
or
you know
inherent?
what?
Do you know what inherent means?
Supporting your claims are, son.
There are things in nature, right? There are things in our life that are self-evident.
way.
Like principles and axioms.
That's not what we're talking
We
about.
all like Archimedes' principle. We were just talking about it.
Archimedes' principle. I don't trip over Archimedes' principle walking around the wood line.
What I'm trying to tell you, dude, right? There are things that don't need to be proven.
Oh, that's
you
your whole
literally
point.
do. You can trip on a rock, bro.
Where do I find logic in nature?
The law of identity.
It's all
the fact that
around.
what
In
you're
nature,
talking about.
Cora.
If the laws of logic didn't exist in nature, you wouldn't know the difference between two things, bro.
I find logic.
You guys are butchering Jay Dyer's argument, which is fucking sad, dude. If he was
Yeah,
in
it's
here,
fucking
he'd be
stupid. Give us the logical syllogism for water boiling.
Bro, do you understand what an axiom
Bro, I'm
is?
not your bro. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you define. Look. You said things that are self-evident are axioms. Now, axiom. That's what the definition of axiom is.
Yeah, the laws of logic are self-evident. They're universally accepted,
but you said,
right? Or principles that is
What's an
considered
axiom?
self-evident and requires, guess what? No proof. Brainiac.
Yeah, but the shit that comes out of
When
your
you ask
mouth
me,
isn't an axiom.
when you ask me,
You
what's
fucking
the
clown.
proof?
What
What's
is
the
the
proof
axiom that came out of your mouth?
You asking me what's the proof
axiom
for
that
logic
came out of
being
your mouth?
natural?
What is
for
natural
reasoning being
axiom?
natural?
Don't fucking overtalk
It's
me,
it's an
dumbass.
axiom,
You're the most
Brainiac.
retarded person in the room.
Dude,
You fucking idiot.
Ipsy Dixit.
You said natural,
Okay,
right?
You're just making Ipsy Dixit declarations.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, and if the laws of logic are an axiom, how come Aristotle wrote fucking tomes proving they're true if they were self-evident? Why did he waste his time?
Because there's stupid people in the world that are illogical.
Aristotle.
Wait, but if hold
Yeah,
on,
he was writing
if
to
it's
people,
self-evident,
right?
hold on. If they're self-evident, then there wouldn't be stupid people. It wouldn't have to be pointed out.
No, you can go against it even though you know it. It's called suppressing the truth.
No, you can't go against it because you would have to use the laws of logic to argue against it.
So then why do you need a paper on the argument of logic then?
Because he had to prove that this was true. Okay.
It's
With
not
a
something.
logical argument.
Do they need to be proven to be true?
They don't
Yeah.
need to be proven, and it's not something that you could prove empirically, dude. It's not. It's something that's just everybody considers an axiom. That's what
No,
an axiom
you're
is.
right, because it's
The
a
laws of logic are axiomatic.
We were
Of course
talking
it
about
can't be
natural
proven
science.
Dude, okay, of course the laws of logic can't be proven empirically because they're transcendental categories. They don't exist in nature.
Thank you. That's our point, dude. That's literally my point.
So your
That's
point
our
was
point, dude.
there's natural logic that don't exist in nature. Congratulations, you're
There are things like
Good
natural
job, bro.
reasoning, like natural logic,
Shut
right?
the fuck up.
That are inherently
Natural
true.
law.
They're innate, right?
Like natural law. Like the second law of thermodynamics. That natural law.
Dude said natural logic and then denied that fucking logic's in nature. You, my sir, won the. I don't even know what award. We don't even have awards that low.
Doesn't know what logic is, doesn't know what axioms are. He used the get out of incoherent jail free card when we asked him to define nature as you don't have to define axioms. So therefore his axiom was nature. He didn't have to define it. He doesn't have to support it. He's fucking glue sniffer.
Well, also, if logic is not in nature, that means nature is not in nature. Fucking dumb, dude.
Is
See,
nature
this is, go ahead.
is nature sentient, prescient, and intelligent?
Why are
How
you
can it
granting it
how can
exists
it even
outside of your mind?
formulate?
How did you
How can it even
empirically prove
formulate
it?
anything if it's not sentient or an intelligent nature?
Yeah,
Is
it can't
logic
account for
based
itself.
on intelligence? I can account for your retardation.
No, nature can't account for itself. So then how did you prove that nature exists outside of your mind?
Oh my God, we gotta stop. Have you ever ate food 100% for absolute certainty?
Well, yeah, but you're going to have to give me
Well,
what
yeah.
grounds that knowledge
So
could be
there's
possible.
absolute- Shut the fuck-
You
shut
don't
your
have anything
fucking
that
mouth.
grounds the actual knowledge to be
Shut
possible.
up. Shut the fuck up. You're just like a idiot baltard with his Elmer Fudd sophistry, you fucking moron. Do you know what natural science is, by the way? What is natural science?
Yeah, it used to be called natural philosophy.
Oh, that's amazing. Did I ask you what it used to be called? What is natural science?
Natural science grants the existence of the external world and applies
natural
uniformity of nature to the existence of the external world to be able to make cause and
Citation,
effect
please.
relationships. That's
Citation,
what
please.
science is.
Citation, please. Citation.
Yeah, science is based on
No,
uniformity of
not yet.
nature. You gave the
Citation,
citation when you said the
Citation, please.
problem of induction.
Citation,
That's
please.
your citation.
Citation,
The problem
please,
of
dumb fuck.
induction.
Support what you say, dumb fuck.
Yeah, the problem of induction. You brought it up. It was your citation.
I
That is
didn't
the
ask
citation.
you for a problem of induction. I asked you for natural science, moron.
Yeah, the problem of induction is why is there uniformity in nature? You don't even know the problem of induction.
You're a fucking imbecile, dude.
You're a one-trick pony that don't even understand your own argument. It's fucking pathetic.
He keeps changing it.
Man, just because you don't understand it.
You don't understand. We understand that you're a glue sniffer. You should be institutionalized. You fucking clown.
Okay, you just gave a description of what you think the infirmities of science are as the definition. Okay, you're a moron. We want the definition of natural science. We don't care about what your opinion is about whether it finds truth or doesn't find truth, or whether it's reliable, or whether it has a correct justification. We don't care about all that. We just want the definition.
I gave it to you.
No,
I gave you the definition.
Your analysis
Natural
of the
science.
justification of natural
I can give it to you
science
again
is
if
not a
you'd like to
definition.
stop.
No, please don't. You're a
We
dumb
want
fuck.
a definition. What is it that you're evaluating?
Yeah, nature, right? And but
Natural
we
science is
grant
nature.
we grant nature to exist
don't care
outside
about
the
that
mind.
part. That's
We
an
grant
evaluation.
uniformity
We
of
don't care
nature,
about that
and
part.
then what we do is we observe nature and come up
We
with
just keep
cause and
talking
effect
through you.
relationships.
We
You
don't
just keep
care
fucking
about
talking
that
through you,
part. That is an evaluation. We want the definition.
Yeah, I keep giving it at the end, but you're interrupting.
At the end.
You said natural science is nature. That was your definition.
Now,
And then
natural
you added
science
analysis.
is the observance of nature and deriving cause and effect relationships, all while granting uniformity in nature and that nature exists outside the mind.
Cause and effect. You better talk to your buddy then down here, brains leaking, lying. He said it wasn't about cause and effect.
I said it's not only about cause and effect.
It is only.
No.
Yeah,
true.
because we
No.
went through hypothesis, dumb fuck.
Nope. There's
Yep.
no, that's not true.
Yep.
Cora
Yep.
Cora just disagree with you. Lion is he just said that it was about cause and effect.
No, yeah, it's mainly about cause and effect, right? But
It's
you
all-
guys are doing this thing
It's
where
all
you're
about cause and effect.
Okay.
you're isolating it to only cause and effect relationships when clearly when
We'll walk you through the logic. We'll walk you through the logic.
when we do measurements of
Okay,
drop
dude,
over
we'll walk
distance,
you
you're
through
saying
the
that's not
logic
science?
because you're not-
That's not science, that's geometry. Come on,
Yeah,
that's pedantic.
dumbass.
It
Yes,
is.
dumbass. It's
pedantic.
geometry. Yes.
Okay, let me ask you. No, it isn't pedantic. So I'll give you an example. When you go to the doctor and they measure your height, are they doing science? They take your height and weight. Are they doing science?
No, dude. That's
Yeah, exactly,
oversimplification fallacy because when I
No,
come
it
up with a
isn't.
hypothesis based
Hey,
off of my
there's fucking-
observation, why are you still talking? When I come up with a
Because you're the
hypothesis
dumbest
based
person in here.
off of an observation of the horizon
what's
or
your
water being
dependent
leveled,
variable? What's
Now,
your
you can catch
dependent
me in a
variable, then, dumb
technicality.
fuck? What's your dependent
catch-
variable, dumb fuck, in your hypothesis?
the independent variable?
Dependent. You can't fucking hear either.
No, because the way you're shouting, dude, I'm having trouble listening to
Dependent
your dumbass.
variable.
Bro,
With
I
drop
can't
over
talk to you guys,
distance.
bro. I'm trying to expand on the thought, dude, and you're grilling me.
What's your
Dude, every
dependent
2
variable?
seconds, I can't even get my thought out.
Because you're a dumb fuck. Everything you say is stupid. So we got to stop you to make sure that we confirm your premises are correct. So that we don't chase a bunch of horse shit down a fuckwit trail. So what's the dependent variable?
Dog, I'm not entertaining you, dude. I was talking to the other guy.
The issue is lying. Hold on. The issue is lying that you started off based on your observation. Is that a natural phenomenon you're observing? What did you were just observing something?
Absolutely. We're dealing with water seeking its level, and we're dealing with the horizon. Those are two base reference points, right? That I'm using logic.
Hello. A horizon is a concrete noun, dumb fuck. It's not a naturally observed phenomenon.
Oh, dude. Here we go, dude. With the pedantic
It's a
arguments.
concrete noun, you moron.
Listen, the horizon
His argument is
has an identity. The horizon has an identity, dude. In logic, the horizon has an identity.
Shut up.
We all know what the horizon is. Stop acting up.
You don't. It's a concrete noun. It can't be a dependent variable, like a tree. That's a concrete noun. That's not a viable dependent variable. Fuck.
Quantum has been tantruming. Holy shit.
I just want to know, like, who does he bamboozle with this bullshit, dude? What
fucking incoherent second grade retards?
I can't believe, like, you've gotten this far with that gibberish. It's absolute gibberish.
Yeah,
No, dude,
well,
it's
he's
not,
over
bro.
in the
I mean-
land of misread talk.
I can't even expand my thoughts, dude, without you guys jumping on me. We're not going to get anywhere like this. This is not a free speech platform.
You don't know what a concrete noun.
Not how adults act, bro. Don't worry. This is a depraved mind right here.
Just fucking shut up. Fucking color commentary, Torah.
If your premises are wrong, why should we go on?
Yeah.
So we're going to walk you through this. You already admitted you can't do science unless you have a hypothesis. You also admitted a hypothesis has cause and effect. Okay, so you can't do science without a hypothesis, and a hypothesis is cause and effect. Then science only deals with cause and effect.
Even, okay, so let's say I grant you that, right? Just for the sake of the conversation, I grant you that science as we know it, as Francis Bacon establishes, is only based on cause and effect. Fine, right? Let's not call it science if that pleases you, right? I don't want to get your panties in a bunch. So let's call it geometry, okay? Fuck. When we use geometry, what happens? We can still use reasoning. We can establish we can establish a horizontal reference point. And then we can measure if it deviates, and that's how we do science, dude. What's the big deal?
When we use geometry, right, we know there's certain geometric relations, and we know deductively from mathematical proofs that they hold true. Okay? So we know that straight and curved are two different things. We know that an angle is the separation between two straight lines because they preserve the geometric relationship of the separation along their entire length. That separation angle does not change. So they have properties, right? These geometric objects have properties. We know what they are. All we have to do is go out and measure them to know what the properties are. It's very simple. This isn't doing science.
Okay, fine. Okay, we're doing geometry. Fine. Either way, I made an observation. I went to go test my hypothesis, whether you like it or not, to see if it was true, right? And I measured no deviation from horizontal,
dude.
Right? Call it what you want. Call it whatever your heart desires.
You don't have a hypothesis. Hello.
Call it whatever you want, dude.
You don't have a hypothesis, dude.
Call it whatever you want, bro.
We'll call it your sister. You don't have your
sister. Call it whatever you want, dude. At the end of the day, there's ways.
Hypothesis.
What my point here is that there's ways.
So we'll never be able to communicate with each other.
You don't need
to acquire knowledge, dude. To acquire knowledge, right? We can use geometry. We can use calculus. These things are valid and viable methods of acquiring knowledge.
Did we say they weren't?
It's not science.
No, but you're acting very.
Tell me what an infinitesimal is.
It's not.
You're resisting.
It's not.
I'm resisting.
Okay, that's fine, bro. If you don't like the word science,
you're resisting
geometry. That's fine,
resisting
dude.
your ignorance.
I want to progress the conversation forward.
Progress the conversation through moron land.
So when we infer, right, a rational inference based off of
inference.
water,
What inference?
based off of water seeking its level, and the horizon being
What inference?
horizontal, I can make a
Inference.
rational inference using both
Inference. What's a
inductive
rational inference?
and deductive reasoning, and come to a hold on
a second.
Why are you still talking?
Hey,
come to
diarrhea
a
of the mouth
reasonable
comes from.
conclusion
Because
based
you
off of
said inference.
geometric
Define
principles.
inference. Shut the fuck
Based off
up.
of geometric principles.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
That there's no deviation from curve, and you guys don't have to call it science if you don't want to. That's fine.
So, hold on. Let me ask you a question. What is seeking its own level? What does that mean? Because seeking is a activity of a sentient mind. So, what the fuck are you even talking about when you say seeking its own level?
Oh, so now you have a problem with my speech, dude? I'm conveying the idea that water, regardless, right, is always perpendicular to plumb.
Okay.
Now,
So
granted,
that's
you can. There's
better.
waves.
That's better because now we're still in geometry and we're not in ascribing phenomenon to the water, right? So that's you're trying to mix and match two different things, and when you do that, you're going to run into fucking problems.
Yep.
Right. So one is based as a phenomenological statement, seeking its own level, and then saying the horizon is always a straight line. Right. That's a geometric claim. That's completely different. We're not saying why it is. We're just saying that's what it is. So
yeah, I know.
The problem is you're mixing and matching two different things. You're doing cold hard bullshit. Like when they say gravity forms a ball, listen. When they say things like gravity forms a ball, right? They're mixing a phenomenological claim with a geometric claim. You understand?
Yeah, I understand that. All right, that's fine.
Okay.
I've already conceded that 10 minutes ago. Why are you still talking about the same concept, dude? Bro, I've already granted you that. Fine, dude. You don't call it science. Call it geometry. That's fine with me.
Dude, we're not
My point here is that there's ways to acquire knowledge outside of the scientific method of reasoning, dude. That's basically been that's been my thing since the beginning of this conversation when we're dealing with the downward bias. And you guys keep going back. Well, that's not science. That's not okay. Fine, dude. I'm not restricted only, and I haven't constricted myself to the scientific method of reasoning, dude. There's other ways, other epistemologies and methodologies to acquire knowledge.
Yeah, we know that. We've known that for years. Ever since you weren't even out here, we were preaching that. Who the fuck are you talking to?
All right, so there's you know what justification for your beliefs are?
I don't have any
JTB?
beliefs.
Oh, okay.
So you
I understand that you think.
So do you understand what belief means?
Yes, a justified true belief.
What is it?
A belief is justified through reasoning.
No, it's not.
And yes, it is a belief.
True, but number one, that I asked you what belief was. You didn't know. It's acceptance without evidence. Justified true belief was debunked in the fucking 60s by Gertrude, man.
That's a definist fallacy. You're defining belief to fit your narrative, but it doesn't have to be.
Sir.
You don't have to take the word belief hostage and restrict it to your definition. Because belief doesn't mean you. Hold on.
Define belief with citation, please.
No, it's.
Define belief with citation to prove your point.
Bro,
I'm not your bro, dude. Define belief right now.
JTB.
It's just so belief is justified true belief. You fucking retard.
So you're a fucking retard.
Dude, I go to talk and you talk over me. What
you're
do you want me to do?
Fucking retard.
Dude, it's
dude,
knowledge,
I'm not your fucking dude.
Accepting knowledge, acceping truth.
Accepting knowledge.
Belief is accepting truth, bro. And the way that you accept that as true
12 minutes after the hour from Oxford Dictionaries. Shut your fucking mouth. Belief. Oxford Dictionaries. An acceptance that something exists or is true, especially one without proof. From your alma mater wiki. Belief is the state of mind in which a person thinks something is to shut up. It's the state of mind in which a person. This motherfucker. Put him on mute. You're done. Bye-bye, lord ass. You don't know what the words that you're using mean. Dude.
Okay, can I talk? Let me know when I can talk.
Time of
dude.
death? No. You're the dumbest fucker in here. We're going to cordon you off. So
Bro,
you can't
I get it,
spread
dude.
your
I
ignorance
understand.
everywhere. You're a
I
dumb
understand the
fuck.
resistance.
And you've been exposed. Mae
We've been
West
taught.
is in the corner belly laughing. You dumb fuck. You're not going to get to talk anymore. No. Dumb fuck. Retard.
Look,
My
you're mixing
God.
and matching ideas again. Justified true belief is something within philosophy that was refuted, as Huey said, back in the 70s. Because justified is the state of the human mind, and what that actually means is subjective, so it's just a bunch of nonsense.
Actually was refuted and changed to well justified true belief. It wasn't refuted.
Oh, so we do it. What does well mean? That's another human evaluation that is subjective. There's no objective metric of well justified.
Then you have no absolutes in your worldview.
What?
How about facts?
Holy fuck, dude.
He's a retard, man. You're a retard, dude. That's
Okay,
the dumbest
so if
thing
I
I've ever
don't,
heard.
so if I don't believe in a subjective metric for believing something, then I have no absolutes. No, that's the exact opposite of that. I'm rejecting the subjective metric, dude.
Okay, so then go ahead and prove reality exists outside your mind.
Okay, so I don't start from the internal critique. I start from the external world. So the internal evaluation. Do you want me to actually send you something on this? From PhD in philosophy? You won't understand it, but I'll send it to you anyway.
What's your justification
No,
for starting from the external?
It's refuted Descartes' nonsense, dude.
Yeah.
Sorry. Descartes been refuted.
Okay, what's your justification for starting with the external versus the internal?
What's your justification for starting with
Give
the
the
internal
argument,
versus
bro.
the
Give the
external?
argument.
There is no internal without the external first.
Okay, prove it.
Dude, anything you think, it has to come externally.
How do you know that?
Otherwise, you're
Holy shit.
Because otherwise, you're bootstrapping from nothing. Nothing plus nothing, 0 plus 0 is still 0, bro.
Nothing can exist.
What the hell?
Or is it no thing?
There's a difference between no thing and nothing. Fucking idiot goober over here in the land of misfit toys. What the fuck is his name again? Who was that?
Die slow.
Die slow. What an ass clown. You guys are right in that vicinity of fucking reasonability. Two guys are clowns, man. It's time to go back there. Go home. You're way above your pay grade here, sons. Define natural. I don't have to define it. Define natural. I don't have to define natural. You'd have to. Axioms are self-evident.
Yeah, and you think begging the question of the external world just exists, therefore I start with the external is a good argument,
If the
bro.
external world doesn't exist, you're talking to yourself right now. And you're having an argument with yourself about the external.
This is your argument, not mine, bro. I'm just holding the mirror up for you.
And I said there would be nothing for the internal world to act upon if there was no external world.
That's begging the question.
That isn't begging the question.
You haven't justified the external world's existence yet, and you're using the external world as proof of the external world. That's textbook begging the question.
No. What is the internal world?
Can I talk now, dude? Like, am I gonna get muted again?
No, you're the dumbest person in here.
So when it comes to beliefs, when it comes to beliefs, we've been taught that when it comes to beliefs that we blindly believe things without reason, without.
Jesus fucking Christ. She's just going to steamroll his way? I don't think so. What is the internal world, dude?
From my worldview?
whatever way you want to characterize it.
Yeah, the internal world consciousness, it would be God-given. It would be something that we know the external world exists apart from, because God laid that out in Genesis 1.
Okay, that's
a true justification.
So what is the internal world acting upon? How is it forming its structure, its conclusions, anything within it?
God.
Oh, God. So if there was just God and there was no external world, you'd have thoughts about things that don't exist.
And I wouldn't exist. I don't know what you're talking about. You just said if it's just God and there's nothing else.
No, you said
God wouldn't exist.
if there's just God, you'd have an internal world.
No, I said God is what is created in the internal world.
You're using the Bible, which is external. Thank you.
It's revelatory. It's
Revealed
divine
through what?
intervention. It's
Revealed
divine
through what? The
intervention.
external world? Or was it internal?
It was revealed divinely by the God himself.
Externally or internally?
Externally and internally. Both. You know how you know it's wrong to murder? Yeah, that's internal. And it's been written on your heart by God.
Murder who? Something in the external world? Or something in your internal world?
Yeah, it's even wrong to think bad thoughts
So
about
there'd be
a person.
no
You're correct.
such thing as murder. You
So
just feeling some hallucination you have.
I'm not having the hallucination. I've established why the internal and external world are separate and how I know they are. See, that's something you haven't done yet.
Yeah, they are separate, but you don't even have an internal world without an external world. And we know this, you know why? Because there's people in primitive vegetative states that have no fucking thoughts, but they respond to external stimuli.
Yeah, they've
mic drop. See you later.
Yeah, but those people, like neurologists, have studied that. Yeah, the mind doesn't have to be in the brain.
How are they responding to external stimuli when there's no internal fucking world?
How do you know that? How do you know there's no internal world? What, did you go inside the person's head?
You're a clown, dude.
I don't know if I want to continue this.
No, don't. It's a waste of time.
Did I go inside?
It's already been
They
exposed.
did go inside the person's head. They hook up fucking little electrodes and nothing happened. It's dead matter.
The person's dead, but they're responding to external.
They're brain dead. That's what we call it. Brain dead.
That doesn't mean their mind is gone. Unless you're saying the mind transcends the brain, then I'd love evidence and justification for that. Do you think the mind is in the brain?
Yours
What's
is.
your evidence
No, I
for
don't
that?
think the mind is in the brain.
Uniformity in
No, I don't
nature.
think the mind is in the brain.
Okay, then why are you saying a brain dead person doesn't have an internal world if the mind isn't
He
in the
was
brain?
just appealing to the uniformity in nature, Indio, and then ask how can you confirm the external world? You fucking glue sniffer.
Yeah, you don't have an explanation for
Look
the
at him. Yeah,
uniformity
you
of
don't have
nature.
an axiom, you dumb fuck. You just contradicted yourself. You're a fucking clown, dude. Go back to
You don't
romper
know what an
room.
internal critique
Go
is,
back
bro.
to romper room, dumb fuck. Don't ask me.
You don't
anything
understand.
else.
You don't understand the argument you're trying to parrot.
Yep.
I know what argument you're trying to parrot. You're trying to parrot the tag argument. It's specifically Jay Dyer's, but you're fucking butchering it.
Not even close to Jay Dyer's, bro. What are you
Jay
talking about?
Dyer.
Greg Bronson has laid this argument. Van
Laid what
Til
argument?
had this argument way before
What
Jay
argument?
Dyer.
The
bro.
uniformity in nature. And then ask, how do you
transcendental
confirm the
argument,
external
bro. What
world?
are you talking
You
about?
fucking glue sniffer. That's what you just did. Mr. Uniformity in Nature, all out of context, red herring fallacy
works
for
fine in my
20
worldview,
fucking
bro.
minutes. 20
You
fucking
think there's a
minutes.
problem with
Uniformity in
induction?
Nature, and then ask Indio, how does he confirm? How do you validate the external world? You
Yeah,
glue
because he doesn't
sniffing
come.
fungus
He doesn't come
sniffer.
from my worldview,
You're a
obviously.
dumb fuck. Your worldview, what? Retard.
No, the Christian worldview, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, right. You're a dumb fuck, dude.
Yeah, you can
Basic.
persecute me. That's okay.
I
I don't
just
care.
demonstrated it.
Hey, Quantos, is this how you
Hey,
debate in your
Quanta.
reality? Take your fucking medicine. Calm
Quanta.
your ass down.
Hey, Quan, shut the fuck up. Who the fuck are you?
This guy thinks there's a problem with inductive.
Shut up, Torah.
Atheist.
I'm gonna mute Torah. I'm gonna get the Macintoshes dumbass.
Yo, Quantum, you better be a good boy before
Shut the fuck up. I better be what?
Come on, guys.
Come on.
No, I'm not trying to.
Can we get back on? I want to get back on topic, dude.
Yeah, you guys, hold on. I want to just add something, if I may. Okay, you need to look up the lore here. Quantum had debated globalists for years, using logic, reason, tried to get them to engage in the topic. All they threw was shit. They threw shit into shit into shit, and finally, Quantum's giving you back what you put out there, and now you don't like it suddenly. Fix your...
Yep.
Fix yourself. Why don't you clean your house before you tell someone else to clean their own house?
Well, he needs to be a good boy first, though.
No, you.
Yeah.
Why don't you go back and...
The coward Mr. Macintosh fucking boot scooted quick. Okay, X Breezy, go ahead, crit. And then Indy.
No, I wasn't trying to.
If you're going to appeal to tone, make sure you know what the fuck you're talking about and who threw shit first. At some point, as a Christian, you stop turning the other cheek. You're out of cheeks to turn.
What's your problem, Nancy? X Breezy, they've contradicted themselves with every fucking breath for the past hour. So we need.
I wasn't here. I wasn't here for the beginning, but I don't know.
So they not only do that, they want to continue speaking after they've been demonstrated to be abject retards. And then they'll overtake the mic and never stop talking. That's what's going on here.
Yeah, I can't really say anything meaningful that would make this conversation better or anything like that. All I can really say is just, if you say this and the other person thinks that, then and if there's no meaningful way to come to a conclusion, then there's nothing really productive happening between the two parties. I'd say, or to the conversation at least.
Yeah, there's no conversation because they're abject retards. You can't have a conversation with somebody that's retarded.
In all fairness, I didn't really hear what they say. I just wanted to advocate for civility. I'm not saying that what you were doing was wrong or anything like that, but just
Well, there is no conversation with people that contradict themselves, X Breezy.
Let me give you an example of the contradiction. He said natural logic. We asked him to define nature, and then I asked him where does logic exist in nature, and he says it doesn't. Okay, so we're dealing with crap like that, dude. That's retarded.
So you asked him to define natural logic and sorry, wait, can you repeat what you said?
We asked him to. He said natural logic. We asked him to define natural, but then he wouldn't. So I asked him, where does logic exist in nature? And he said, it doesn't. So you have natural logic that doesn't exist in nature. Now tell me if that's a contradiction or not.
Yeah, I don't honestly know what they meant from natural logic.
Well, I mean, that's objectively a contradiction, right? Objectively. It's not our opinion. And they've been doing it nonstop for an hour.
If you ask me, if you say natural logic exists and you define whatever you may define, right? Are you saying it doesn't exist?
No, he said natural logic, not natural laws. He said natural logic.
No, that's what I said. Natural logic, not natural laws. I said natural logic. But
logic doesn't exist in nature. It's not growing somewhere out of the ground.
The point is, they kept on contradicting themselves, right? And then overtake the mic. Then cry and whine that we're treating them badly for contradicting themselves.
No, I get it. If you think that they're just contradicting themselves and just going in circles and stuff, you feel frustrated by it.
Yeah, can't get anywhere.
So both sides, I think, should make attempts to get productive. You know what I mean, right? You just if it becomes a rant, it's just a rant, and you guys are not really trying to bring understanding to one another. Maybe a little bit, but you're trying to listen to each other, right? That's what this channel's for. That's why we're all here. I don't know. I've heard that this channel's mainly just to. It's not necessarily a debate channel or anything like that, but I heard it's just to people for other places for people to like get in contact with like the flat Earth community and the flat Earth community, traversing with each other. I also know you guys have like your own Discord and stuff, so.
Can't have a conversation.
Oh yeah, we're listening to them. Believe me, we're listening to them very closely.
Very closely,
and
yep.
they're just talking Jabberwocky gibberish right out of freaking Alice's hole.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then they complain right out the gate. It's fucking Jabberwocky gibberish, as Indio said, right out the gate, which is their premise. But they complain about being interrupted because they want their Jabberwocky gibberish to be their premise, but it's faulty to begin with. So what do you want us to do? Listen to everything from the Jabberwocky gibberish, logical fallacy horseshit as their main premise, and travel down that trail of incoherency till the end after about 8 minutes? We ain't gonna do that.
No. It's you can be frustrated. I understand why you would be frustrated by then.
Wait, hold up, dude, real quick. Also, this conversation with Lion took like a week to set up. Like literally a week. Like
it took a week for this conversation to set up.
It took a week to get him in here to talk about this. Like he's been duck, dive, dodge, and dip and dodge for a week to get him in here, and then when he finally gets in here, he doesn't even try to be responsive.
Yep.
It's like, dude, at some point you're just gonna say, why the fuck do you keep wasting everyone's time? It takes a week to get you to do anything. You finally, on your terms,
bearing false witness, bro.
On your terms, we get you in here and you don't even try. You're like, I get it. He's a long haul truck driver. He's got a schedule he's got to do. But at some point, it's like, just say, hey, I'm not interested. Why sit there and rug pull day after day after day when you're not even going to be responsive to begin with?
Oh, I don't know. People have their reasons for it.
Yeah, that's what I see. Now you get the reasons why someone will be frustrated about it too.
Yeah, no. I never made the point that you should not be frustrated. But all things aside, civility is something that everybody wants, right? Like, you want to talk to each other in a normal manner and stuff, and that's a nice thing to have, right? Like, yeah,
really,
yeah, no.
Where were you back in 2016 when I was being called names that would make a billy goat puke and fucking told to drink bleach? Where were you then?
Oh, be a good boy. Be a good boy, Joe.
No. I'm not, dude. If somebody says awful shit about you, and it's like, even like when people are telling you to drink bleach, that kind of stuff, like, first of all, like, there's all sorts of reasons why people would say that kind of shit, right? But like in general, the good thing, quote unquote, to do is to not get to that point and to not like, do that kind of behavior. So I don't think you should drink bleach. I don't think, like.
Here, listen, too. You missed another context. So, like, a couple Fridays ago, Lion was in here, not this channel, different one, calling Nathan Coakley, kept implying that he's using drugs. He's not making any sense. He's like a crack addict. And you're like, dude, why are you asked him, why are you acting like this? He just said, because he just wants to make him yell. So you've already got somebody in here who's admitted in the past that their goal is to get someone to get an emotional reaction. It takes them a while to get in here. Yeah, full court trolling.
Yeah, it's just trolling,
Yeah, so I think if you wanted to give a critique, give both sides some kind of positive feedback loop rather than just, hey, I don't think what's happening here is in spirit of whatever you think the channel is.
He also monologues forever. He goes on and on and on, and he's like highly emotional. He just gives anxiety with the tone of his voice.
And then when you interrupt him, why dost thou interrupt me? What the fuck?
I'm guilty of it too sometimes, when I feel like, I get what people are trying to say and stuff, and sometimes I'm wrong for it too, because what I think they're going to say is actually something different, and then, I'm just basically, holding my dick in my hands, basically at that point. But, like, some people just interrupt because they get what you mean, or they think that the premise that you're saying is false, all sorts of reasons. I cannot really say what was going on in here, but, yeah. I'm not going to say that I don't do it myself often, and I allow other people to do it too. But obviously, you can also be quite disruptive if you do it all the time, or you do it in a manner that is disruptive.
Yeah.
Which is,
I think we beat this one to death. what's your position on the Earth, sir?
Me?
Yep.
Well, thanks to the flat Earth community, I, if I want to say that the Earth is round or it's flat, I have to make my, I would have to first do all my research in order to come to a conclusion. But I am not wrong with believing that the Earth is round. Let's just say that.
Well, round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. I know it sounds pedantic, but it's important.
Yeah, or a globe, because I operate on the ideas that were just told to me a very long time ago.
Sure.
And I'm not saying that these things that were told to me were done forcefully or done in a manner that they're trying to indoctrinate me, right? Because I have access to you guys too, right? Because I'm not saying that they could not, even if people are trying to indoctrinate you, they cannot physically restrict you from gaining access from from other people, right? Like in this case, you guys. But yeah, no, I just hang out over here and just I'm trying to listen for most of the time, and I'm trying to use the knowledge that I know right now. And I'm not really a guy that how do you say this? I've done some research, if you would call it. I've done some digging into, but really that's just looking into YouTube videos. I'm just curious about the experiments done. What experiments can do, what they're conclusive of, this and that, all that jabber. And the reason why I find you guys so interesting is because there's a lot of people that that believe in their religion and that are very that are very into their religion, and they believe that their religion is descriptive of reality. But you guys do it in another way, right? Like this is also kind of an attack on how I would put it in this channel as mainstream science. I just call it science, but this mainstream science. So you guys are going against that, and that's just what interests me a lot, to see how you operate.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
The people that told you that the Earth was a globe, teachers, whoever, do you think they actually know one way or another?
What do you mean? That they know?
The people that told you, that quote unquote educated you, hey kid, Earth is a globe. Do you think that they know?
Oh, that they know that it is actually something else, or that they
know that it's a globe. Do you think that you think they just believe it's a globe, or that they know it's a globe?
Well, here's the thing. I don't know what the first moon was that I found out that the Earth was round. It had more to do with people explaining to me that back in the old days, the Earth looks flat, and for the longest of times, we thought that the Earth was flat, and then they came to the understanding that the Earth was actually a round or a globe Earth. That's just how history went.
Yeah, I understand that, but say your first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade teachers, high school teachers, university professors, do you think that they know one way or another, or they're just repeating what they heard?
Yeah, they would probably use references to other experiments done by other people, that kind of stuff. So I think in that sense, yes. I don't know if somebody personally in my life that did measurements in order to determine the shape of the Earth. I don't know any astronauts either, that claim to have gone to space.
Well, could we stop there?
So that answers questions
Hold on a second, Indio. I'm going to have to go. I got book responsibilities. I got to go help write the book. Just because I've heard you say it a number of times, natural science and the scientific method only deal with natural cause and effect relationships. It has nothing to do with shapes. This is this is not a scientific topic. It's purely geometry. So be careful with your experiments and stuff. Right up.
Okay. Okay. Well, maybe I have to be clearer on what I mean when I use these terms, right? So, feel free to ask me stuff, because I don't want to operate on assumptions and figure out at the end of the rope that we're operating on different assumptions and understanding. So, definitely worthy to be clear on what I'm trying to say. Of course, what I mean by science.
No, you're fine. What he's trying to tell you is that people often frame this as a scientific question, and that's because it's been mischaracterized as one by the education system.
Yeah.
It's just mischaracterization.
Yeah. So if you ask what my understanding is, do you want to get into that, or I don't know what I was discussing earlier? Oh yeah, we're talking about the people in my environment, whether or not they have
Yeah.
Whether they have knowledge versus belief. That's really the question. The people that told you, do they have knowledge? Do they know it's a globe, or do they just believe it? And what you'll find out is that they just believe it. They're like you. They heard it from somebody else, and they believe that the words that that person told them, and that person heard it from somebody else, and they believe the words that that person told them. But in our experience, we go down the chain, we can never find the person that has actual knowledge.
Well, maybe, like if I have to operate on, things that could be a reason, maybe somebody figured it out, and they had evidence, and the evidence was provided, and from then on, it wasn't just people who were, exposed to that understanding doing the actual, what is the rightful thing to do, in all of science, I would say, is to, and if you want to ask me what science means to me, of course, go ahead. What the rightful thing is to get empirical evidence and, you correlate correctly to the observations that you're making, and the other things that are happening too, if they are relevant, So, yeah, but I do think
what I'm trying to point out, and what Huey's pointed out, is that this topic within the education system itself is mischaracterized as something it's not. It's purely just a geometry question. If you go, what's the shape of X, right? The answer is a geometry question. It isn't freaking science. So an example of this could be like, if you bought a house and you walk in your brand new kitchen and you're like, I don't know if that floor is a square or a rectangle. You would not call a scientist to figure that out.
No, but I would say...
You see what I'm saying? This is just purely geometry. Purely geometry has there's no science involved.
Yeah, I would say, like, maybe not an empirical science in that sense necessarily, because for me, what science means is
it's empirical.
Collective.
It's empirical. Dude, taking a measurement is empirical.
Right? Yeah, you could definitely do that. Yeah, of course. That's why I was a little careful in saying necessarily. Also like, and definitely if you're looking at the shape of the Earth, you need to have like empirical data at the end of the day, to, like, say what the reality is. Not like in mathematics where you can like start with a set of axioms and then operate on like logical consequences of whatever you've constructed. But what I wanted to say was what science means for me is just a collective understanding of reality, and then I would always be inclined to say quote unquote reality, because for me reality is just the things that come to my senses, that are from my senses. It's also a vague thing by itself, I would say. But that's like that really goes into the whole of what is am I observing the things to be true, right? Obviously, that's that by itself is just that by itself is also a discussion, because otherwise there wouldn't be a flat Earth community and there wouldn't be a global Earth community, because both sides are making claims about what reality is, right? So there's definitely a disagreement in understanding of reality out there, if anything. So yeah.
Well, I mean, I'd say you're off to a good start of figuring out what the truth is. Half the problem people have is they don't have the tools to figure out what the truth is in the first place. So we can give them all the information available. They just don't have the tools to evaluate what's true or not, and they just default to, well, I think everybody thinks this, so I'm going to go with that, right? Or the authorities say, or everybody thinks, or my mama told me, or I saw it on TV, or you know what I mean? They just default to that because they don't have the tools to figure out what the truth actually is. But to even doubt, well, let me just finish. To even doubt, to even think the Earth's a globe, you have to doubt your initial impressions of what the Earth is. You have to say, hey, I see it as flat. I don't feel like I'm moving, but somehow that's wrong and incorrect. And I'm perceiving reality incorrectly, and it's actually this other thing, a spinning ball. Right? So you just from get-go, you have to assume that your perception of reality is false.
Yeah, it's always important.
Now, it could be. Now, I'm not saying it isn't. It could be false, right? Could be.
Yeah.
But, the other side is someone's going to come along and say everything's an illusion, then they need to prove it. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, of course. No, I think you and I would both agree that if you don't make any claim, you have nothing to prove, really. So you don't have a burden of proof. But if you make any claim whatsoever, true or false, then you have a burden of proof, right?
Yeah, well, my claim is, what you see is what you get. Go outside, it looks flat. That's the way it is. That's my claim. Like, how are you going to argue with that? The only argument you can make is that your senses are flawed. You're an ant on a giant fucking ball. You can't perceive it as a ball because it's just a ball too big to see. I mean, but the thing is, that's a claim. Okay, now demonstrate it, dude.
Yeah.
We don't because I could also say, well, it's also a giant pineapple too big to see, or it's a giant starfish, or it's a giant, freaking, lemon square. Like, you could say anything. You know what I mean? If someone's going to claim it's something different than what you experience, they need to provide the evidence that that's the case.
You're. I absolutely agree with you. That's just a good way to go on about things in life, right? Because I mean, that's an effective way to do things that are in the benefit of us, right? So let's just say, if the Earth was like flat, right? Okay, I would have to clarify something. I know I'm saying, what if the Earth was flat? I'm saying that because I'm operating from like a neutral point of view. I would say the same thing as like, what if the Earth was a globe, right? So don't try to conflate it to something like, I have an argument against flat Earth. Just as a disclaimer, I'm saying this, by the way. Anyway, okay, I feel really stupid because I was trying to make a point. Did you help me remember?
It's fine. Listen, a lot of people that we deal with, even people with degrees and PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, they don't know this topic any better than what you'd ask somebody that has a 9th grade high school education. Everybody had just accepted it at a young age, and beyond that, they don't really know about it. So I wouldn't feel like, oh shit, I don't know anything. There are no globe experts in this shit except for the flat earthers, which is crazy.
Yeah.
It really is just crazy. It's like the flat earthers are the experts in globe earth because we're examining it. We're saying, hey, the globe earth predicts this. The globe earth says that. The globe earth says all these other things. Is this true? We're going to go test it.
Yeah, sorry. Just excuse me for a second. I'm just gonna make some coffee and I'm gonna take off. I'm just trying to warn you that I cannot stay online forever. But because what I want to say quickly, sorry, if you had something really smart to say, go right ahead. But I just wanted to ask something. But go right ahead if you definitely had something to say.
No, you go. Whatever.
Yeah. No, so okay. I think this is gonna be I think I'm gonna talk a lot, but in a short time. But what I was thinking was that why do people have such a disapproval against flat earthers? Because I would also if you asked me back in the day, this dude is a fucking this dude doesn't believe that the Earth is round. I don't necessarily think that. I believe not all flat earthers think that the Earth is flat. They just deny that the shape of the Earth is a globe. Am I correct? Is that true in this case, or do you guys also claim
Earth is flat? Yeah, but we don't consider them flat earthers. We consider them globe skeptics.
Oh, okay, all right. So are you guys mostly globe skeptics, or are you guys flat earthers?
No, I'm definitely flat earthers. I would say I'm not going to speak for everybody, but I would say most people in here are flat earthers.
But flat earthers are a subset of globe skeptics, right? That they claim what you guys have in common.
I mean, kind of, but not really, because.
In any way, you guys don't say that the Earth is a globe, right?
To me, a globe skeptic would mean I accepted the globe and then I doubted it. Where, at least for me, it's I just accept what I see, and then the globe is not even entertained until there's evidence. There's nothing to be skeptical about.
Well,
then you have the other one, which is the concaver.
Like Hitchens' razor, that's what I do. So it's like this, what can be asserted without evidence can be rejected without evidence. I don't have to be skeptical of shit without evidence.
Sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying. Can you repeat what you said?
I don't have to be. I'm not skeptical of things without evidence, right?
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to say that. Okay, maybe this was bad for my part. I think what I was trying to say is that you guys.
What I'm trying to tell you is that they're independent things. I don't think they're linked.
Yeah, no, but what you guys have in common is that you definitely believe that the Earth is not a globe, right? That's the safe thing to say, right?
Yeah.
No, we don't
believe it.
No, we don't believe
okay.
it. We know the Earth is flat, stationary, immovable, and contained.
Yeah, okay,
We know
okay.
it.
So
We can
okay,
prove it
but
too.
Okay, but then if I ask you, is the Earth is round, then you would say no.
No, I
Right.
already told you before. Round and
Or
flat aren't mutually exclusive. You got to be specific with your language. You can have a round and flat penny, LP, CD. You got that right.
Okay, the Earth is not a globe. Right.
Yeah. The Earth is flat, stationary, and contained.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
can prove that. We can prove that. Relax. We can prove that. We know it. We don't believe it.
No,
let me cover something.
Okay. Let me specify something.
Flat Earth. Hold on, dude. Hold on. You say,
okay.
well, it's not a globe. Listen, you can't have a flat globe, so obviously it's not a globe.
Right.
Yeah, okay. I think I didn't say something about. Did I say flat globe? Okay, never mind.
No, you're just like reconfirming because we think it's flat. We're denying it's a globe. Yeah, an affirmative claim that it's flat is de facto denying it's a globe because there can't be a flat globe.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just a little confused. Anyway, no. What I just have to clarify something. When I say that you guys believe in a flat Earth, I'm not. No, wait. Hold on. Let me specify. Okay. If you were to ask me, is the sky blue? Right. Like if I go outside, and just simple truth, right? I would say, yeah, I believe that the sky is blue. That's just my conviction of reality, and I'm saying that your conviction of reality is different.
That? Why would you need to believe that if you're looking up and the sky's blue?
I'm using that word because we have different understandings of what the truth is, right? You're saying that that's truth, and I'm saying something else is truth. In a hypothetical context.
No.
Okay.
You know the difference between believing.
You're saying that it might not be true the sky's blue, even though you see a blue sky?
No. What I mean to say is the way I use my language is that even if I know something to be factually true, right? Like something that is just truth, right? I would still use the word, that's what I believe in. Because I think, like you can, I think believing in something requires, like you have some people that say, yes, I believe in this, but it could also possibly be false, all those kinds of nuances and stuff. But I'm not saying that, I'm not arguing against your belief, or against your understanding.
You need to get belief out of your vernacular because words mean things. And when you say a word, then we must agree on that meaning so we can have meaningful conversation and discussion. When you say believe, that's acceptance without evidence. That makes no sense.
Okay, that's not what I mean.
I believe the sky is blue. You have evidence, you're looking at it.
No, that's not.
Belief is the enemy of knowledge.
Yeah. No.
That's not what I'm trying to say. That's not what I was trying to say, but okay.
Well,
let me tell you, I'm going to reiterate. Belief is the enemy of knowledge. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. If you guys think that the word believe means that it is, conviction without evidence, or like, can you repeat what you said?
It's how it's defined.
It's defined. It's right inside chat, by the way.
Okay.
It says especially without evidence, so it is a minutia, like it is a little pedantic.
It really isn't, dude. They're really like almost opposite things. Belief and knowledge are like opposite things.
Yes.
Yeah, because Crow told you so. Yeah, I get it.
Tora, shut your fucking mouth. We had enough of you earlier.
Wait. Okay. So
no, they're back. The Goober brothers are back. Shut the fuck up. He's having a conversation with Breezy. Shut up.
Okay.
Go ahead, Indio.
When I'm in a conversation with you guys, so I don't really have like the evidence for me to say that I believe that the Earth is flat, but like I think the word believe is just differently interpreted because yes, some people. Wait. Just give me a breather. Just give me.
It's not.
Okay.
You're using it out of context again.
Okay. Can you repeat again what the word believe means?
I'll do more than that. I'll post citations for it. How about that?
I'm not
what I think. Not what I think.
Just read it out loud.
Not what I think. It's
don't need to be sure.
defined as.
Denounced it.
Not what I think.
Okay, so dude, if I ask you what's your favorite color, do you know that or do you believe that?
Yeah, no, I believe that. Yeah, I believe that.
You believe your own mind? You have to it might not be true.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that that's what I'm convinced into thinking. I'm trying to use the word belief without
Who convinced you? Yourself? Like who convinced you? Yourself? You have let's say your favorite color thread. You wouldn't believe that. You would know that. You know what your own favorite color is. You know your own mind, right?
No. If I have a favorite color, I'm not arguing with myself. I'm not trying to convince myself that that's my favorite color. That's not what I mean. I'm just saying.
You would know that, right?
Yeah.
And you probably know that you ate today, or ate this week, or ate this year, right? You know that. You don't believe that.
But here's the issue that I have, right? So if you say, for instance, you make any statement and you think it's true, is that a safe thing to say? If you think it's true and somebody else thinks
knowledge is based upon like experience, right? So anything you experience, you know, 100%, you know it. Like what you ate, when you ate, last time you ate, who your parents are. Well, I mean, that might not be true. You could be adopted.
I say the same thing. I say the same thing about people who have conducted experiments and came to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe. I would say that they.
There we go again.
It's
That's
not
a
that
category error. You don't do experiments to discover shapes. That's a category error, dude.
But if knowledge comes from observations,
and they have to be interpreted. Okay.
I'm probably using.
Now the result of the experiment. Listen, the result of the experiment is knowledge. Okay. The interpretation, the conclusion of the experiment, that could be belief. In the colloquial sense of experiment, not in the sense of scientific experiment. Scientific experiments don't tell you what the shape of the Earth is.
Okay, I think that when people are using the word belief, it does not necessarily mean that they have that they think something which is not necessarily proven. That's not what I think. You know, I'm just like I said. This is just semantics. This is just arguing what words.
Not semantics. This is the Socratic method. I told you before. In order for us to have meaningful conversation, we use the Socratic method. That means we have to define our terms. Now, not every single term, not if, and, are, was, were, right? But without that, we can't communicate. It's called the Socratic method. Have you heard of it before? Semantics, yeah, you're right. And?
Yeah, right? Yeah. There's a Roman maxim that says to distinguish well is to learn well, right? So if we distinguish belief from knowledge,
I'll do it.
We have a better context from which to evaluate what reality is, right? So you can't just use them interchangeably because they're not the same thing. They distinguish two different states of mind.
I have it in chat. Hold on, relax. I have it in chat at 56 minutes after the hour. What belief is and what knowledge is. Do we want to go through these?
Okay. I'm saying is that people who claim to have knowledge.
We want to go through these, or you're going to continue to talk.
Bro, I don't even know what's going on.
Look, I said, listen closely. I posted in chat at 56 minutes after the hour the difference between belief and knowledge. Do we want to go through these?
Let me see. I'll look it up.
56 minutes after the hour.
Posted.
What?
I'll look it up.
No, I'll just look at the links, right? Is that what you want me to do, dude?
Look up the links? No. Just read it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
So knowledge deals with fact. It's all factual information.
Yeah.
From Oxford Dictionary, knowledge, facts, information, and skills acquired, like Indio said, through experience or education. These things are facts. Beliefs aren't facts. They're antithetical to each other.
I was not trying to undermine you guys in any shape or form, you know? No, I wasn't trying to do that. I wasn't trying to misuse words, trying to trick you guys into, yeah. Okay.
We know
that. If that's the definition of the word, you guys very strictly use, then sure, okay, I'm not going to argue against that. But it's
a defiance fallacy. It's a defiance fallacy.
Okay, I'm saying it's hard for me. It's hard for me to talk about things on how people think, right? I would have to use different words for it, but I can do it. Sure, I can do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, sure. Okay, sure. So
listen. If you use belief and knowledge as the same thing, if someone says, "Hey, I believe in ghosts," and someone says, "Hey, I believe that's a nice car," how do you distinguish between the two?
Yeah, no, that's right. But it's just for me the word meant for me the word, not necessarily what the Oxford English Dictionary said, right? For me the word meant just an understanding of reality. That's what I was saying. But okay, if that confuses you guys,
I mean, don't feel bad. We have to do this a lot, so it's not you're not.
No, okay, no. I usually don't have a problem using the word in this way, and most people, understand me. But if it's different for you guys, of course, then I'll not use a word that you guys interpret differently. Even if it's even if it's
our interpretation. It's
not an interpretation.
Yeah, okay. If it's on the English,
we're saying that like we're making up the definition and we're using.
No. That's not what I'm trying to say. No,
you're going,
right.
Hey, Oxford Dictionary, what's this mean in the English?
Yeah, you go. No, okay, you're right. You're right. You Google
so XPG, you understand? We're going to use the proper terms and the proper definitions of words when we discuss here. That's how we like it.
No, I know. This is not something. You guys make up.
You can proceed with your point or your question with that understanding. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure. Fair enough. I'm going to be honest. I was making comments.
You just spoke for 10 minutes about the word belief and knowledge. This is why it's an issue. Like I remember, because the issue is you'll say things like, so you believe in the flat earth? No. We go outside and there it is. Not belief.
Okay. All I'm saying is that also other people, how do you want me to address the people that claim otherwise? How would you like me to address that?
People who believe in the globe, whatever. Globeheads, globetards.
Okay.
Whatever word you prefer.
Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, okay, all right. Bill, since we're talking about the definition of the word, I was saying something about people looking at, people who understand that the earth is flat. When I look back at how people used to respond, like what the stereotypical thought was, if I would say so, if you were to say that, I think that the earth is flat. I have evidence that the earth is flat. People would be discouraged about you. They would be disapproved. They would say mean things. I think that has to do with people thinking that people thinking of flat earthers that thinking those are people that just stuck back in time. They never really progressed in the knowledge of the understanding of the world. So I think that's where the hostility mainly comes from. Not necessarily people, doing their own research, shooting balloons.
That's ironic. We know why it is.
That's ironic.
Hold on one thing. Let me make this point real quick. So what they think is we don't understand the globe, and that's why we don't believe it. That we're too dumb or can't comprehend it, so we don't believe it because we're ignorant. And that's far from the truth.
Yeah, which is funny because the concept that we're the archaic ones, whenever we ask them who's measured the Earth to be evolved, they tell us about some guy in 300 BC who planted sticks in the ground. Sounds pretty archaic to me.
That's what I think is just going on, but I think otherwise right now. I don't think as you guys saying that you guys are. I don't think like that. I don't think that you guys were stuck in time. You think that the old beliefs are true. You never progress or anything like that. That's far from it. When I look at the work that you guys done, I mean that's just not something you do overnight, right? It takes effort into making statements, trying to connect the points, come to the conclusion, and also doing measurements. So, and you also see that when you also see that when you look at videos of astronomers talking to flat earthers, when they're saying that they're not necessarily being how do you say this? They don't insult people, but they're like, okay, well, I think that your understanding is just done in a way that I do not think is,
Well, astronomers, hold on. Astronomers specifically are demonstrable pseudoscientists, along with astrophysicists and cosmologists. So we really don't care what they have to say. This is not a scientific topic anyway. Follow?
Right. Yeah, they think they are doing science, right? So that's
they can think whatever they want. We can demonstrate that they're pseudoscientists.
I'm actually curious, like, how would you demonstrate that? Could you?
Yes. Yep. Here's what I would do, Mr. Astronomer. Please provide one valid scientific hypothesis in the entire history of your discipline, and I can prosecution rest and laugh my way all the way home because he's finished.
Isn't a hypothesis a prediction of what might happen, and not necessarily a claim to what is?
It's a predictional supposition in the natural cause and effect relationships, and they can't even formulate one valid hypothesis. Not a single one.
So wait, could you just repeat what the definition hypothesis meant when you were saying it?
It's a predictional supposition into natural cause and effect relationships.
Okay. I'm gonna be a little nerdy, but you said preposition, right?
I said what?
You said preposition, right? You used the word preposition in your definition.
No, I said it's a predictional supposition.
Oh yeah, supposition. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, I meant supposition. What does supposition mean again?
Supposition has a meaning. It's tentative. It's suppositional. It's I don't know how you can define it. It's provisional. Tentative.
Okay.
Yes. Does that make sense?
All right.
Because,
yeah, it's just.
Yeah. So they can't formulate a scientific hypothesis. Now, they can observe a natural phenomenon. They can get a dependent variable. That's no problem. However, they cannot obtain a viable independent variable. To have an independent variable, they must be able to manipulate it to cause the effect. That is, to cause the dependent variable. They can't do that. They can never get to experiment. So without hypothesis or experiment, you are demonstrable pseudoscience if you're claiming that you're science to begin with. You follow that?
I have to admit, I have a hard time following what you were trying to say. Not to be mean or anything like that.
Well, in order to have scientific evidence, it has to be validated by experiment. In order to have an experiment, you have to have a viable scientific hypothesis. They can't get to the viable scientific hypothesis part. So no experiments. So not science at all. Zero.
The viable.
Listen, I can help you understand maybe a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, say an astronomer, they look up, they see the sun. They want to know what causes sun flares. Now, what experiment can they do to demonstrate the cause of sun flares?
Oh, sun flares. You mean the phenomenon where you see
solar flares, right? So
solar flares. Right.
The phenomenon's not important. Whatever the phenomenon is, you can say black holes, fucking solar flares. You can say whatever. They look up in the sky with a telescope and they see something. How are they going to do an experiment to determine the cause of that thing that they see, the observed natural phenomenon that they see? What experiment can they do?
I don't necessarily think that they would try. Like, if you were to ask me, I don't necessarily think that. Yeah, of course, it's always 100% better if you have an experiment to prove a claim that you're making about reality. That's definitely a really good thing to do. But I don't think scientists.
It's required. Required. That's the word you left out.
Non-optional.
Okay. Yeah.
Otherwise, you're not doing science. You ask them to prove it's pseudoscience. They can't do the experiment. They're not doing science.
Okay, I don't think it blocks scientists, however, to try and make a.
You're finished. It does. 8 minutes after the hour. Are you in the text chat? We're going to go through this real quick.
No, wait. I'm just talking with my fancy coffee mug and just listening to you guys. I'm not reading anything like that.
Okay,
So
I'll read it for you. I'll read it for you then. University of Rochester Physics Labs. The scientific method requires that a hypothesis be ruled out or modified if its predictions are clearly and repeatedly incompatible with experimental tests.
Okay.
Further,
I was trying to.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. Let me finish. Okay.
You don't have to be loud. You don't have to be loud. Just chill out.
Well,
right?
just
you don't have
stop
to be loud.
interrupting me then. It's fucking rude, isn't it? So I'll start over. University of Rochester Physics Labs. The scientific method requires that a hypothesis be ruled out or modified if its predictions are clearly and repeatedly incompatible with experimental tests. Further, no matter how elegant a theory is, its predictions must agree with experimental results if we are to believe that it is valid description in nature. In physics, as in every experimental science, which is redundant, experiment is supreme, and experimental verification of hypothetical predictions is absolutely necessary. That's from University of Rochester Physics Labs. Now let's take a look at
but I was trying to.
Now let's take a look at cosmology. Relax.
Okay, I'm not interested in talking to you. I'm sorry.
I'm not interested in talking to you, but I'm interested in exposing you. Now shut the fuck up.
It was nice talking to you guys.
Shut up.
Shut the fuck up. I cannot really carry on this conversation.
Don't worry, BZ. They'll just gaslight you for about a half hour after this.
You little
no, but it's like he was loud and it was kind of disruptive.
I'm presenting my case, counselor. Shut the fuck up. Now, as we read that experimental verification and hypotheses are absolutely necessary in science, we get cosmology from Gunn J, cited in Cho Adrian, A Singular Conundrum. How odd is our universe? From Science in 2007. Cosmology may look like a science, but it isn't a science. A basic tenet of science is that you can do repeatable experiments. You can't do that in cosmology. Shocking surprise from Professor Nick Strobel, Bakersfield College. Unlike other sciences, astronomy is entirely observational. You cannot run experiments on things. You cannot manipulate the objects to see how they work. So if cosmology isn't science due to the lack of experiment, therefore astronomy isn't science. Simple. That's all you had to wait for. Just for me to get done with my case. Prosecution rests.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Now you're done talking.
Listen, brother, it was a question you asked.
Okay. I don't think we're trying to. I don't really think this is going to be a very productive conversation for me. I'm not trying to say anything bad about you guys. Nothing at all. But it felt a little hostile.
It gets a little disingenuous for you to ask a question and then not listen to the answer. He went through all that effort to answer you, and then you just was like, "Oh, I don't want to hear this shit because you got caught."
Hold on. I didn't want to. I didn't want him to waste effort into going to something.
Easy. Why are we saying that? Why are we saying that astronomy isn't science?
Because you guys do not believe in.
No, not by what we believe.
Okay. No, you're right. You're right.
The definition with you.
No, you guys say that it does not.
Not you guys. He just read the definitions from Rochester University, a bunch of other places. What did they say science is?
All right.
Requires experimentation, yeah?
Exactly.
Requires being able to manipulate your presumed cause of an effect, yes?
Yeah, okay. I understand you want to stay on track on
which
this.
they're not doing. Which they're not doing. Well, you asked the question. Huey took the time to answer you, and now you're acting like it was rude for him to answer you. So I want to make sure that you actually even listened to his answer and understood it. So
okay, but I don't believe that I'm being listened to.
Yeah, there was no experiment. Yeah, in the astronomy, right?
Okay.
Oh, let me ask you this: Why do you think astronomy is a science? What did they do to convince you it is an actual science?
Well, if I have the opportunity to fully respond, sure, I would like to address what you're saying. So, first of all, I'm going to answer your question. But in order to answer that question, it requires me to explain other things that might lead up to the thing that I'm going to explain, or like the answer I'm going to give you to your question. And that is when when astronomers are looking at things up in the sky, right? And they're trying to come up with an explanation on why the things are happening, right? It's kind of very hard to do an experiment when a star is so big. They believe that there's a star, right? Okay, wait.
It's so hard to do the experiment. You can't do the experiment. Therefore, it's not a scientific methods thing.
So
science.
It is very hard. But what I wanted to say was, and I used the word restrict, and it got kind of, it got kind of directed into an area that I did not explicitly mean. What I wanted to say is that scientists these astronomers do think about. Do trying to think up about what they can reasonably argue is going on up in the sky, because we don't really have a one-to-one experiment available for us to test whether or not what the cause are of solar flares.
Yes, we do. Yes, we have experiments we can try.
Okay. So you guys have experiments you can try.
Gas balls don't exist in a vacuum. So saying that the sun is a ball of gas is fucking retarded.
Okay, so we know what the scientific method is on Earth, right? We know what that is, and you're admitting that they're not doing that, but you still want to call it the same thing.
Yeah, you're just being like, oh, it's too hard to do experiments. Too bad. That's not science then. So the definition of pseudoscience is that which is mistakenly believed to follow the scientific message, right? This doesn't follow the scientific message. Therefore, it's pseudoscience by definition.
So, the thing is, why is this important? It's really like, why is this important, right? Because when they say, hey, stars made of gas, and this is science, people think of the certainty of science that is demonstrated by experiments on Earth, and they apply the same degree of certainty to that claim as the claim of water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. They think that they'd have the same level of certainty because they said, this is science, that's science, so they must use the same method, and I'm going to take this claim with the same amount of certainty as that claim, right? That's unwarranted.
Yeah,
you're just saying the word science to give it a false sense of validity, where it doesn't have the same validity.
This is the linguistic branch of globe propaganda. This is why, because like you said earlier, your understanding of the word science is just what is factually true about nature, which, by a colloquial definition, we can think of it like that. But when they start the globe is science, so this is how, when they start teaching you the globe and calling it science, your brain makes that connection between what actual science does, which is elucidate cause and effect relationships in the natural world, with the Earth being a ball, and you naturally lend it some credibility because it's got the word science attached to it. This is why the language is important, because it's not scientific by any means. Everything to do with the globe is pseudo-scientific at best.
Okay. Can I get one more thing clear? Is that, like I said, I'm not trying to come over here and say you guys are just a bunch of weird people and
Yeah, that's fine. We got all that. Doesn't matter. You don't. We know, dude.
We don't want to worry about that.
Okay, my intentions are clear, right? Like I'm trying to be.
It's clear. It's clear. Just make your point, dude.
Okay, so what I wanted to say about the things, like, okay, I could also argue that some of the things that many scientists claim to think, they do not necessarily have an experiment for it to prove it. But I do think that it can be argued. Now, I acknowledge it's not the same thing as having a experiment ready, right? And conducting the experiment. So you can always argue whether or not the thing that people are talking about is true or not and stuff, but
you can't.
I do not necessarily
No experiment,
think...
no science. Period. End of story.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, sure.
That's what science is based on.
Don't get confused in terms of thinking, well, just because they're not doing the scientific method doesn't mean they can't know something. That's not the only way to know things, but it's not correct to call things science if there's no experiment. So yeah, cosmology, astronomy, all of that, not science. So even if they want to say we've got a good argument, who cares? They don't have science. That's what we're saying. So as long as you're clear that it's not science, whatever. You can believe it if you want.
I'm not going to say it is not science, okay? Because, like I said, if I make a claim, I think to me it's a burden of proof.
Because it doesn't have experiment. No, it's just understanding what the scientific method is and recognizing that astronomy has no experimentation in it. Observation. Speculation.
They make a self-serving claim that it's science. Okay, it's literally just a self-serving claim.
Yeah, that's the bottom line, dude. So that's it. We don't need to go over that anymore.
No, it's definitely. I think scientists for themselves, and I think this is where you guys will disagree with me on this. I do think that obviously they do cling on to the idea of, okay, we need experiments to solidify our claim, right? But I don't necessarily think that, trying to connect the dots and seeing the other things and, thinking about, okay, if this is true, then, out of logic, this follows. I don't necessarily think it's a harmful thing to do.
You can think up any formulation of how you get to the truth that you want, but there's a very specific method called the scientific method, and that's what science is. So if it's not that, it's not science. You can give it another word if you want. The only reason you're attached to the notion is because you've been given this idea that science equals true, and then they go around calling anything science that they want you to believe, even when it's not actually science. That's what we're fighting against. We're actually defending science, actual science, and we're calling out the pseudoscience of the globe.
Yeah, so I'll give you an example of astronomy, right? We've talked to astrophysicists, many of them. I've talked to probably 3 PhDs. So let me give you an example of how they determine whether there's an exoplanet. They look at the brightness of a star and how it dims and gets brighter, and they go, "That's a planet."
Right.
By watching the light, the intensity of light change.
Yeah, I've seen.
Now, to say that that's not a leap of fucking logic, dude.
Well, I don't know. Look, you can say things, right? And at face value, you might think, well, that doesn't make any fucking sense, right? And this is also something
no, it makes sense. Listen, it makes sense, but it could be any innumerable amount of things that make the fucking light get brighter and dimmer.
Right. It could be, but maybe they argue that the other things are not the causation of the light dimming. For example,
there's no way to know without the experiment. That's the point. There's no way to know without the experiment. Whether there's a confounding variable or whether there's some other variable that you don't know about.
Right.
That's the point of doing an experiment. You have an independent variable and a dependent variable, and if there's other variables that could possibly be the cause, you control them so they can't actually be the cause, right? They're called control variables, and then you do the experiment.
I think it's not necessary. I think what they're doing is operating on things that are much easier to prove via experiments, and they're just trying to connect the dots, just very simply put.
They're operating under their suppositional worldview of a heliocentric globe paradigm that they were taught. They're not operating from some intuitive or empirical basis for what they're observing in the sky. They're presuming that the Earth is a ball, everything else is a ball floating around in a them figuring that out. That's a philosophy, a religion. That's what they're going on.
Yeah, I think when the empirical method of obtaining evidence and making conclusion, if that's all that matters, then you can argue that astronomers are just astronomy is a pseudoscience for like the most part. I understand that's what you're trying to.
Yeah, I gave you what the empirical observation was. They saw a star get brighter and dimmer. That's their empirical observation.
Yeah, and they do it by satellites or telescopes on Earth, but they don't really have they can't really touch the star or whatever. It's just trying to
That's the point.
We've been speculating on the luminaries since time began, and the current hypothesis that some invisible bending and warping space-time fabric is causing everything to move around is no more plausible or far-fetched than claiming that chariots are dragging the lights around, right? Neither are proven by experiment or evidenced in any way. It's just speculating based on a world view. That's exactly what modern astronomy is.
I think it's not necessarily an incredibly unreasonable thing to do when you can very much argue on the things.
It is actually incredibly unreasonable. Do you know what happens to gas in a vacuum?
Okay. What happens to gas in a vacuum? Well,
it doesn't form a ball. Does it?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't form a ball. What does water do in a vacuum?
Probably start boiling.
Yeah, it doesn't wrap around and form a ball around something else. So yeah, the entire cosmology is ludicrous on its face. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I think. I think I want to. Right now, I am kind of late because I want to go outside right now. But yeah, we should probably definitely talk about like experiments, right? And should talk about doing that. Actually reviewing the experiments that you guys have done.
Oh, listen, we're here 24/7, so you come back anytime and you go and check out those experiments. So if you're on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, I don't know if you're on that, but you should be. That's our home server. That's got loads of resources that you can look into. Look at the additional information section.
Yeah, sure. No, I was just trying to hop in here, and you guys were just talking to another group of people earlier that you guys perceived to be disruptive and stuff, and I was being asked questions, and from then on we developed we developed a conversation about stuff. But yeah, ideally, I would like to talk. I would like to look at the evidence you guys put forth.
But we're not going to stop you, so yeah.
That's the way I logically came to a point where I realized the things that I believed in wasn't adding up to what was being said or like presented. So I think like that's why I like doing that, because that was that's kind of like the way I got to where I'm at today. But I understand what you're saying totally. Like it's easier just to cut it off. And when I say cut it off, I mean like don't go down that road with them and just keep them like hold them to the fire of like exactly what you're I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying.
I've explained this earlier that this is an unfair realm. You're using logic and reason. They are not. I've said this many times. It should be applicable to conversations that you have in this, flat Earth, globe Earth discussion. Like, so when you have it with them, they're not playing fair. You are. You're trying to reason with them. That seems like the approach, right? Isn't that what you're trying to do? You're trying to reason with them. They're not. I'm trying to tell you guys, they're not trying to do the thing you're doing. It seems effective in your own mind. You're trying to work it out. They're not trying for that. They don't care about working it out. They want to win.
Yeah, it ends up being that meme where the guy's talking to the wall. That's exactly what it ends up being.
Yeah, that's why I said. And then you think, in your mind, you work it out to like, well, I can see how this could be effective if the person could use their logic and reason. Let me appeal to that. They don't care. They're identifying with this paradigm of a cosmology that does not exist. and they're trying for you to see that they don't care how incoherent, discombobulated, like obtuse. They don't care. They're just gonna keep continuing to say Earth is round, Earth is round. Like that's the level that we're dealing with. So you have to expose that. Either that, or you're gonna get the result of like being frustrated, and it's just never gonna go your way. That's why, like I was saying, like this realm is unfair. I wish it was the way you think, like to reach people and just reason with them, but that's just not. It's never going to be that.
It actually, it's also too a way to, you can quickly tell who's an anti-flat earther and who's a glober that just still believes and but just needs to have that conversation, because it does open up for them to ask question after question after question, and then you actually get to a point where they're actually listening to your answers and not being so defensive. And like I said, it really you can see who's anti-flat Earth, who's not.
There's a time and place for, I think, those kind of discussions, but I think there has to be a few barriers that get knocked down before you get to that place where you think that it's best to have that conversation.
Yeah,
there's a time and place for that. It's just not right away. Right away, there's way too many walls in the way. When you try to logic and reason with them at the beginning, it falls on deaf ears. They're resistant. But if you knock down a few of those walls, get them to realize there's nothing they have to offer, then you can come, and ones are defenseless, right? They're like, oh, okay, well then how does it work? Then they start asking you.
And they're willing.
Then you can come in with a bit of logic and reason. Perhaps it will land somewhere they can think.
Yeah, true.
But
I agree.
But I mean, listen, man. I told Rebel Andrews, I'm like, you do you. If you think that your method is the way to do it, it's just you see the result, right? When you try to do that, and they're just laughing, and they're like, dude, you're just denying the fact that you don't understand flight paths, and then you're just, no, that's not what I'm saying. And you get frustrated, right?
Yeah, I get it. I hear you. Like no one, earlier, no one, he kept saying, oh, if I draw 3 lines and it doesn't, and I used, the theorem and Pythagorean theorem, I'm like, dude, you're right. He doesn't get and I told him multiple times, dude, there's a cooked in algorithm that's including curve. So
you're trying to reason with him. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what you're doing.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, you're trying to reason with him. And he doesn't see reason, dude. I'm telling you, these guys are not playing in the same realm that you are.
True.
They don't care. And then it frustrates you because it's not using the. You're gonna off on a tangent.
Yeah, you're right. It's funny how right you are.
Well, because it's like a identity crisis, man. These guys they're trying to deal with it in some way. And the way that they deal with their identity crisis is to try to see if they can debunk truth by piling on more claims. They just pile on more claims. They don't ever, verify anything. Like the guy earlier, he's like, well, it's like an orange. Think about it. Well, okay, it's not an orange. It's a sphere. Dude, it's the same idea. You're just trying to make it sound like you're saying something new. It's not.
Right.
It's just weird. It's cope, they're coping. So.
True.
And, it's like Rebel Andrews is like, I've been doing this for 6 years. Well, I mean, have you took stock of how you've been doing it? Because what's your ability to, get the conversation to a point where you are the one showing them instead of them showing you? So
he was in here earlier, I believe.
Rebel Andrews, yeah.
Yeah.
6 years, dude. That's a while. I think I've been close to that. I'm 10 years already. From the time that 2015, it was somewhere in October, I think.
I forget my age sometimes, dude. Time's flying so fast.
For sure.
And it only seems to go faster. That's what's crazy. The older you get, the faster it flies by. I'm like, wait, what? We're already going to be in May? What happened in January, bro?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell?
That is true. Time does go by quickly, I guess, when you look back.
Yeah, especially the older you get.
Who's Neo? We have Neo in here. Oh, he's deafened.
Oh shit!
It's gonna be nice if we go back on Twitter and talk to those guys over there. They had there was a. Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, what happened to Friday Night Flavors or Friday Night?
Oh yeah. Flat Earth Fridays.
Yeah, Flat Earth Fridays. What happened to that?
They fizzled out. It's like there's just not enough. There's not enough to reach into the basket of like how many esoteric topics we have to talk about. Like you can only. It's got a limit, dude.
Like I don't.
And then you don't have the logistics to keep it, because that's the other thing too. If you're not consistent, you don't have the logistics. If nobody's actually, because I think it was a random person that would start it up, right? It was what's his name? I think 100 Keys or something like that. What his name was? He's a flat earther or something. It's that one guy who was running it. I know Sheepdog had a part in it somehow. And then they have their little band of merry men, that do it.
Yeah.
But that's the other thing, though. They used to pile in the numbers. They used to get some people listening. But mainly it's because a lot of people like to speculate on topics. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just when you go hard in the paint on just speculation, I think that's a bit detrimental.
I go hard in the motherfucker. I'm back.
What's up, man?
What happened to Sacred?
I think that's who I'm talking about. I might have got his name wrong. I think it might have been Sacred.
Sacred was
it's
the
like
one that was
Sacred. And is that his full name? Like his handle?
Sacred, but he had like all kinds of like weird symbols in his name. Like,
Yeah. I think that's the guy who I'm talking about.
The Greek E all backwards, and like it was all weird.
Yeah, maybe that's him. He was the guy who used to run it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Flat Earth Fridays.
Yeah, it was Sacred. And I don't know what happened to them, dude.
I was telling Rebel Andrus to bring over the hard-nosed Globers. I think he was talking about Stingray. We dealt with Stingray back in the day. 24/7.
Yeah.
We've dealt with him. We've dispatched a few of these like hard cases. The ones that the newbie flat earthers are dealing with these days. Because they don't know how to deal with the level of sophistry that they that they put out.
Yeah, matter of fact,
it's pretty high level, man, nowadays, like for them.
Yeah, back when I was in Arkansas, so 3 years ago now, or 2.5 years, I was talking to Stingray, like for like an hour or two on TikTok. I was like on his little live stream, and we're going back and forth and back and forth. I was trying to tell him, dude, you're deceiving these people. You keep like having this perspective view of the boat, and then you show it from the side, and you like kind of like the same thing that Jesse does.
Is he an amateur or is he a professional? He's an amateur, huh?
He's an amateur, but he does like I forget what he does, but like he has a career where he's really good with like AutoCAD. I forgot what he does. Like
yeah, I know he had something because we talked to him. I know he was something. I just didn't know what he was.
Like he's like a graphic designer or something like that. Like I don't know. He's really good with that. Oh, sure. And then the reason why you're saying 100, I think, because Sacred is called like 100 crypto keys or something like that.
100 crypto keys. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
that's it.
But
he was running Flat Earth Fridays.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, but he hasn't posted anything for like a long while. Like I don't know. So, anyways, and I haven't seen him on Flat Earth Fridays. But going back to what I was saying, so Stingray, we're talking and talking, and then I said, you know what? And I called him by his real name, and then he was kind of like, wait, what? Like, how do you know me? And I'm like, dude, you go way back, bro. Like, I'm like, I know you from Discord. He's like, oh yes, Discord. You know the way he talks with his accent. Oh yes, Discord. Yes. How are those guys? How are you guys doing? How's your buddy Nathan doing? Yeah, he knows everybody. He knows who. Yeah. He remembers. But like, dude, way back then he got wrecked, dude. Like they wrecked him a long time ago. I remember. So
I kind of like that some of them don't know who we are. It keeps us in the shadows a little bit. Because when it really counts and it's time for us to make a scene, it's gonna be big, dude. We're gonna be popping up on the scene, or the young kids call pull up. When we pull up, they're gonna realize that they have nothing against 24/7. Like, we are unmatched when it comes to arguments for cosmology, and that's the reason why we have a different decorum whenever we start talking about this conversation. We kind of keep our swords sharp. Like, the ones who lead the arguments are the ones that are top tier, debaters and such.
Yeah.
So if people are coming in here, they're gonna meet the whirlwind, so to speak. They don't know what they're in for, and I think some of the academic types, when they come in here and they meet us, they find out that it's very difficult. Like, I was talking to ITR when I first met him, and I have it recorded on one of my YouTube channels, and we went round and round, pun intended, with the topic of the globe, him producing the evidence, and him as an astrophysicist, or at least training to be astrophysicist, didn't have the answers to how the Earth is a globe empirically. Couldn't verify it. And he had to actually appeal to Jupiter. Imagine that. Something other than the Earth to prove that the Earth is a globe.
They always do that. That's what happened earlier with that guy that said, talking about the thing in the sky, with the orange. The orange is the Earth, because you're right. They always have to appeal to something else to. Like, yeah, that's great. I get what you're saying, but that's not Earth. Like, what do you?
Those gods of debate are only gods that people have hoisted up and made lofty because of the fact that they are in a realm where they're not rivaled by anyone who's got a position that can undermine their complete epistemology. And we have what it takes to take them down, but there's going to be a time and place for that, right? Like, right now, they're running around calling themselves kings of, globe Earth debating and such. They don't know. They're fools, running around. And then they deal with the esoteric types, and then there's like full-on debates for hours upon end. It's like, dude, it's not supposed to last that long. You guys you're doing way too much. It's not a freaking spectacle where somebody's gonna reason with you. They're not trying for that. You are. For some reason, you want them to see the logic behind what you're saying. They don't give a shit.
I'm a nice.
They don't care.
I'm too nice, bro. I'm too you know what it is, bro? I put too much faith and trust in people, bro. Like, I'm like, you can do it. Like, I know you can. I believe.
Hey, Puck, I've seen you do it where there was days where you just had enough shit. Like, I know that because I was there. Where you have enough shit, and you talked about specifically your experience that you have as an iron worker, and a lot of the people that, and I think even telecommunications, you're dealing with Dish at some point.
Yeah.
So you use both of those, dude, and you slam dunk like the points where they couldn't rebut you, and you were sharp as a sword. But I think there's moments where you feel like I got enough in the chamber to take these guys out. I'm just gonna, kind of reason with them. And the moment you do that, it's like all hell breaks loose, man. Because they run around you and they frustrate you. And I hear it, dude. Like, you get frustrated, but it's like you always have the best, ammunition to take them down, like, and expose them immediately. Like, you can parade them around with your knowledge and experience.
Yeah,
that's why. When I first heard you talking about you doing the iron work, like, that thought was amazing. That you had that, you had the experience, and you had people that work with tools that demonstrates that the Earth is not a globe, and like the way you guys operate. And so, to me, I thought that was you could always have, because that's you, right? That's you do that portion of it where you show them that this isn't true, that the Earth isn't being measured that way.
Right.
So,
My experience.
anyway.
Yeah. No experience. Not saying, oh, I read it in a book, or we know that they do. Like, no, you don't do that. No, we don't. Yeah. So I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I kid around sometimes with you, man, about pyramids and shit, but I know that you have the intellect to actually you've taken them down, man. Like, so I don't know. I get it kind of like I don't know, disheartened when I hear you like trying to reason with these clowns and they're not trying for that and they're frustrating you and it's like, oh shit, man. Like, yeah.
You're like, why don't you just pull out the gun already?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was like, dude, you got a perfectly good freaking shellacking point over here. I don't know. But I mean, it's like you do what you do, you know?
Yeah, I have to be in that mood. You know what I mean? Like,
I know you got to be frustrated. You're like, okay, enough of this shit. You know, like you like. But it's difficult because, like I said, people when they come in here, they're trying to make it sound like it's just like they're dressing it up like the Earth is a globe and every way possible. You can hear them constructing their arguments and making it sound like, oh yeah, the globe Earth, it exists. It does. Look, we got flight plans and we got, videos and we got all kinds of stuff. We got academia backing us up. Flat earthers, what do they have? Oh, the Earth is flat. Oh yeah, I forgot. That's what they got. They got a belief system. That's all flat earthers have. And so what they do is just like, being in court. They're trying to paint a picture. And the picture they're painting to the audience is one of discrediting any validity that flat earth has at all. So
yeah, they tend to do that a lot.
Yeah, they do. They poison the well immediately. And the person I'm speaking to really doesn't know what they're talking about. They don't know math. They don't know science. All they got is this flat earth belief. That's it. And so you are just like, okay, I'm up against somebody that's just painted me in a bad light. And then the moment you start speaking, everybody's like, oh, yeah, what's he talking about? Like they're already thinking that way. So you have to work through the poisoning the well fallacy. You know what I mean? You're the underdog. Yeah. Because the prevailing theory is that Earth is a globe. So yeah. So that's why it's like when you come through, it's shock and awe. It's hot and heavy. It's always like you come out with your best. Look, man, this guy can say whatever he wants. I was an iron worker. I was in a place where people were actually utilizing the earth as a flat earth. Like you can straight out the gate, man.
Right. Like when they go, we build bridges. I'm like, oh, really? No, we don't actually. And I've built a bridge before. Like, I've worked on several bridges before. Like, no, it's not the way it fucking works, bro.
So yeah, you're right. Like when using that personal experience really can shut them up real quick because they're
weren't an amateur. You were not an amateur. And I think that's the part where, these people who are wannabes, they're like, well, I've measured too. And I use my theodolite. You're like, dude, have you done it on a professional level? No. People didn't depend on your information being correct for buildings constructed for millions of dollars.
Exactly.
You're just some floppy guy on the internet trying to act like you know what you're talking about. Nobody would invest money in your expertise to get the job done. Right. So no, you're not a professional. You're an amateur attempting a feeble explanation that Earth being a globe, but you fail because nobody would depend on you. So, you have to, you crush them, dude, immediately stomp on them, like, so that they don't, doesn't resurface. So you stop, because, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to fluff up the idea that they can do this kind of, idea that the earth is a globe and measure globe, and they can't do it because it's bad, dude,
it's funny too that like the surveyors on TikTok that are they're anti-flat earthers on TikTok and they're constantly talking shit, or the people like in Discord, the guys who are anti-flat earther surveyors. Like the funny thing about all of them is that, and I'll even fucking tell them, like, dude, and I know that if you were to try to turn in that work in a professional setting, your shit will not get stamped. It will not get signed off. Because you're using the equipment in ways that you're not even supposed to be using it. Like that will never meet anyone's fucking. If you turn that into your fucking boss, he'll be like, "Wait, what do you mean? What are you taking shots from 4 miles away? What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah, exactly.
No, they know better, bro. But in the world of fucking online, let me, go spread some, fucking bullshit. Like, you can be like, I take a shot at 40 miles away, a mountain, and no one's fucking doing that, bro. Nobody at a professional level, at least.
Did you
So, yeah, I
even
get what you're
like?
saying.
It's cool because you can even ask them. So what is this practically going to be good for? What you're trying to attempt to do here? You know what they say? Nothing. Just to disprove that the Earth is flat. That's it.
Yeah.
That's the only reason for it, and it's not even practical. Like so, and it has no place in practicality, none whatsoever. You can't. There's not gonna. You can use this for anything.
Yeah, exactly. Other than trying to prove an argument, that's not even even helping you because it's not even it's false. Like when they show that diagram of like, oh, here's like over 30 observations, and look at the arc. I'm like, dude, like, are you kidding me? Like, all they're proving is that the further away something gets, the lower optically of an angle it gets. That's all they're proving. It's like me spending all this time going to casinos, looking down the corridors in their hallways, and like taking an angle like to the fucking paintings on the wall. And then I chart it. I'm like, look, every fucking corridor is curving down away from me. Like, remember that one guy in X? He's like, oh, casinos are built floors that are curved.
This guy, there was something wrong with that guy. Like,
dude, that was the funniest shit, bro.
Because you have to reach for, like, you're grasping at straws, bro. When you're desperate enough to say that,
right?
That's desperation. Oh, check it out, man. We got El Durin who's in here arguing on the text. El Durin, if you're there, welcome to the forum. I don't think I've seen your name here, but paging El Durin, paging El Durin. Please come to the office.
Maybe he just wants to chat it out.
Hello. You guys were talking, so I didn't want to interrupt. I'm just.
Oh, no, please. Yeah, that's all right. So it looks like you're arguing about
not arguing
a position for the Earth as a globe. Well, we consider it arguing because you're going back and forth with Says Who and Jenna.
Oh,
so
it's curiosity only.
All right. Well, let's see about if your curiosity. So you think the Earth is a globe? Yes.
I don't know. I never been outside and saw.
So would you say you're Earth agnostic?
You could say that. That's a funny expression.
Excellent. Well, I've heard it being used here, so I'm just kind of applying it to maybe perhaps what you think. So you're not really sure. Although the prevailing theory is that the Earth is a globe, and everybody's been told this, and so you're kind of looking at the mind of a flat earther, and yeah, you're doing that kind of stuff. Well, it seems like, anyways, when I'm reading from what you're posting.
Yeah. I'm curious about people's mind and how they perceive the world and why they do what they do.
Well, guess what? That's my job. I love doing that. So I examine everybody that comes in here that thinks that the Earth could be other than what we experience. I think it's curious, right? That people can be duped so easily into believing something that's not true, and when actually pushed and actually shown that it's not true, they still reject it, it's curious to me. I find that fascinating. How is it possible when somebody's given the empirical evidence that the Earth is not what they've been told and is actually a flat and stationary Earth, that they still reject it? Now, you couldn't even, I've been to many conversations, so I'm saying this with experience, you couldn't even imagine the amount of cope that takes place when this happens. So we can try to see if we can work something out, Ildurin, and see if maybe perhaps you can not be like one of those, or perhaps maybe you will. Who knows? We will never know until we identify if it's possible for you to realize if the Earth is or is not a globe, or what it is, right? Because you're Earth agnostic currently.
Yeah, I don't believe I'm smart enough to do the maths and all this, or even to understand if somebody tells me. I'm just a curious person.
Well, let's take your curiosity to the next step, right? Because curious people want to know things, yeah? So let's see. We can walk to the beach together in our thought experiment. We'll walk to the beach together, and we look upon the watery parts of the Earth, right? The ocean. And we look upon there, and we see the horizon. Now, that horizon, well, it appears flat to you and me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Okay. Well, we see the Earth for what it looks like, and it seems like it's a flat Earth because that's what it looks like. But then we try to imagine, okay, well, that's just our perspective. Perhaps It's just a bigger globe. And we can't imagine it being a globe because we're, amoebas on a beach ball or something, right? We're tiny.
Right.
You get me? To follow?
I get you. I've seen a lot of documentaries, and I was taught in school and all this.
Right, but we're talking just basic observation, nothing more. You don't got to be a smart guy to look upon the Earth. You just got to see the Earth. So
Yeah, everything looks flat. Yes.
Yes. It looks this way.
I would just say the only thing that doesn't look flat is like the sky. If I look.
Yeah. It looks like an arc, like it's curved. That's fine.
Yes, exactly.
But the Earth itself, right, is what's in question at the moment. People think they live on a giant ball, this planet Earth. So when you look upon the watery parts of the Earth and the ocean, and you're standing with me at the beach, we say, hey, man, that horizon looks flat. That's fine, right, for our perspective. So people are being told, however, that the horizon is the edge of the sphere. That's as far as your eyes can see, because beyond that horizon is the curve of the Earth, and it's curving away from you. Have you heard of that before?
I guess, yeah.
Right. So people are being told that the Earth is something that it is not. So now you start to imagine, how is it possible that I can think about the Earth being a globe when it doesn't look like a globe? It's not curving like one, for sure. So from left to right, I don't see it. There's no curvature. I can just see a flat horizon. So if we observe the Earth as flat, and if we wanted to test, right, long-distance observations either display convexity or they do not. So according to the size of the Earth, being a globe, right, let's say with a radius of 3959, which is accordance to the metrics of the claimed globe radius, right, 3959 miles. So we utilize a little bit of math and geometry. We're going to figure out distance between, let's say, a known distance away. Like you can use a demarcation point where you're going to say, okay, I know from me to that thing over there is this many miles. And if there was this many miles between me and the target distance, then I should say that in between me and that target distance, there should be a specific amount of curvature. If it was a globe, right? Long distance observations will provide the evidence that we would need for the geometric shape of the Earth to be present, right? It should be predictable. It should be somewhere between me and that thing I'm seeing in the target distance, that there should be a little bit of obstruction, right? Earth curve should start getting in the way because it's a ball, right? It's curving. Now, what if we did that test and we didn't find any curvature obstructing our view? What if for miles on end, beyond the predictable amount of the Earth getting in the way, we could still see our target distance? Well, we got a problem. That means that the Earth, as it is, with a radius of 3959, doesn't equate to the Earth being that ball of the size that they say it is. Very curious, right? Long distance observations. That's what we've been doing this all of our life. All of our life. Everybody in this room has been making long distance observations most of their lives. And unbeknownst to them, they've been having the proof all along that the Earth is not a globe and it's definitely a flat Earth. Flat horizontal topographical plane. Yeah? Okay. So it's important that when we have the measurement attached to the observation, we now have a method to prove that the Earth is not a globe and is indeed a horizontal plane. Furthermore, we're going to also go with how we can practically use the Earth, right? Well, how are we going to navigate across it? Do we have to consider the Earth being a globe?
I wanted to ask this. Like,
sure, go ahead.
How does all this knowledge make your life better? Or
because think about it like this: we're asking the philosophical questions. Why are we here? What's our purpose? Right. All these things, right? And it seems like most of them are just like deep thoughts, right? Well, those are deep thoughts that people have. Pretty deep subjects, Probably you might say nobody has the answers to, or whatever. But if we're asking these questions, right, we want to know where our place is in the universe. So we're trying to figure all this out, man. Why are we here? Who put us here? Is there a reason why we're here? All these things. So most of them are going to deal with the earth in some kind of way, right? Because that's where we live. We live on this earth. We're on top of it. So if this thing is what they're saying it is, and the earth is a ball in a cosmology where you're in an ever-expanding universe, well, that means that you're either, significant or insignificant. One of those. But that only means that if we were placed here by an intelligent being, that means that there could be some significance of you existing in this place. Or insignificant. Nature just created everything for no apparent reason, and there's no rhyme or reason as to why you're here. You just spontaneously became an intelligent being out of dead matter. A long time ago. It rained on the rocks, as they say, right?
Oh,
and so, the first
chance, if
yes,
let's say.
But see, here's the psychological.
There's still.
Yeah, remember when you were saying I examine people? This is what I'm doing right now with you in your mind. When you say there could be a chance, there isn't any reason why you should think that, except for you want to believe in a paradigm that gives you reason to think that there is no way that there could be any rhyme or reason to our existence. So you're trying to, in a way, make it sound like it's a possibility. But there's no way that you can verify this in any way. It's like you're trying to make it sound like it's a viable option. But in this particular mindset that you have, there's nothing you can draw to any conclusive information that it's the case in any way, demonstrated, put forward in how you're going to get this theory to work up to be, like to get somebody to think that it could be the case that we're just all came up from dead matter. You know what I mean? There's no way that you can do that. All we got is just some people saying that we spontaneously came out of nowhere for no apparent reason at all, and now we all exist with intelligent minds to contemplate the world around us. That's pretty absurd if you ask me, from that standpoint. But some people think that that's a position to think about,
So the flat, being in a flat plane or Earth,
yes.
how you call, makes you more inclined to think that there is a creator that made you with a purpose?
Very specifically, we were put into an environment and I'm going to say it this way, there might be some more questions followed by what I say, but that's fine. We are in an enclosed environment. That enclosed environment includes all of nature and the wonderful things that we have here. People can look into and become a part of and such, but everything is intricately woven together between the systems in nature to our own biological system. Like everything, it has a rhyme and reason. It's got purpose. It's got meaning. All of it does. It just seems like we've been drowned out with the noise that it doesn't have any relevant meaning to life. Like it's just all random. There's no coherence. And the argument would be for intelligent design is that there is intent. There is reason. There's always something that we can look to, that we can appeal to, that there is a creator. So
in your personal belief system, do you have a certain creator in mind, like an alien?
Well, let's put it this way. I'll just give it to you. I'll give it to you in a way that could make it a bit more broad. That it doesn't take a certain religious point of view to think about a creator. It would be necessitated in the dichotomy of creation. So it either was created by a creator, everything you see, or it all spontaneously erupted out of, for no apparent reason, really, just because. Nature just made everything. So it either is a creator or there is no creator.
Yeah, I guess.
And it's broad, so there's no religious aspect to it. You don't have to be a Muslim, a Christian, a Buddhist. You don't have to do any of that, because you can see that there was a rhyme or reason because it was intelligently put together, or there wasn't any intelligence that put it together.
What is your suspicion of what is the reason and the purpose? Is it like an experiment this creator is doing to see what happens? And
yeah, that's more of a philosophical. That's more of a philosophical conversation. But I think what we're answering here, in this particular arena, is the fact that if we see all of the things in nature and the systems that are operating in such a way that they are woven together, right? They exist, they coexist with each other to work together. All the gas, the gas that we have in the air, to like the water, like all the things, the way you and I like interact with our environment, everything has like a an interaction that we can have this exchange with life the way it is, right?
Right.
And then we have information transfer. How does information get transferred from one organism to the other? It's very unique. It's very amazing.
Through the senses. And
we can get into a little bit of it, but I mean, for the most part, I like to stay on the surface, because if we dive too hard into the specifics, the minutia, and we get lost in like talking about the specifics. But I want to keep it on topic with the globe Earth flat Earth discussion. So all of this means that people that believe they live in a fantasy globe Earth with a cosmology of a solar system and furthermore a galaxy, like all of these things are mental constructs. They're designed to keep the mind thinking about things that have no relevance to reality itself, but rather a fantasy notion that we exist in a bigger construct. So this all what it does, it breeds nihilism, it breeds humanistic kind of ideas, and it doesn't leave room for a creator.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yes. And then of course it also breeds randomness, incoherentness. There's no particular reason why we have to be a certain way. Morality goes out the door. Like there's a lot of things that you can do in that type of environment. So it becomes discombobulated reality anyway. You're not able to pull together a reason why you would be doing anything positive, because you could be as negative as you want to be, because it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, you're just worm food. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. I saw that even psychologists, people, they say we need a narrative for life, or else everybody just become, like you said, nihilistic.
Yes.
And they will turn to, it will probably lead to suicidal tendencies, because then
debauchery, degeneracy, ethics, like you name it, the worst level. Yes, it would be a world you would not want to live in. No laws, you know what I mean? Like everybody does what it pleases their hearts, and that being anything, right? That being anything, because what pleases you is not necessarily what pleases the next person.
Yeah.
So
we need some rules.
And so what flat Earth, and when we get into the deeper conversations, of course, it shows us that nature has laws that it abides by, and when those laws are trying to be broken by those who think that we live in a Big Bang cosmology, then we show them that it's not possible. You can't break the laws of nature. You'd have to supersede them in some way. And when you do, you're going to have to show how the laws of nature are superseded. So therefore, the logically consistent argument for flat Earth is that it's observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
So
this is the case, Eldurin.
In this perspective of life, you are in a closed environment created by something or someone, and the things that the common people say is like planets and stars and all this goes around you, correct? Like not the other way around.
Yes.
And what are they, in your opinion? What are the little bright spots in the sky?
No, they're just luminaries. They're what we call stars. But as far as what they're ascribed to be, that's a different topic. Because they ascribe them to be, plasma.
Decoration.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, there's a narrative that's attached to them. They're either spiritual beings, they're plasma, they're, planets. There's something that people want to say that they are. But I'm going to be honest with you, not a single human can tell you exactly what they are because not a single human can verify what they are.
Okay. Yeah.
Makes sense?
I agree. Even if they believe this planet is just a word for what it is, they don't know what
it's a placeholder.
it really is. If it's alive, it's not. All this.
You're right. It's a placeholder for their idea, what they believe. A long time ago, they used to think they were gods, right?
Yeah.
And that's all I tell people today, I'm like, it's no different than it was back then. You just call them planets, and you think they're formations of rock and iron and ice. Really, you think all of these things are what you see? But back then, they used to think they were gods. So what makes your explanation any different than theirs? You can't verify it, neither could they.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it makes sense, right? So.
Yeah. If I gotta be wise and humble, and say if I cannot verify, I should not jump into conclusions.
Correct. Which is, and I mean, mind you, there's a lot of flat earthers that will take the esoteric position. They will say, well, there's, we live in ether, or we live, these, there's a map of the earth on the moon, or whatever. There's lots of ideas. There's more land out there. There's outer ponds. There's out there, really. And they want to make you.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. But I know, but there's a lot of ideas that people say about what they think.
I want to go explore.
Yeah, but that's not I'm telling you that it's a contrast to what we hold in here in this room. We're not going to be going off and saying there's all this kind of stuff. Yeah, like Quetz is.
So why don't you guys get together? I even would go as well, like form a little army, so to speak, and go explore the other places.
Well, yeah, we don't need to do that.
Big topic.
Like, what do you think? Eldurin, what do you think what would be the purpose of that mission?
To explore is a curiosity.
To boldly go where no man has gone before? To explore new worlds, new civilizations? That's the plot for Star Trek,
yes,
bro.
See what's going on. Yeah, after the wall or something like this. What are they hiding?
Well, you already know what they're hiding. This argument exists because of that. They're hiding reality in plain sight, brother. This is what we've been saying. Like this form exists is because they're hiding reality in plain sight. The earth as you know it has always been what it was. It's a psychological mind job they've put on top of you, and you don't even realize it. I could be telling you this, and when you first came into this, Eldurin, like in this room, you're earth agnostic. When I gave you this idea, right? Well, you don't really know what the earth is. And the reason being, you're a bit confused is because they've given you a choice to think about reality in a way that you can't understand it to be. So you're confused. That's fine. A lot of people are. And what we're talking about.
But I might be. Maybe.
Yes. But I'm saying it's by design, Eldurin. It's by design. The system as it is, the one that we grew up with, right? I don't know how old you are, but I am, as old as I am. I grew up with a system that already showed us what to think instead of how to think, sir.
Oh, yes. Yes, this is programming, how do you call predictive programming, subliminal message, propaganda, all this. I'm aware. even if it's globe or not, I'm aware
Well,
that.
yeah, and the thing is too, they were teaching us how to mock flat Earth at an early age, because they said when Christopher Columbus was sailing the oceans, he was thinking that the Earth could be flat and they could fall over the edge. And there's depictions of images of boats going over an edge, and this is what's implanted in people's minds.
Portuguese. Yeah.
I'm Portuguese descent, by the way. But yeah, this is important. I think is that we've been put this information in our minds, so it's there somewhere, and we have a visceral reaction to the fact that people say the words "flat Earth." It's kind of like it's triggering, if you will.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes, it's true.
And it's there by design. So, I mean, we have an uphill battle over here in this channel, and it's not easy to, get to the place where we're reasoning with people, because logic and reason seems to have left the building when we talk to somebody who believes the Earth's a globe. It's a fantasy. That's all it is.
Might be, yeah.
Well, demonstratively, yeah? Because we put the people to the task when it comes to these questions, if the Earth is a globe or not. And it seems like they will do whatever it takes to believe in their fantasy. We akin it to...
And
yes.
You got to understand this, yes, because you are not purposefully, but if somebody has been believing this their whole life and they don't have open mind for new information, you're indirectly crushing their whole life experience, and they have to, quote unquote, rebirth. So it's understandable that people will get defensive. It's maybe not even conscious. I can understand this. But,
absolutely.
Yeah.
The visceral reaction that people have with the word flat Earth it's on full display when they come in here, and they're like, "Oh, you're a flat earther," and they mock the channel, or they demean the people in here, whatever it is, because it just simply can't be the thing that they think that it can't be. It's a globe. How can it be anything else? So I don't know if you've ever studied people in a cult, but that's what that's like. It's like people in a cult. When they have a cult mindset, nothing will change their mind, not even reality itself. You can demonstrate truth to them, they do not care. They will adhere and conform to an idea versus like what you can demonstrate in the physical and natural world. And I think that is detrimental to the human mind. So,
right.
But all we ask for is, somebody to give us a little space to talk about, and if they can be challenged in a way they could consider it, and that's all. That's it. Just consider it. Consider it, and you can process this however you like. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I consider it. And if this is the case, I want to go and explore.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, you could explore. Everybody feels like, what they want to do, and if it's your point to explore, then so be it. Explore away. Explore into your heart's content and go wherever you want to go. And if somebody wants to join you on that mission, then so be it too. But as far as this goes for me and some people in here, I'm good. I've already reached the level of where I don't need to go and find out what's over there. I'm right here and I know what the Earth is. So if you feel like you can't know until you reach some certain point, that's you.
Have some people already tried to go there and they meet, some military guys that say, you cannot pass here. And they're like with cameras and all this, and they say, well, we don't care. We are in the same place as you are, and you are not owner of this place. Was there ever like a fight like this?
I mean, that happens with just crossing different boundaries of territories. Durin, did you know that? That doesn't
I'm aware.
necessitate like going to the extremities of like the realm. That just means that you're trying to go to a different location. You get stopped by military and they're like, what are you doing over here? You don't belong here. Like they can just tell you that from going to a different land.
Yeah, I already did that, and I did it legally. So I run
Yeah.
over them.
So it seems like that would be the question to ask if you're trying to figure out the extent of the realm. But at the same time, you could easily answer that yourself by saying, well, I already know if I cross a different land, I will be stopped by the military of that specific region. They would say, what are you doing here? You don't belong here. Where's your passport? Where's your permissions? Yeah,
Like
you know
they
this is
own
true.
This. Yeah, I'm laughing because they think they own me and this place.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way the world is, Duran. When you and I exist in this world. So there is such a thing as that. So it's not like far-fetched that military will stop you if you in an area where you don't belong. That's just true.
Yes.
So
Alpha, what do you think of satellites? Do they exist or it's just a hoax?
No, satellites exist.
So how do they orbit Earth?
Orbiting Earth would denote the fact that you think that they're going around something. So do you think that a satellite would orbit a globe, Taran?
So it's just flying up in the air, right?
No, I'm asking you a question. I need a specific answer to the question I ask. Do you think they're going around a globe?
That's correct.
Okay. What evidence do you have of this globe?
Google Maps.
Okay, Google Maps. Now, how does Google Maps give you an indication that you live on an oblate spheroid?
Because when I have to go from one city to another city, they don't go in a straight line. They go in a curved line because it matches the curvature of Earth, and that displacement is less. That's the displacement, not the distance. So because that's the best possible route, because if you go straight from a flight from point A to point B, it will be longer compared to, let's say, if you go from point A to B on Earth in a curved route on a plane.
All right, who's measured this curvature that you think exists?
We have multiple satellites, we have multiple sea explorations, and we have multiple.
Yes, these are all great points that you think you have, but there's nobody specific that measured it. So you're saying ambiguous information that leads to no source of information. We want to know the point of origin where this thing was actually measured. Who's done that?
So just like the way I believe that I have a heart that is pumping blood in my veins, I believe the same thing, that the Earth is spherical.
Yeah,
but we breathe oxygen, or we.
Yeah, but can ancient? Yes. Ancient people up until today have explored the Earth. Yes.
Well, not as much as the modern humans have done with the.
That's fine. That's fine. So you have a belief-based system that you can't verify. Anybody that's ever tested the curvature or rotundity of a spherical planet, the idea that you live on this Earth that's a planet or it's a globe, nobody that you can think of has ever tested the sphericity.
Look, we humans have to have some sort of belief, because if we.
So that was either yes or no. I don't understand. Sometimes we veer off from the point, but I think now is the best time to actually be a bit more concise with the answers. Like if I'm asking a specific yes or no close-ended question, you could easily say yes or no. I mean, that's just how it can go, right? So if I'm saying, yeah, if I'm saying,
yeah, DNA check with my dad and mother, because I.
Yeah,
I
but
believe
that's.
Okay.
This is what I consider cope in this specific argument. You're coping with the fact that you don't understand anybody that's ever measured the surface. So you're coping with that, and you're trying to give me answers in your own mind that make sense to you. But that's not the answer I'm looking for. I'm looking for if anybody's ever measured the surface of the Earth that you can actually demonstrate somebody's ever did it in history. And you could tell me, yes, I know, or no, I don't.
The satellites have did it, yes. Humans have did it through satellites.
Okay. Show me the method by which satellites measure the curvature of the Earth, Taran.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to put the satellite into space.
Yes, this is a great way that you can answer, but now I need the methodology. I'm looking for the method by which they measured it.
Look,
the
I'm
satellites.
not an astrophysicist or astro. rocket
So
scientist
that's
or
the
engineer.
answer. So the answer is you don't know. Is that true?
International Space Station.
Yes. Is the answer that you don't, Taran? Is the answer you don't know true?
Speed.
Taran.
Yes.
I feel like you're dodging my yes or no question here.
So what's
Is the
question?
answer that you don't know how they measured it true?
I personally haven't measured it. No, I personally haven't seen a human heart.
Yes, I'm not talking about you,
I
sir.
haven't seen a lot of things, man. I haven't.
No, I'm
seen
not
Donald-
talking about Taran. Taran, listen
Look,
to me
man,
carefully.
Do you know
Taran,
Donald?
listen to me carefully. I'm not talking about you. I asked the question, has anybody measured it? And you said yes, satellites. So that is not you, yes? So then I'm asking for how, the methodology. And then you responded, I'm not a scientist. I'm not an astrophysicist. So therefore, you don't know how they've done it. So you don't have an answer, correct?
In this particular scenario, just like I gave you examples before, no, of course, neither
Thank you.
do you.
Thank you, Taran. So the answer to the question, has the Earth ever been measured by anybody ever? It would be no, because you don't have a way that they've measured it. You only think they've measured it, and this is the fantasy that you live in. You believe with all your heart that somebody did something, but you don't have a method by which they tested it, which leaves us back to ground zero where you don't know. That's
So
what
the
it is.
International Space Station, it moves faster than the Earth's rotation because it has to keep up with the gravity. You know, that's
How do you know
one thing.
this? How do you know this, sir?
How do I know this?
Yes.
You can look up the people who built the International Space Station.
And who are those people, Taran?
You can just go on Wikipedia and search.
Yeah, well,
about
who
them.
are they? Who are they? You mentioned them. Who are they?
Who are they? They are
Yes.
scientists. They are scientists.
What
from-
are their names? What are their names?
Well, I have to search up and call NASA to ask.
So you
their
don't
names.
know? So you don't know right now?
NASA.
Yeah, NASA is a corporation. It's not individual. Well, you said people did, and I asked for specific names, and you don't know. So it seems like the evidence you thought was going to lead you to the fact that you know the International Space Station was even there. You don't know who built it. You made a claim that people did, and I asked you for who. You don't even know.
Well, can't you?
So
say
another
the same-
I don't know. Another I don't know seems like what you're telling me here.
Well, you have to believe in something, right?
No, you
otherwise-
don't. You choose to, sir. You choose to believe in something. You don't have to. It's a choice.
Well, I choose to believe that I have a heart, right? Because
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But the problem is empirical evidence. You can test the claim that you have a heart. But can you test the claim that you know the earth is a globe? That's the other thing.
yeah, that's an objective fact.
No, it's not. That's what you want it to be. It's subjective. It's based on your credulity, sir. Your bias. You want to
But science-
believe that it exists.
Science is fact. Science is fact. Gravity is a fact. It's not subjective.
Okay, so what is gravity, sir? If you know what it is.
Yeah, so gravity is the attraction of two objects that two objects have within our universe.
That's not true.
That's a simple way to put it. If you were to define,
It's not true.
it
To
is.
me, it's not true. It's the bending and warping of space-time. Einstein. Mass doesn't attract mass. It distorts the space-time fabric.
Did you know that, Taran?
Well, can anyone endorse that fact or?
Well,
Einstein,
I think
Einstein and general and special relativity. You want me to endorse that? Maybe you'd like the papers from 1915.
sounds like you're 100 years out of date, Taran. I mean, I don't think you knew that.
So we can use the same analogy. do you believe that you have a heart? Alpha.
Fuck.
Yes, we can test that we have a heart, Taran. We can test it.
Yeah.
Like if you go,
Taran,
look,
I
we
definitely
don't
know
have to necessarily see a lot of.
Dude, I definitely know that I've got a heart. What the hell has this got to do with gravity?
That has to do with the shape of our Earth, because
Really? So I can experience my heart as a heart that pumps blood when it's working well. Can we experience the Earth as a ball that's moving? Can we?
can you see the Earth as flat or spherical? Just like you can't see your
question.
No, just
Can
like you
we-
can't see your heart.
Gonna really lose my patience. Do you experience the Earth as a sphere in motion? Don't ask me a question. Answer that
Yes,
one.
I personally have did.
Okay. So you experience motion of the Earth, do you?
No, I have seen.
Yes, you do. No, you don't. Now I'm getting upset because you're lying to me. So you don't experience motion of the Earth.
You can't experience motion as a human because you're too small of an object.
Experience motion. Just to be clear, we don't experience motion.
It doesn't mean that you can't experience something that it doesn't exist.
Sorry. Do we experience motion?
Yes, we do. Not necessarily. It depends on what
we
your
experience motion on the Earth. How?
Inertia reference.
Sorry, inertia reference. Is that me experiencing acceleration? Is it?
No, that's why you can't experience it.
Oh, so I can't. So again, I'm not.
Inertia reference means everything is moving around.
Hold on,
let me explain.
No, hold
Let
on.
me
Wait,
explain
I want to say something real quick, man, because Taran was saying that we could experience it. He just doubled back and said now we can't experience it. Did the audience hear that?
No.
That was the best double speak.
Let me
I
explain.
think we had a misunderstanding
I
there.
think it was awesome.
No, you have misunderstood the inertia reference. Inertia reference is everything is moving along with the Earth, even the wind, even the water, etc. Everything is moving along with the Earth. That's called inertia reference frame.
Do we experience the Earth moving?
Randall?
We cannot experience the Earth moving because we are inside the inertia reference frame. Thank you.
That's all I needed. We do not experience the Earth moving. You can tag in your story about, well, we wouldn't expect to feel the Earth moving because of X, Y, and Z. But the answer is, and we all agree, no one experiences the Earth in motion. Good.
Notice he didn't say non-inertial. He said inertial.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that.
That the Earth is inert. Yeah. Well done.
See, Taran was coming in here saying you could experience it, and it was telling Jedi that. Now Vandal's coming in, swooped in, and said, "Nah, hold on a minute. No, we don't experience the Earth moving around." Interesting.
No, that's what I was explaining. If you take a helicopter, go to about 1 or 2 kilometers high, and then wait for Earth to rotate and then try to land. No, you cannot do that because helicopter is also moving at the same speed from the west towards the east. So you cannot experience the Earth's rotation.
Yeah, with the atmosphere.
We don't experience the Earth in motion. Thank you for bringing that extra point.
We can't experience. We don't know. We can't. Please be very specific. We can't experience.
I am. Yeah. We do not experience the Earth in motion. We've all conceded to this. It is our base understanding, our base experience that the Earth is not in motion.
So, have you seen stars in the sky at night when there is not much light pollution? So you see these stars from going from east to west. You know.
Yeah.
A lot of these stars. So it means that they are.
Hold on.
Uh-oh.
Talking about the stars. Sorry, the stars.
Yeah.
The stars move from east to west, just so we agree. We brought up the example. We go out at night, and if there's not a lot of air pollution, we can see the stars move from east to west. Yeah.
He misspoke. Vandals corrected him.
It goes from east to west. Because we are moving at west to east, so we can see that it is moving from east to west. Sorry, he's correct. I'm wrong.
Good. So we experience the stars move from east to west. Yes.
Yes, it's all observable by our eyes.
Good. We see the stars move. We can see the sun move, and we can see the moon move. We see these things move. What the fuck has that got to do with the surface that we're standing on?
Taran? Vandal? Anyone?
No, Taran is speaking, right? I was just explaining the technology or science. That's it. Continue, please.
Yeah, but you're gonna answer Jedi's question because he asked a specific question. Did you not hear him? Both of you guys?
It either means one of the two things, that the stars and all these objects extra, like that are beyond Earth, they are moving. Either they are moving or our Earth is moving. Either one of the two things is possible. And the most likely thing that is possible is those stars, because our Earth is not the center of the universe, right? Because the universe is so big.
How do you know that?
Stars.
Wait a minute. How do you know that?
The hell? We were following you up.
How do you know that, Taran?
How do I know that?
Yeah.
Because of the Big Bang.
Big Bang? How do you know that?
Were you there?
How do you know that, Taran?
Taran, Big Bang is a theory. It is not an established fact.
Oh, Taran. Did you hear what your friend said?
Yeah, so you have to believe in something, right? Of course, there are...
Really? No, you choose to. Sir, we've made it very clear. You choose to believe in, so you don't have to. You're making it sound like everybody has to. No, nobody has to. You choose to believe in this.
I believe that the Big Bada Boom is better than the Big Bang. The Big Bada Boom.
It's a choice, Taran. You've chosen to believe this.
You can say the same for, if Putin exists or not. Maybe it's just AI.
Putin existing is not what you think the Big Bang... Okay, brother.
You can use the same analogy here.
All right, a human existing on Earth is not the same as how everything came to be. It's not the same question, man, at all. Not even in the same category. So let's get some analogies. Let's get some comparable... Taran, let's get some comparable analogies. Your analogies are horrible, dude. They're not comparable. All right, so Big Bang is, Vandal said, it's not something that's been established. It's not an established fact. Do you agree with that, Taran?
Yeah, I would agree with that. It's quite debatable. You can say the same. No. It's just AI.
No. Wait.
You choose to believe in that fact.
No.
How would you
it's
prove
not, Taran. It's not an established fact. Do you agree with that?
So Putin exists. That's not an established fact.
Taran, why are you resisting, bro? It's not an established fact. Vandal just told you. Do you agree with that or disagree?
What?
That it's not an Big Bang's not an established fact.
Of course. It's debatable. It's not established.
No, it's not just not debatable. It's not established as a fact.
Yeah, it's just speculation. So yeah, it's not established as a fact.
Thank you.
So
that's all.
You can use the same analogy of Earth's shape, whether Putin existing or not. Maybe
Putin existing. Yeah, Putin existing as a human. Putin existing as a human on Earth that you can actually go visit, perhaps, is not the same as a fantasy globe Earth idea. Not the same.
You can use the same analogy with the respect to Earth's shape. You can use the same analogy here, right? How do you know that Putin exists or not? So
because you have to test and verify the case for the Earth's existence as a globe. You can do it with Putin, but you can't do it with the Earth as a globe.
But have you seen Putin exist?
You can test and verify a claim that's been put forward, and if the one that you're saying is put forward that if Putin exists, you can go test and verify that such a human does exist. Now, can you do that with a globe? That's the question. The question is, can you do that with a globe?
Yeah, if I go to space, if I have the means to go into space, yes, I would be able
So
to.
right now, okay, so check this out. Right now, it's just a belief that you have then? Until you go to space, you don't know?
Of course, I believe that Jupiter exists, but I can't
No,
go
no,
there.
no, no, no. You're getting off the beaten path. I'm talking about the globe. So right now, you don't know the Earth's a globe until you go to space? Is that what you're saying? It's a belief system?
Of course, if you make it like that, then
Well, I don't make it like that. You are. You're saying if I go to space, I wouldn't know. I'm just believing right now. You said that, not me.
okay. Do you believe that?
No,
Jupiter
wait. Is the concession coming? Because I want the concession. I really do. You said, unless I go to space, I won't know it's a globe. So that means you just believe it right now.
Not necessarily. You can.
So do you
also
just
prove-
believe the Earth is a globe right now, Taryn?
I do believe that. Yes.
Okay. See? That's all.
So I'll prove it this way. Do you believe that Mars is spherical, or do you believe Mars is a flat?
It's a good way to start proving something.
Hey, go to Mars. Let's go to Mars, everybody. Like, we can't prove the Earth's a globe, but maybe Mars will help us out.
Let's put it like this. We don't know what Mars is. Now, what's that going to do to your analogy? We don't know. We're not making a claim about Mars.
Okay, let's not go with Mars. Let's go with Moon. Do you believe Mars is spherical, or do you believe Mars is flat?
Mars?
No. Same
Sorry,
problem
moon,
with
moon.
Mars. Talking about the moon, not making a claim about the shape of the moon.
Hold on. Do you believe the moon that we see in our night sky as flat, or do you see it as spherical?
I have no opinion on the moon. It looks like it could be a sphere, but I've got no way of confirming it is a sphere because, like Mars, I can't go to the moon and measure the moon.
I concur.
Look, we can do that because when I was I've measured-
we can. How did you do that?
So I'll tell you how I did that. Look, when you are at different points of Earth, the face of the moon that you see is also different because it rotates with Earth, right? So the side you see in Australia is not the side you will see in North America.
Excuse me.
Right.
We all see the same side of the moon. The side of the moon that I see in the UK is the same side of the moon that they see in Australia. No.
What do you mean, no?
We see different sides of the moon.
You see different sides of the moon with a moon that's slightly locked, and we only see one side of the moon, and we never see the dark side of the moon, quote unquote. You think that everywhere on Earth we get to see all of the moon?
Dude, you're so crazy, man. You're by far the most interesting glober we've had so far today.
Yeah, you only see one side of the moon, man. Everywhere.
Come on, Taryn. It's not looking too good for you, bro.
I'll give you that if we was in Australia compared to the UK, the moon might look upside down, but that's the same face of the moon.
So we have evidence that Earth is spherical because we have pictures.
Oh, back to that again.
We're off again.
Yeah, right. You got pictures of the Earth. Hey, you got
Because
pictures.
Neil Armstrong.
So
Neil
hold on a
Armstrong-
minute, Taryn, you just finished. Let me just expose back to your concession. You said, I don't know what the moon is until I go to space. I just believe that it's a globe. Now, even if you have pictures, sir, you still believe it's a globe. It's a belief system. You don't know it. You can't use something else because you've already said, I need to get on a rocket and go there to see it for myself to know that it's a globe. Because right now I don't. I just believe it. So pictures and videos, all that stuff is still a belief. Yeah? Pretty much sums it up, huh, Taryn?
But you believe you have what you believe.
I don't
in,
have
you
to. It's a
necessarily have
choice.
prove everything in life, right?
What's he talking about now?
Because we just choose to believe that something exists, or with
You can choose that if you want. That's your choice. can choose to think it's a globe.
Sorry, Arthur. We choose to believe that things exist, like an apple. I choose for the apple to exist, do I?
Yeah, like Peter Pan did when he was eating that, invisible food with his friends.
So I'll ask you a question. Do you believe the Apollo project was false?
No. Oh my God.
Because it cost the taxpayers billions of dollars. So was that money laundering according to you?
You've got to stop using the word belief. I don't have beliefs. But if you're going to ask me, do I agree with the popular opinion about what happened with Apollo, I'm going to say no. I do not agree with the story of Apollo, of a rocket that went to the vacuum of space in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. That's impossible. That's not a belief. That's an understanding and knowledge.
I'll run out of gas here in a little bit. Give him a little bit.
How do you think planes work then?
How do I think planes work? What, on a horizontal plane? Like the flat Earth?
Look,
they take off from a. Yeah, I'm telling you, they take off from a point of origin. They fly up over the flat Earth, and they reach their destination, and they fly back down. One and done. Simple. That's it. That's how they work. Okay.
I mean, mind blowing, right?
Yeah, moving right along. So he'll run out of gas. I feel like the tank's already hitting E.
You must have traveled sometime in an airplane, and they have a screen that shows you're going from point A to point B. And
is the screen the Earth, Taran? Is the screen the Earth, or is the Earth the Earth?
Yes. The screen is a representation of the Earth.
No, is it the Earth? My question, Taran, come on, sir. My question was, is it the Earth? Not does it look like something that represents the Earth? Is it the Earth?
Yes.
No, it's not. It's a digital rendition of what somebody thinks the Earth looks like. And it could be whatever.
And verify. You can look down the window and verify that.
Okay, you're looking down at the Earth. You're actually looking out your window down at the actual Earth. Not at a computer screen that's digitized an image of what somebody thinks the Earth is. You're looking down at the actual Earth. So no, the screen is not showing you the actual Earth. It's a digitized version of what you could consider an idea of what someone thinks the Earth is.
In actual fact, you could wrap that map around a velociraptor, and they could show you a velociraptor map in your headset in the aircraft, and because it looks similar outside, you'd believe that you were living on a velociraptor.
Yeah.
Weird.
Okay, so the airline companies are just fucking us over.
A projection on a ball for your entertainment. That's all that's happening.
They're not lying to you. They're telling you they're traveling over the Earth. Yeah, and that's what you're doing. You're traveling over the Earth.
According to the flat Earth theory, they should go in a straight line, but they go in a curved line. They fly in
dude. Okay, your knowledge on this subject is very lacking. You know they're flying through corridors, right? Planes when they travel.
Yes, I'm the same.
Okay. So they're just going from their point of origin to a destination in the best possible route. That's the most efficient route.
Yes.
And whatever that is, whichever way they have to bank, it's not considering the Earth as a globe. Period.
Okay, so I'll ask you this: if someone goes from London to New York, why can't they go in a straight line and they have to go through the Arctic Ocean?
Who cares, dude? I don't care if they travel to Mickey Mouse's house. It doesn't matter. All they're doing is traveling over a flat Earth. You're not proving globe here, sir.
Because it has legal implications. Because they are
implications, dude. What?
Yeah, because they are charging us money for all the miles that they are covering in that flight. So they show me that they are flying 500 kilometers, but in reality, let's say 800 kilometers. It's illegal. So they go through North Pole, the Arctic, instead of flying straight to London from New York. So what does that prove you?
Dude, I've flown from London to New York. Didn't go through the fucking North Pole. What are you talking about?
No, they don't go straight. That's what I'm saying. They don't go straight. They go a little
Sorry,
in a little curve. Little curve. That's the point.
Hold on. You don't know how planes fly. So, have you ever noticed an airplane bank the entire flight? Or when you were in your aircraft, did you get to altitude, fly straight for a few hundred miles, and then change your direction when you got to a bearing location, and then flew straight again until you had to change your direction? You know how flights work, right?
I don't think he does.
Yes. Yes.
So stop saying that they don't fly straight when they fucking do until they have to change direction.
No, they actually fly straight, but on the map, on the global map.
Oh
Straight
my god.
Which direction? Sorry, straight in which direction?
The airplane in general just flies straight. That's my point. But the direction they go through is not necessarily the same direction.
Are they flying over a globe? Are they flying over a globe? That's what you're trying to say, right? Are they flying over a globe?
Yeah, that proves the point that they are flying.
No, it doesn't prove the point. Okay, if you think they're flying over a globe, how do you know the pilot's negotiating over curvature as he's flying the plane? Is he accounting for curvature while in his flight?
Is he gaining altitude every minute unless he pitches downwards to stay at altitude above the curved surface? Is that what he's doing?
So, Jedi,
answer? No, answer. Nope. Answer.
What exactly?
What he just asked you, what I just asked you. You want us to tell you again?
Yes.
Is the pilot negotiating over curvature or accounting for the curvature as he's flying the plane?
Yes.
Really? Demonstration, please. Show us how he's doing that.
What does he do?
They are taught this in flying school.
No, they're not.
Hold on. What does he do?
He navigates the plane to the...
What input does he have to put into the controls to navigate curvature? What does he do?
What controls he has to do?
Yeah, what does he do? How does he have to fly the plane when going over a curved surface? What does the pilot have to input into his controls? What does he do?
No, he just acts like the Earth is flat.
Oh, man, that's not going to work for you, man, because you're trying to say that he's flying over a globe. He just gave up the ghost right there. That's so funny.
In the short term, but in the long
no,
term,
I don't think so. You can't recover, sir. You said it. You've admitted it to the group. He acts like he's flying over a flat Earth. Thank you. Well done.
In the short
no,
term,
there's no no to this. You said it. Oh, that'll be all, Taryn. Like on this point, anyway.
No, because
thank
if
you.
you're
no,
driving
because
a car,
no,
if you're
sir.
driving a car, you believe
well,
the
you
Earth
can't get
is, flat.
Taryn. You can't get out of this. You just admitted right now that he utilizes the Earth like it's flat. Of course, because it is flat. You see how easy that was? That came from your own mouth, so it's even better. It's sweeter that way, isn't it? See that? You even admit the Earth is flat based on your evidence. You thought it was a globe, but you just realized that the pilot flies over the Earth like it's flat. How amazing is that? It's pretty cool, huh? I think it is.
Oh, Vandal, do you have to say something here?
No, Vandal's not going to help you, man. He's not going to help you. You just admitted it. You just admitted it. We all heard you. We record it live.
I have a question. Why does cyclone in northern hemisphere have a anti-clockwise rotation and clockwise rotation in southern hemisphere?
Right. You're asking a question, why does this happen? Well, then that only means that you have an idea of how it does happen. Why do you think it happens?
if it does happen?
You tell me.
Well, why should I tell you? Why should I tell you? You have an idea of what the Earth is. If the Earth is doing something and it's...
Flat earther, man, not me. Come on, man.
I know
You are flat earther.
that. So a cyclone travels in the path that it does over a flat Earth because of weather. That's my answer.
What weather?
Oh, the weather that it takes to build a cyclone.
Travel from west
pressure.
to east, not from east to west. Why not?
Why does it travel in the path that it does?
Why pressure?
Say again?
Yeah. Why does it clock anti-clockwise in northern hemisphere and clockwise in southern hemisphere?
It doesn't always work like this. Predominantly, the vast percentage of our anomalies will work in the opposite direction.
Your microphone's coming in and out. Hold on. Hold on. Your microphone's
please.
coming in and out, Jim.
You can refresh your internet. You can refresh your internet and get back to me.
Dude, already told me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, who cares which way they travel? They're doing it over a flat Earth. Vandal.
No, because it does not happen on flat Earth. Because it can.
Wait a minute.
It can be.
How is the Earth? Wait. So I'm going to ask you a question. So it's not happening over a flat Earth. That's what you said right now. How is it happening over a globe? Tell me about this globe of yours. How do you know it's a globe?
Okay. If it is a flat Earth, then
No. You have an idea that it's a globe. So if it's a globe, how is it a globe? Is it a globe because of the weather?
No.
Okay, so how is it a globe, Vandal? So how is it a globe? If it's not a globe because of the weather, then how is it a globe?
Weather can happen no matter if it is flat or round.
Okay, so
It
how is
doesn't
it?
matter because Mercury is stuck.
So then that means that's good.
Let me.
No, hold on. I just want to say something, Vandal, because you just made a point. So then, therefore, the cyclone argument is out the window because whether it's a globe or flat. Wait, hold on. Because whether it's a globe or flat, the cyclone could operate the way it does. So thank you. Weather can happen on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. You've just said it yourself. Thank you. Now, how is it an actual globe then? I want to go to that point. Yes.
You did not get that. Wait.
Yeah, I did get it. You said it yourself. That was your concession.
Venus. See, Venus appears as a flat Earth from the side of the sun because the gravity of the sun is so strong that Venus cannot revolve around its rotate around its axis. So it will just revolve around the sun, but not its own axis, just like our moon.
Okay.
Moon
Have you ever?
rotate?
Vandal, relax, dude. When have you ever seen Venus revolve around the sun? Have you seen this? Have you witnessed this?
Because when Russia was trying to
Vandal, have you seen this? Vandal, I'm asking for confirmation. Have you seen Venus revolve around the sun?
Do you want me to first
be honest?
Run to
I want you to be
Venus
honest
and then see it?
No, I want you to be honest. Have you seen Venus revolve around the sun?
Okay. See again.
You're not answering my question, Vandal. Did you see Venus revolve around the sun? Yes or no?
Your entire argument is on that.
You're not answering my question again. This is what you brought up. You brought this up. Okay. I want to know if you've actually seen Venus revolve around the sun, Vandal.
Same logic.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. I need you to answer my question.
No. I will provide you the same logic.
No, I don't think so. You brought up Venus going around the sun. This isn't going to get away from here. I'm not getting away from this point. Sorry, Vandal. I'm not getting away from this point. You're not going to dominate me by saying that you made a claim that Venus... No, you said this, not me. You said Venus goes around the sun. Tell people in this audience that Venus goes around the sun that you witnessed. Tell people that.
Man, have
tell
you
everybody,
seen a flat Earth?
tell everybody that
seen a
you
flat
said
Earth? Have you seen
yes
a
every
flat
day.
Earth?
Yes,
Have
every
you seen
day.
a flat Earth?
Yes, every day.
Hey, how?
So
Who
it's
told
an
you that?
observation.
Who told you that?
But let
Who
me
told you that?
go to your Venus
Huh?
example.
Sorry?
Let me go to your.
What observation?
Nobody needs to tell you that
gave
the
you
Earth.
the observation?
Nobody needs to tell you that. You can see it for yourself. So when you talk about Venus, when you talk about Venus going around the sun, nobody witnessed that.
I will give you argument. Same attitude what you showed me. Okay, I use the same thing. Okay, I just prove it.
Yeah, but
what
you
you
just
have
told me that
experienced,
Venus
what
goes
you
around
have-
the sun, Vandal. You said Venus goes around the sun, and nobody sees
How do you
that.
say Earth is flat? How would you say Earth is flat? Have you seen Earth
Did
is
you
flat?
see Venus? Did you see Venus go around the sun, Vandal?
Yeah, have you seen Earth is flat?
So, I still haven't heard from Vandal that Venus goes around the sun. Are you avoiding that question because you know the answer is you've never seen Venus go around the sun, Vandal? Is that true?
Never seen Earth flat. You have never seen a flat Earth.
So
Come
you're
on, man.
conceding. You're conceding that you've never seen Venus go around the sun. Is that true?
You are just beating around the bush here. I'm
beating
using
around.
your
I'm
same
only
logic
repeating.
against
I'm repeating back what
As
you
simple as that.
said. You said Venus goes around the sun, and it doesn't appear that you have the answer that it actually goes around the sun, Vandal.
Exactly. If you say
Exactly.
sun
See, I told you
goes around
exactly. Thank you.
the sun goes around the Earth, then what proof do you have?
The sun goes around the
What
Earth.
observation? Who gave you the observation?
Oh, wait, what point are you wanting me to answer? So let's go, because you already conceded, so I can go to another point. What point do you want me to answer?
What conceded?
You said that Venus doesn't go around the sun. You said exactly. It doesn't go around the sun. So we know that now. So now you can answer. I'll answer your next question.
About sun-centric system, man.
Sun-centric. How do you know that it's a sun? How do you know that's a claim? Hold on, Vandal. That's a claim. The sun-centric is a claim.
Okay,
How do you know?
Your system is also claim?
Yeah. How do you know
You
that
just
it's
claim it.
sun-centric? Vandal,
You're just
how do you-
claiming Earth-centric.
You made it. You made a sun-centric system. Yeah.
No, you made a Earth-centric system.
Well, for now, everybody observes everything moving around the Earth. But now, if you're saying it's a sun-centric, I want to know the explanation to that.
How are you observing it? Come on, man.
Observing what?
Observing a flat Earth.
Well, it's simple. Let's go to the beach, right? We look upon the water and we see a flat horizon. The water looks on the horizon, appears as flat, Vandal. Looks that way. Yeah?
It's in that case, can you
it's
see
flat.
what's that
It's
mountain
flat.
called?
No, we're not looking at mountains. We're not looking at mountains. We're looking at water. This is the example that you can go to the beach and see a flat horizon.
Here, man.
It's a flat horizon, Vandal. Sure is.
Okay. When the tracer bomb was tested,
The what? Wait, what?
It is a flat Earth.
Wait, what did you say
TSR
was tested?
TSR bomba. TSR bomba.
PSR Bomba.
Tsar Bomba. Tsar Bomba.
Yeah, can you put it in the text chat? Put it in the text channel. Just do that.
TSAR.
I know. Put it.
Tsar Bomba.
TSAR.
Yep.
Like, put a reference on there or something. Put something in the text that relates to what you're saying. For clarity on your point. Tsar Bomba. What is that?
It's the strongest nuclear bomb ever tested.
Okay. What about it?
And the mushroom cloud was so strong that it went up into space.
Really?
Okay? If Earth is flat, then everyone around the world would have seen it.
What?
Oh yeah,
That's your argument for that's your argument for curvature of the Earth.
If Earth is flat, then
Dude, hold on a minute. You're saying that the Tsar Bomba exploded and it was so big that it went. Did he deafen? He fucking deafened, dude. Dude, Seriously, I've never heard of this argument. It's awesome.
No, it was so huge. Like it was so it was so tall in its intensity that we should have seen it.
We should have seen it. What is your reasoning behind why we should have seen it?
It's a flat Earth, right?
Yes.
It's a flat Earth. So
Yes.
If the mushroom cloud goes up into space, then it's
not
visible
just
to
not just
everyone.
right, also to the left and right, and back and forward.
All right.
Everyone would have seen it
Answer
as a
this.
center.
Yeah, let's talk about the logic behind it. So if you're standing right, and let's say Taran is your friend. Now Taran wants to walk away from you because he's leaving. You guys have went out on you went for some cheeseburgers or whatever, and he's like, okay, Vando, I'm gonna go ahead and go. He's like, okay, man, see you later, and he walks away from you. Does it appear when he walks away from you that he's getting smaller?
Smaller does not matter when it is.
Yeah, it does. Answer the question. Answer the question. Vando, answer the question. Does it appear as if he's getting smaller when he walks away from you?
Yes, it is. He appears smaller when he walks away from me.
So we know something very simply, right? By understanding the logic behind perspective, is that when an object moves away from you, it gets smaller in the distance. So that means that at some point, right? Your friend, hold on. Vando, just relax. So it means that at some point when Taran gets so far away from you, he will appear to disappear in the horizon, somewhere off in the distance. You don't know exactly how far away, but pretty sure it won't be too far away. But he will seem to disappear, and he didn't really disappear, like he didn't really vanish. But what happens is you cannot resolve something that far away. And like I said, your friend probably wouldn't disappear at a really far away distance. It'd probably be, like probably a mile or two. Anyway, when he gets that far, you can't see him any longer. So your argument, and that's on a flat Earth. So your argument for the idea that Tsar Bomba's explosion can't be seen from everywhere on Earth. Well, think about this. When you're at a different geographic position on a horizontal plane, that doesn't mean you could see everything on that horizontal plane, because things at a distance seem to be smaller away from your position. So it makes sense, yeah, from that position.
The explosion was so strong that it went up into space more than 200 to 500 kilometers, man.
Yeah.
It exploded into the space, released all its radioactive materials into the space.
Yeah. So
okay, that's everything so high and so.
Yeah, but you're comparing. Yeah, in comparison to distance, Vando, you do it in comparison to distance. And think about it, right? You have to really think about the question. How far away can you see something that's really tall? You can use mountains as an example. Yes? Mountains can be used as an example of something really tall, really big. And how far away do you have to be where that mountain looks like a tiny dot off in the horizon?
Okay.
Think about it.
Fine.
Think about
it. It was so big that people 1,000 kilometers away looked at it like they are standing under a tree. Okay. Then
how do you know that?
If it is,
how do you know that? How do you know that?
People spoke about it.
Yeah. Oh, that's great. What was the distance between the people and the explosion?
1,000 kilometers.
How was it measured? What was the distance measured? How did they know this?
Because that's where the TSR bomber was dropped, and people were standing more than 1,000 kilometers away.
Okay, so they saw it, right?
Yep.
Okay, now people outside of that distance, could they see it too?
People saw that just like they're standing under a tree. Okay.
So
when a 1,000 kilometers person can see that as they're standing under a tree, can't people standing 7,000 kilometers away feel that it is 7 times smaller? But they did not see anything. Why?
Yeah. Well, think about it like this. You're arguing for a flat earth at this point because the people that are that far away are seeing that thing happen, then that's argument for flat earth for sure. Because think about it like this. If it was that far away and an explosion happened just like the way you say they did, think about the earth as a ball, right? Think about it as a ball. The people and the explosion would be at divergent positions away from each other. They would be divergent. So what they would see was an angle to that explosion away from their position, because you're standing at an angle away from that explosion.
People who
But hold on, Vandal. But the way that you hold on, Vandal. The way that you've explained it was like a tree, right? They saw it like a tree. Well, a tree is upright. So something that's upright and you can see it. Hold on, Vandal. A tree that's upright and you see it at a distance would only mean that it could be upright on a flat earth. That's it. You can't have it on a curved surface, because if it was a curving surface, it would be at a divergent angle away from the viewer, and it wasn't. So you're arguing for flat earth, sir.
Okay, I am saying in the terms of flat earth. Come on, man.
Yeah, you are. You're arguing for flat earth because they're seeing it upright. And if it's upright, it's not divergent where it needs to be if it was a globe.
I'm saying if it is a flat earth, I'm saying if
it is.
Okay, if people are standing in a straight line where TSR bomb has been dropped and 1,000 kilometers away, and a person looked like he's standing under a tree, and 6,000 more kilometers away in the straight line, which is about 7,000 kilometers from TSR bomb drop site, they felt nothing.
That's
Why?
because it's too far away. It's too far away. You couldn't see it.
Look, you live in America, right? We live in Asia. Why is it morning for you? Why is it night time for us?
Because the sun is shining over this place and not over there.
Why is it not shining over the flat earth? Is there a magnifying glass in the space or something?
No, the air is a medium. So the air is a medium, just like another medium, like water or any other type of medium. And light attenuation through that medium can only go so far. So it has an extinction.
That's what you believe.
Dude, I'm trying to tell you, it's not a belief. This is light attenuation through a medium, Taran. This is physics, bro. And you have no knowledge of it, so you're saying that's what you believe. You need to understand what I'm saying is dealing with physics, bro. It's dealing with light attenuation through a medium. So if you're talking about light attenuation, the air that you're breathing right now is a medium. Okay? It's a collection of gases. And light going through that medium will only attenuate so far. And then it has an extinction limit where it can't penetrate the medium. So I'll give you an example. So if you're a diver and you go underneath the water on a clear sunny day, that sunlight will not penetrate into the water so far. It will only go to a certain depth, and then as you go farther down into the water, it will be super dark, like as in pitch black dark.
So
now that's because the light cannot attenuate through that water, and it won't penetrate all the way to the bottom. This is true. This is light attenuation through a medium. And the air that you breathe is a medium.
So how does it prove that Earth is flat?
It doesn't. But you're using this idea in some way. You brought it up. So I'm telling you how that works. Why light doesn't go everywhere on this Earth that you think is a horizontal plane.
Okay. Well, so you're basically saying that the atmosphere is actively stopping sunlight from going to...
It's a medium, Taran. It is a medium, and light can only go so far in this medium that it's in.
Okay. So how does that prove that Earth is flat?
You brought it up. I'm only telling you that light doesn't go across the surface all the way across, because it couldn't.
But it doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. That doesn't prove that the Earth is flat. It wasn't
my point, sir. It was yours. I don't know why you brought it up. I'm just explaining it to you.
No, that doesn't prove that the Earth is flat.
I know that. Listen, light is not the earth. Those are two different things. And light going through a medium, the medium, air, gases, that's not earth either. Earth is one thing, the surface or the waters across, and then you have the air, you have the light, right? You have all of those things. But when you're talking about the ground that you're standing on or the surface across this place that is not curving, like the claim of the globe, that's what that's what you can ask about if you're asking about what people call flat earth. But the light is the light that is coming from the sun. That's not the earth.
Yeah, do you remember that you brought this up, Tara?
No. The reason is because Earth only reflects on one side of the on the Earth and not the other side of
Jemsy,
the Earth.
I just want to say he's bringing it up again. He brought it up, and I was explaining it to him. Now he's saying, "What does it have to do with the Earth?" As in, he's proving to me that it has nothing to do with the Earth, dude. He brought it up. He's doing it again. He's bringing it up again. You're bringing light into the argument. Why? You brought it up. And when I told you how it works, you're like, well, how does that prove a flat earth? You brought it up.
Why do we have different time zones?
You're doing it again. What does that have to do with the earth? Hello? Any answer? No answer?
You have time zones. I mean, that's a political thing in many countries, but the movement of the sun across the surface, and that affects the lighting or the daytime. And that's not gonna show you that you live on a globe or anything.
No, it does. So
it does?
Coming back to the flight question, if you go from point A
Flight
to point
question.
B,
Wait a minute. Did you just run away from the sun question that didn't prove the Earth as a globe? Now you're going back to the flight. You're skipping over a lot of points, bro. You're not proving a globe. I hope you know that.
Oh, okay, let me demonstrate it. Like, if the Earth is
a globe.
No, if the Earth is flat according to you.
No, a globe. You're trying to prove globe, not if it's flat. You're trying to prove globe. You're not arguing for flat Earth, dude. Even though I know you've already brought good points up for it. But you need to argue for globe. You're arguing for globe. Stop talking about flat Earth. You're not arguing for flat Earth.
The reason we have day in Asia, night in Asia.
Dude, you need to argue for globe.
Yeah, that's the argument for a globe.
Yeah, but Jemsy just told you the light has nothing to do with the ground. The light from the sun has nothing to do with the ground.
It just proves.
No, it doesn't. It's light that you receive from the sun. How is the Earth a geometric shape?
Bro, that's seriously...
Seriously, what? To the point? Specific? Yes. And it's not talking about light. Once again, we're talking about the Earth you think is a ball.
How do you believe that you have a father? How do you believe that the DNA testing is real? How do you know that
That's not equivalent, dude. That's not equivalent. It's not
Dude,
equivalent.
you're going into batshit territory right now. If you want to argue...
Well, hold on, Chris. But it's really simple. How can you prove what your house is made out of by looking at your neighbor's house? You're looking at the sun. You can't look at the sun and prove what the earth is, dude. Sorry, don't work that way. While we're at it, why don't you explain time zones? How come there's 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the middle, and 32 in the south? Can you explain that?
Are you the same guys who believe Australia isn't real?
Yeah, shut up, dude. Don't even try it.
You're the same type of people, right?
No, nobody thinks that, and only a retard believes that there are.
Australia isn't real, guys. Australia isn't real.
Yeah, nobody believes that, dude. That was
you do believe that.
That was
people
a
like
post
you.
on Reddit.
Yeah,
Listen,
you believe that.
That was a troll post on Reddit in 2014. Okay, get with the times. No one believed. If you believe someone believes that, you're dumber than anyone that would believe that.
No, people like you believe
cool
that.
Thing, the cool thing is, Taran,
Nobody believes that shit.
The cool thing is you're out of arguments. There isn't anything you got except for this. That's it. You ran out of globe Earth arguments.
Why didn't you answer my time zone question? How come there's 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the center, and 32 in the south?
Indio, you don't have a brain because I haven't seen your brain and you
I
haven't
asked
seen
you
your
a
brain.
question. Now answer it. Now answer it. I might not have a brain, but you still can't answer that question, can you?
What?
What? Why are there 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the center, and 32 in the south? Along the lines of latitude,
I'll tell
right?
you why. Because time zones are political. They are made up. They are
Okay,
man-made.
so what was your argument? So your argument was what? Time zones exist politically, therefore the Earth is a ball?
No, the effects of time zones. What I mean by time zone is the daytime in certain regions of Earth and nighttime in certain regions of Earth. That's what the time zone depicts. It's just one medium of depicting.
Oh no, you just refuted that. It depicts the political will of that area. You already admitted it.
I think you genuinely don't want to believe that Earth is spherical.
I used to. I've changed my mind. Now, what would change your mind?
I also believe that Kim Jong-un doesn't exist.
Yeah,
and
what
it's
would
a
change
CIA
your mind,
psyop.
dude? Look,
And
listen,
it's a
all you do
CIA
is like a
psyop,
girl,
and
dude.
it's
All you
like
do is talk
AI
about people.
that CIA is psyoping us with, and
Yeah,
they're
cool. Nobody takes
posing it
that.
for
So
a
you have to
military
straw
threat.
man, dude. Okay,
Yes,
listen, you have to
Kim
straw
Jong-un
man.
doesn't exist.
Yes, no one said that. You straw manning nonsense, dude, because you're fucking coping. This is a ridiculous cope. You can't prove the globe, so you have to try and pretend that flat Earth is ridiculous. Look, if it's so ridiculous, why don't you have a drop over distance? Why is there no measured curve? Why is there no measured rotation? How come you can't demonstrate gas pressure without a container? How come you can't demonstrate these three fundamental things that are the foundation of what you believe? That's what I thought.
He goes quiet because he doesn't have anything. He ran. No, so nothing. You didn't answer what he said, and you want to come in with so. Really? So what?
I'll give you a solid reason.
No,
look. Have you seen live video on YouTube of International Space Station?
On YouTube, bro?
No, neither of you.
Yes.
Neither of you.
Please see that. Please see that.
No, neither have you.
Oh,
Just
I
because
have.
Look, no, dude. I have an idea.
I'm watching
dude.
it right now.
Go on. No, shut up. Go on NASA.
You shut up.
Then go on NASA's site called HDEV and look at what they're broadcasting. Then compare it to what's on YouTube.
Give me mud. I'll shut
Really
it, man.
simple. And you're gonna see different video.
He won't do it.
So this illustrates a perfect point that you can't tell the difference.
So it's a psyop.
You can't tell the difference between because it said live in the caption. You think it's live video from the ISS because it said
yes, it is live. There might be a disparity in internet. There might be a disparity.
It's not, no. The channels on YouTube, they've taken a lot of streams that NASA's shown, and they clipped them all together. And then they say, live! Then they have a bunch of bots saying, beautiful, awesome, amazing, in different fucking languages.
So it's a psyop according to you?
No, it's somebody making shitloads of money off of idiots.
Oh, so it's a psyop. That's what you're saying, right?
No, they're making shitloads of money off of idiots.
Like,
They've
so,
taken a
yeah,
bunch
that's
of
a psyop. They are making the
It's not a
psyop so they can make
it's not
so
a
they can make
psyop.
money off of people, right?
It's not a psyop.
What is it then?
It's not
What
a
is it?
psyop.
What
You know
is
what a
it then?
psyop is?
No, what?
It's
Yeah, what is it?
psychological. PSYOP means psychological operations.
Yeah,
To
so
change
what is it then?
opinion. They're not doing
Please
it to
tell me
change
what
opinion.
what
They're
is
doing
it?
it.
What is it? What is it? It's bullshit.
If you shut
Oh,
up,
okay.
you're going to ask me a question, now let me answer. Is that your plan? That's a shit plan, okay? Because I'll just fucking mute you, big mouth. So it's not a PSYOP. PSYOP is a psychological operation to change opinion using disinformation and misinformation. They're not trying to change anybody's opinion. They already think everybody thinks the Earth's a globe. They're trying to make money. They've taken a bunch of ISS clips, clipped them all together, added a graphic, and stream it live to YouTube. On YouTube, it's a live stream, but it's not live video from the ISS. You can't even tell the difference because you're such a fucking moron. You're literally illustrating our point that you can't even tell the difference between what is fake and what is real. I could show you 20 images of a globe Earth, and you couldn't tell me which one's real, which one's the artist rendition, which one's CGI. You would not be able to tell. You would think they're all real because you're a fucking cultist nutball.
Facts. Gullible.
Yep.
Look. Post in the chat the globe Earth image you think is absolutely 100% real, and then we'll examine it, and then we'll examine it, and we'll go get other globe Earth images and see if they're consistent, and then we'll play Russian roulette on which fucking globe Earth image we're going to say is the real one. Your argument's good. I watched a TV show. Earth's the globe because I saw it on TV.
Freaking
Sorry to cut you off, Val, but this dude was fucking irritating me on the live stream.
You know what's crazy? You go to Google and search real picture of the globe. Look at this, the third one on the right, bottom right corner. That's what comes up.
That's our
The second one from the top on the right. There's that, right? I think that's the 2007 one. And then there's one that's in like, and then there's, oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
What the fuck? What the fuck is that?
Boy. That's where he's flying out of to where he wants to go.
Bro.
The second one down, anyway, there's another one which was supposedly taken 5 years later. It's the identical weather.
Oh,
after
God.
5 years.
Bro, are you like one of the privileged people in your country, Darren? Huh? Are you one of the privileged people in your country?
DEL.
I would say relatively.
Well,
not that much.
I mean, with the education that you have, I mean, wouldn't it be better that if you can research this for yourself to find out if it's actually true? The Earth being a globe, instead of just being a nut job believer.
Damn, bro.
Just saying, dude. If you have access to things that privileged people do, I would look into this. There's not a lot of people that have the access and the time to do it because they got busy, living. But if you have that much privilege, shit, I would investigate it.
So, if I were to conclude that Earth is flat, I would also have to conclude that the Apollo project and the ISRO project that our space agencies are doing are also a psyop, and it's a money laundering scheme.
Well, it's not.
That our government is doing. That just proves
think
the point.
Yeah, you could think of anything you want.
Oh my God! No way the government would do a money laundering scheme. No way,
dude.
Are you retarded?
Are you a patriot?
No, that just proves.
Do you believe?
I would have to believe that. I would have to believe that the whole world, all the world's government are psyoping me, or us.
They're grifters, bro. What the fuck?
Are you
They're
fucking
taking your
kidding
money
me?
every day for dumb shit.
Do you think the government exists to help you?
Fuck that, dude. I think that's why I say he must be a patriot. This guy is like
in the United States, the Department of Energy fed retarded children radioactive oatmeal to see what would happen to them.
You don't even understand how diabolical they are,
Where
man.
you been?
I don't know. He really aspires to be cream of the crop.
I think Alpha hit it. He lives in a very secure, privileged bubble in his country. He lives like in a second or third world country and lives in a very privileged, like wherever he's from, he's got an internet connection. He's able to go online.
Dude, he'd do it. As long as he can maintain his lifestyle, he'd sprinkle the uranium right on their oatmeal.
Yeah, but he wouldn't, and that's the problem, man. Taryn, you have the ability to do things that people in your country don't have the ability to do. So you're kind of, I don't know, maybe because you think that other societies, other countries have it together, I don't know what you think America's done, bro. I think you're looking at them like oh man, America's such a great. Look at what they've done. They've achieved moon landings and all kinds of stuff, dude. All of the stuff that we know over here, it's not real, dude.
Oh, it's not real. Moon landing is not real.
None of it. All the globe nonsense, all of this whole fancy idea that the Earth is doing such a thing as spinning, and dude, they have put a lot of stuff on people's minds that's provably not true. And you guys are just catching up over there in India. Like, I get it. You're trying to figure things out, but it seems like you're aspiring to be like other countries and stuff like that. So you could be an intelligent person and not be associated with any of that. I know some intelligent Indian people this guy I know, he's a good friend of ours. He's a flat earther, and he goes against mostly all of the people that are over there. Because you guys are like already in this globe cult.
Conform to Western culture.
You're trying to be like your colonizers, dude. You're literally trying to be like, oh, the British said it was a globe. We'll do that because we want to be like that.
Let me assume that NASA and the European Space Agency and the Russian Space Agency are bullshitting us. Would the Chinese Space Agency and ISRO, Indian Space Research Organization, and North Korean do the same? They are the adversaries of the US.
North Korea does not have launch capability to space.
But they build ICBMs. They build ICBMs. So they have to.
So what? They build that. Look, dude. First of all, North Korea, I think their furthest missile goes. It won't even reach California. So I don't know what you're talking about.
So why would they actively propagate America's bullshit lies when they are the arch enemies of each other?
Because they're not concerned with America. They're concerned with their domestic population and controlling them.
Aaron,
That's
your
all
idea.
Governments care about is controlling their people. That's it.
You see this front face that you see from like the news organizations that give you this information, and you think that's just the way it is, man. I don't know how old you are, man, but over time, as you get older, your experience in this earth will be that it's not the case. There's not like, Russia hates America or, North Korea's and fighting with these guys. It's all just a show, bro. That's what your mind. They're trying to show you this front face that your mind is absorbing. Okay, we don't like those guys, and we're over here with these guys. And that's the way they want you to think, man. That kind of environment, it fosters a slave mind, and you'll do you are a free thinking human. There are some very intelligent Indian folk that I know of that are engineers and builders and such. You don't try to be like somebody else, man. I don't know. I don't know if I'm speaking to a brick wall here.
All those
if
countries.
I buy into that thought, I would have to actively believe that my government is. I can't trust my government, or I can't trust any organization or major institution in the world. That's the consequences of believing flat Earth.
All of those countries have treaties on shared airspace, by the way.
But yeah, I get what you mean. But it's just the beginning of a person who has the ability to think for themselves, bro. Critical thinking is like it's sacred. It belongs to you. Don't give it up to somebody. You're outsourcing your mind to, well, I don't know, but the scientist knows. Like, there's some things that you can investigate, that you can know. And that's all I'm saying. Like, fight for your mind. Don't just give it up to somebody and say, well, that's just how it is because America's, they went to space, they landed on the moon, and India's trying to be like those guys. And, bro, you're not a sheep, all right? You can think for yourself. You're privileged, fucking use that privileged mind of yours to, like, be more, intellectual. Think deeper, man. Like, figure things out. Shit isn't just like the way it looks on the onset.
Okay, what has any government or institution done to earn your trust?
Well, I can use my GPS. I can.
Oh my god!
What is that? The government or institutions don't make your GPS, bro. And GPS doesn't use a globe, contrary to popular belief.
Well, if I were to ask about everything, then look, that's the benefit of other humans because they have already engineered and developed other things, so we can just focus on some aspect.
They didn't engineer using a globe, nobody. They didn't engineer GPS using a globe. GPS, so you see it in latitude, longitude. The system, right? The device, the receiver, uses something called Earth-centered Earth fixed, where it projects your coordinates onto a tangent plane, onto a fucking plane. Yeah, that's right, dude. Look up Earth-centered Earth fixed. You'll see a tangent plane. You're on the plane. You're not on the ballpark. See, there's a lot of things, the way people think things work, but then the way it actually works is a flat Earth.
Okay, so all government space agencies are lying. All the statistics about poverty,
Agencies
economics,
don't lie, first of all. Agencies
all
don't
lying to
lie.
us.
People
It's
lie.
all a psyop to me.
People lie. People lie. Agencies don't lie. And you saying that, and like, this is just a stupid propaganda tactic, right? All the agencies are lying. First of all, there's people in those agencies that sweep the floor, they clean the bathroom, right? They wash the walls, they just,
You're in on it.
they do the accounting, they do the bookkeeping, they fucking do maintenance. Listen, oh, they employ 40,000 people. 40,000 people don't know anything. The government officials don't know anything. They know what you know. Nothing. They believe it's a globe because somebody told them. They're no different than you. You think somehow they have special knowledge. They know the earth is flat. And then they're just telling everybody the earth is a globe. No, they don't know anything. They know what you know. Nothing.
So why are they actively lying to us, those people?
They're not lying. I just covered that, dude. Did you tell me back what I just said to you?
It's not the agency, it's the people within those agencies.
Yeah, and they're not lying because they believe it, but they don't know anything.
They're
They
just like
believe
you.
something to be
Sorry.
true, but they don't know it to be true.
They're
So
just
we
like
have-
you
Just like
defending. They're defending the position like you are doing it right now. You came in here defending a position that's untenable. There's nothing in the position of the Earth being a globe that you could provide as evidence. And it seems like that's the way they are too. They're just like you. It's like a globe cult. You guys are all in on it. You think you know what's going on, but when it comes right down to proving it, you have no evidence. Dude, that's just what it is. There's no evidence. So you're
Anyways,
just like
guys.
those guys. They're just like you. They're working in a company they think is, furthering human progress.
So
That's what you
last
believe.
Question. So it's all a role play, guys. It's all just a role play to debate on
Holy
just a topic,
shit,
right?
dude.
Or,
How are you not-
spiraling,
or
man.
you genuinely believe this? Or you genuinely believe
how
that?
is, how is none of this sinking in? None
He's a
of it's sinking
Pajit,
in.
bro.
You don't have
What
to
are
be.
you, white trash?
No, actually, I'm not. That was nice.
Oh yeah,
try,
he
though.
isn't. He isn't.
Oh,
He's
wow.
the opposite of that.
Okay, fine. It's all psyop. Okay, now what?
Everything's a psyop, bro.
Exactly.
The whole-
Everything is up.
The whole world is a stage. Shakespeare.
With
So
that
now,
logic,
now explain why Shakespeare was a dumb fuck and you're the smart guy.
Mm.
Let's go. Come on, hurry up.
At this point, he's psyoping himself.
India's a psyop, bro.
Yeah, he's a globe cultist. I mean, that's what we know for sure. If you're going to adhere to your cult religion, then by all means, continue with the path.
You
you're on.
realize everybody believes it because they think everybody believes it. It's literally a circle jerk.
It's, it's a giant cult, and you're a part of it, Taryn. You don't have to be. It's a choice you make every day. You could say, I want to stop believing this cult mentality. I'm going to choose differently. But that's up to you. You don't have to. You can keep saying, oh, you guys think that Australia don't exist. Just like your cult followers. Yeah? About the size of it, huh?
He gave up. He just gave up as soon as he said government always has his best interest in mind.
Yeah, dude.
I
It's
never
done.
said that. I just said like
It's
you
done
just
at that
can't
point.
trust.
He's cooked, bro.
They got you. Their hooks are so deep in your mind that you think people just talking on the internet sharing.
Okay,
their
let's sue the
lived
government.
experience.
Let's sue the government and win lawsuits.
Let's sue the government. Crit, you hear this guy?
Another
No, that's a valid point. How
Another
about you?
Another crash.
How
out.
about you sue them for misinformation? You'll win millions of dollars in lawsuit.
Yeah, from who?
From the state.
Which gets the money from who?
From the state.
Which gets the money from who? Where does the state get the money?
Taxpayers.
Which are you dumb fuck.
He just got.
But the moron, you will get the money, right? You will get the money. You get the money. You get the benefits.
So you can pay yourself. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
Why don't you do that? Why don't you sue the government? Why don't you sue the government?
You can't sue the sovereign for lying to you. The government can lie to you all they want. As long as it isn't like an official statement sworn under the penalty of fucking perjury, which you don't have and which nobody has. Nobody has any statement from any person claiming to be in this space that I swear to God, under the penalty of perjury, I saw the earth as a globe. None of those people exist.
Yeah, he wouldn't know
they
law
can say
either.
whatever they want.
He's from India, so he wouldn't know law. So.
Yeah,
Do you know the law? Are you a lawyer? Are you an attorney?
They've adopted the British common law pretty much, so they have a robust legal system. You don't have standing to sue the government for lying.
Does he know anything? I bet you.
What's your take on Gandhi?
I don't know if he knows.
What's his take? I wonder if he thinks Gandhi.
Well, he was talking about suing them. Sorry, go ahead.
What's your take on
he's
Gandhi?
naive, dude.
What I think of Gandhi? Gandhi was a psyop made by the British. Yeah, that's what I believe in.
Not a psyop. It's a collective delusion. It's not a psyop.
It's
a collective
Gandhi never
delusion.
existed. Yeah, I believe Gandhi never existed.
It's a collective delusion.
Exactly.
And you're in it.
It's a psyop. Gandhi was a psyop, yeah.
Dude,
Hitler was also a psyop.
We already defined psyop, okay? You're using it wrong.
Hitler was also a psyop. Even Joseph Stalin never existed. Actually, America controlled. America controlled the Soviet Union. America controlled the Soviet Union.
You're a disgrace to
a big ass psyop for the Cold War.
Intellectual Indian people,
money laundering for their defense budget.
You're a disgrace to intellectual Indian people, man. Let's put it that way. You are a disgrace.
Anyways, guys, nice talking to you.
See ya.
Yeah, nice. Throw your temper tantrum and then leave. I got to my temper tantrum.
What a disgrace, dude.
Freaking Patel in here, bro.
You fucking white trash, TV. You're fucking white.
That was so
I didn't know he was white trash, dude. That's just.
I was gonna. Hopefully, I could frame it with the way Gandhi said that. First they ignore you, then they mock you, then they fight you, then you win. I go, look at what you're doing right now. You're proving that we're going to win. You're coming here mocking.
That guy right there would be the opposite of what Crit is. It's just like complete opposite. This guy is like, he's a patriot. But what else can we say?
Yeah.
Because like, ugh.
I almost do the reverse of Hellfire. I spit on you, Patriot.
Crit needs a freaking shower right now, dude. He feels so icky talking to that guy. He's gonna have to scrub down with some gritty soap.
Yeah, I can't believe anyone. So, but the reason why it's like he's so enamored with the state is because he's like upper class in a society that has a very large class disparity. He's got to believe that the state, because the state works for him. The state has gave him all these luxuries in life. So he's like, hey, the state is harming people. He just can't believe it. I don't see how that's possible.
And look at me. I got internet. I mean, I'm probably living in a nice home. I got servants. Come on, bro. State is
what
good
are you
to
talking
you.
about?
It's good to be a part of this.
It's like
Come
when they're doing
join
that, like Occupy Wall Street, and they had like people looking down at the looking down at the protesters, like giggling. It's like, what's wrong with them, right? Like, it's like, Jeeves, bring me another bottle of Grey Poupon. Like, what's wrong with those people? Don't they realize how great they got it?
Exactly, dude. That's exactly where his angle was. What his angle was and where he was coming from. That guy right there. I don't know what's wrong with these people. Well, so everything's a psyop? Oh. Well, you guys are having it rough, I'm over here with like 42 servants. Okay.
How did you guys get that information?
Fucking
You just said it, or
you could tell privileged Indian people speak like this, Numpty.
Oh, so he's a Patel.
But then there's those who are intellectual who can actually have discernment. But I mean, it's just they still could be globe cultists. They're just not patriots. This guy was the whole kit and caboodle. You know, he was A to Z, the epitome. Like he's a poster child for a fucking privileged Indian person. Yeah, he's like Crit was saying, he's looking down on. Well, those guys are having it rough, but why were they complaining? I mean, you know, working, 26 hours a day doesn't seem like a very hard task. I mean, look at my servants. Like,
yeah, he'll call one of his servants over later. Hey, what do you think about flat earthers? Yeah. Jolly good take, sir. I definitely agree with you. I definitely think about flat earthers.
Am I working you too hard? And he's knowing he's going to get a no. See? Prove my point.
APOC is posting flat earth surveys that are by the millions in the side chat.
Oh.
Yeah, that's an old. Actually, the latest one was from 2021, I believe, and then or 2022. I mistyped that, and then 2016 was the latest one. Sorry, earliest one.
I actually saw, in my mind's eye, I saw Crit turn his hat backwards when he had this conversation. Like over the top.
CB, check
like
the chat.
All right.
Oh, he was walking by the speaker, and he's like, "Oh hell no!" Nah. He comes in. Well, no, Indio was like listening too. So
Romanians. Oh, nice.
He keeps mentioning like the statistics, and I'm like, and I kept being like, dude, I know I took screenshots of this one. Like they went over all these like polls over the years of how many flat earthers, and these are old, obviously. Like since 2016, I'm sure there's even more globers that saw the truth and woke up and are not globers anymore since then. But this was the statistics that I was trying to get, and then the URLs are on there too. Like if you want to look up where they got the. Yeah,
but I even think that he got CB incorrect when he said white trash. But
yeah, well, he got immediately triggered. I was like, "Listen, Pajee." He's like, "You're trash."
That was his ticket out.
Crashed out.
You should have followed up Pajit as soon as he said that.
Dude, that was like, completely inflammatory. It was.
Do we have any Indian flat earthers?
Yeah, we do.
Flat Arthur.
Yep.
I'll see.
And Fry is kind of like bi-curious.
Yeah, he's got his toe. I think his whole leg is in the water. He's not dipping his toe anymore. He's like really testing it. He's like, dude, I think this is nice.
Yeah, he's like at this point, he's like, well, it's still a globe, but it's geocentric.
We've been breaking him down.
Look, I've got screenshots from that boy where he said that, he's delusional. He's like, I don't know, some days the delusions are stronger than others. I still have the screenshots.
No, I remember he was
about that one.
I remember he was saying he was arguing with his girlfriend about being on here talking with flat earthers. Like it was.
Oh shit! I remember that. Yeah. I was like, "Don't do that, bro. Bad move, dude."
Hey, when is that day? Mother's Day.
Oh, next Sunday, right? Like
next Sunday?
Yeah.
304's day, or what day is it?
Oh my
God! Cut the shit.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm kidding.
Look at my awesome gift.
I'm on demon time, bro.
For heaven's sakes. For heaven's sake, CB, how dare you?
Like everyone's 304.
Permanently on demon times.
Flatsy, where'd you get that from?
My husband got it for me. I don't know where he got it from.
Wait, how do you become a mother if you're not a 304?
Shut your mouth. You shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
Got him. Got him.
Misogyny.
Mm-hmm. I'm in headquarters right now. I'm in the misogyny headquarters at this very.
You know who Charlie Kirk is? CB.
Yeah.
Dude, you should start a nonprofit.
Misogyny headquarters, yeah.
Yeah,
Misogyny
misogyny.
headquarters.
You know, call it a men's rights group.
Of course.
Dude, Myron was that Myron that was cooking people like out in the open, like he's doing public speaking at like campuses.
He's doing
and
the
stuff?
college stuff like Charlie Kirk.
Oh my God, bro! Like,
hey, we're coming up, baby. We are coming up.
That is such. I don't know what that is.
He was being too nice to them. I would have torched him.
That one, they them came to him and was like, so what would you say if I was, this and that? And he's like, no, I'll still think of you.
You're useless.
You're useless. Well, what if I talk like this? Yeah.
Oh, I
you're
saw
still
that.
useless.
I saw that.
Remember that?
I saw that. Yeah. He tried to. Yeah, too funny. Do you see clips or do you watch the stream or?
Just clips.
Nice.
I get the.
There's another word.
But
I watched the outdoors one he did. The entire thing I watched, where he was outdoors, and they're all trying to heckle him and stuff.
I think it has its place. I think it has its place in like cultural society today, but I don't know if it's like an overall kind of. I don't know. I'm still kind of like, for the young people, it might lead you to think that having that strict point of view is like the way to go. It is definitely something to combat the current like society.
Yes, I have something for you.
You know what I mean? Like it's
I do agree
definitely
with
has
what
its
you're
place. But then it extends into like everyday life. It's not like that. Like you're not gonna be, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a bit of.
I mean, obviously, it's a narrow bracket, right? Or it's the people that are looking for love, as they say, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult world.
Yeah, you're out of the game, dude. So you can't relate. Like you freaking, you're out. You're done.
Well, listen, guys, we don't even consider like there's more to it than just the women aspect. Like some guys are deleting themselves at a very high rate, and like we don't even talk about that shit. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's one of the things. Like, man, hopefully when we get going with our podcast, we can do that. Like, I want to talk about that stuff. I do.
It's bad. It's really
another
bad, and no one cares to talk about it.
There's another word actually that I thought of. It's called hypergamy. You're familiar with that one?
Yeah. Women are very hypergamous, of course.
Practice of marrying or forming relationship with someone of higher social, economic, or educational status.
Yeah, I had the whole conversation. Yeah. This might be a little bit tangential. I had a conversation about the duties conversation in my immediate circle. I was like, so what do you think my duties are and your duties? And dude, I would say, like, if you're in like a larger family group, like, have that discussion and see how that fares. Just say, no, just tell me what you think your duties are, what you think mine are, and I'll tell you what mine are, and what I think just. It is wildly like one-sided, bro. Did you guys know that? The way it is today.
It's worse than wildly one-sided. I guess that's right. There's only one side. Only one side has duties. The other side just gets to do whatever the fuck they want.
Gets to do whatever they want. Mm-hmm. That's not fair, bro.
Listen, in whatever podcast they had this chick, right? And Gaia says, "What do you define feminism as?" She said, "So a girl can just do whatever she wants."
I saw that.
How is that feminism? Like,
I saw that.
Wow.
Dude, yeah,
that was the craziest answer.
This is the mindset that's happening today, and it's like, is that how everybody's looking at life now? I have to question, man. Like, I do want to have these conversations, bro. Like, I know it extends far past flat Earth, but it's still a part of like what we deal with in the narrative,
Look, dude, and CB brought up a good point about men deleting themselves. So men and women, society, they mirror each other. So if women are like in this narcissistic, like, I am the table freaking mindset, men are the opposite of that.
Yep.
Which is why men are deleting themselves, dude. So it's crazy, dude, that there's serious negative ramifications.
Bro, they don't even notice that they're doing it. This is the crazy part about it. I'm seeing it's like you talk to them, they're like, there's really, like, it's not the way it is. Like, it's supposed to be like this. No, it's not. This is like the new normal kind of thing. Everybody's accepting it because it's like It's indoctrination, bro. You grow up with the idea that, you know, you got to treat them like princesses and all this stuff, and it's like there's no, like, you can't be like, okay, now what? You got to get to work. You got to do stuff. There's society that's got to be run. You know, like you can't just be like, okay, who's taking care of me? Because, you know, I am who I am. Like that doesn't work like that. But it just works like that now. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, just. I guess that conversation opened up a lot of like insight on this topic for me anyway. I was like, dude, we can't do it like this. There needs to be some like.
You guys are making me so sad.
No, but I'm serious though, because it's not a problem. It's not a problem that people.
Countries. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna finish. Like, it's not a problem that men can be chivalrous and can do all the nice things. Like, that's not the. I don't think that's a problem. I think the problem is that it's either all one-sided, like we have to take on everything and not have any say. Like that's not fucking fair, dude. Like I'm like, dude, this is it's got out of hand. And I think there is a need for people like the red pill programs that the CB watches, you know, like the one, you know, put us on to the fresh and fit. There's a need for that because there's nothing else combating this. Like we're just out there in a fucking like I don't know, man. Like.
So there's this thing,
guys are checking out.
Passport bros. So I just want to deal with this passport bros thing, right? So there's a kind of like a passport bro where they're going overseas to get like more traditional women, whatever. But the thing is, what I've seen is, especially in light of what you bringing up with the duties thing, the girls there, they're kind of narcissistic too, but they still have I have a duty to my family. So like they're expected to kind of like women and men and women are kind of looked at differently, like a son or a daughter. They want to have a son, but when they have a daughter, that daughter is expected to like kind of like go get a dude that's going to take care of all of us.
Right.
That's what she's for. So she has a duty to her family to go out and choose the best possible, most competent male that's going to take care of all of them. Because like in Thailand and the Philippines and Southeast Asia, basically the dude's like, when the girl picks a dude, he's taking care of her whole family. It's not just her. He's adopting all of them.
That's super.
It's pretty crazy, dude.
Super hypergamy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude, it's serious dog eat dog, literally. I mean, it's dog eat dog and human eat dog.
Oh, I see what you did there. I see what you did there, bro.
Oh, damn, you
fucking hell.
You dirty dog.
You had to. He had to.
I had to, dude. I'd never get the hanging dogs in the Vietnamese freaking markets, man. It's freaking crazy.
It was apropos. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but the thing is, they have a duty. It's not like the same as like a guy's duty, right? We have a duty, kind of like to society as a whole. But the woman's duty is to her family. But the women now don't even think they have a duty to that, which is what present company accepted, Flatsy.
But that's the problem, man. Like, it's not only that, it's like they can opt out. Fucking dudes can't. There's no fucking opting out, bro.
Unless we literally check out.
They can opt out so many ways.
Yeah, unless you check out.
They can opt out after they get pregnant, right? They can opt out. They can opt out after the child's born. They can opt out during the child's life. The dude can't opt out at any time other than before the sexual intercourse.
Yeah, because if you try to, it's your ass, Seabass. Like, fuck, go ahead, try to run, man. We're gonna find you. We're gonna track fucking penalties out your dumb ass. Like, what?
Yeah, you can't opt out even 20 years later. I'm still paying.
See? Fucking see? Fuck.
And you wonder why the
dude, if the cards are played right, you can have to pay for a kid all the way till they're 24.
I'm gonna tell you like this, man, and that's why I think like Jordan Peterson's tears are real when he talks about this, because he's like, dude, fucking, who looks at the guy when he's in pain? Like, ain't nobody consoling his ass. Like, he's fucking be crying in the corner till he just gives up. Fucking, but I'm gonna tell you, if the woman's crying in the corner, then she's gonna get like 100 people coming. Like, oh man, we gotta do something, man. Like, something.
Who are you?
What about the fucking guy?
I know it drives me crazy I'll tell you what drives me crazy, dude. It's so delusional to me how blind women are to like the difference, like in how is easy is it to get sex for a man versus a woman. Like how they don't realize how skewed it is, right? Like because the guys they like right, they're hot, so they can get sex pretty easy. But even the hottest guy can't get sex as easy as frickin' a lowly girl. Dude, any girl, just about any girl, could walk into like a football stadium and say, "Whoever wants to have sex with me." There'd be like, how many men are there? At least 50% of the men are going to give it a go, right? A dude, you could you could have a football stadium full of women. You could roll in like Ted DiBiase, right? The $1 Million Man, fucking or fucking Ric Flair, Lamborghini. Fuck Lamborghini, you just land with a fucking Boeing 747 right on the field. Be a millionaire, stack some money. You're going to get maybe 1 or 2% of them. It's so skewed. Like women don't realize it. Like when we say, "Hey, when it comes to this, men and women ain't the same." You having a high body count is just like a fat person at the buffet eating everything, right? Because it's so easy for you to just run through people. But if a dude has a high body count, that took fucking work because they have to prove to each individual woman, they have to convince each woman to have sex with them. Where men, it takes very little convincing. The convincing is, "I'm not going to call the police on you." That's pretty much it.
Jeez.
Dude, I saw a meme. It was so funny. It was like, I think it was in the admin chat. So it was like a split screen. On top is so dude at the doctor's office says, "Doctor, it burns. Why do my eyes burn every time I have sex?" The next one said, "That's because that's called pepper spray."
It's so stupid. It's a crazy topic for sure. I mean, going into it, and I'm just
but there's like a huge disparity, and like women like, why can guys do this and girls can't? Because a guy doing it is hard, and a woman doing it is effortless, literally effortless. And if you do it right, it's like pigging out at the buffet. I have all these choices of food, and I'm gonna load up my plate with goddamn everything at the buffet. A woman with a high body count is like that. She's like,
Eyes are too big for your stomach.
every dude I see, I'm gonna just jump on their bones.
Their eyes are too big for their stomachs.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, you could say it.
It's a hard topic, man, because the culture we live in now is it's so askew, man. We see it it's all one sided. Yeah, I don't know. It's talking about privilege.
Yeah, and what has it led to? It's led to a crashing birth rate. So, it might be a wrap. I don't know.
Sounds like a rock song. Crash the buffet.
I mean, I feel bad for my kids. I mean, my oldest kids, they're probably not going to feel the full effect of the birth rate crash, but my youngest probably will, which is not good.
But isn't that the way societies go? Like in the downfall of a society, it goes that direction and then it resets and whatever.
Yeah, and it always happens from within. I think even ones that are invaded by other countries. That just says to me that country couldn't negotiate in a fair way with that other country, and they were just like, "Well, we're just gonna take that shit. We're sick of your shit." I think all countries collapse because of poor leadership. At least in the last 100 years. I mean, conquest. Conquest is a very expensive way of getting stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so they had to do it with America from the inside because we got oceans on both sides.
We got to arm populace.
You guys make me want to go give Sterling a back rub. I think I'll do that.
No, yeah, it's just like, I don't know. Like, if you guys were to have that conversation, you probably would be different because you're exposed to the conversation we're having now. Let's see.
Yeah, I just showed Sterling all of those stats, and he was like, "Does that make Mama cry?" I was like, "Yes," because it's sad.
It is sad, but like there isn't There's no advocates like that would, because it behooves women to be like, well, I don't have no say in this. Well, that behooves you to say that because it's leaning towards you. Like you have the chip stacked in your favor, man. It's like, of course you wouldn't say anything because why would you?
What am I supposed to say? I'm a stay-at-home mom.
No, not you.
I homeschool our kid.
Not you.
Like,
What
oh,
I'm saying is,
kids, Lassie. You need more kids. You don't have enough. You need at least 2.3. Anyway,
that ain't happening.
Get them numbers up.
See? We got a stealth feminist.
Yep. Exactly.
I know. I'm saying like I can't because Sterling got himself fixed.
Oh well.
Oh, good luck, dude.
Damn, he's a player.
So you're gonna have to add one to your body count.
Oh shit! Oh.
It's just I don't know, man.
I'm kidding. Yeah, but like, there's the other cultural component. Women that have a lot of kids, they're ridiculed by the other women.
I know.
So if a woman has like more than 3 kids, 3 is bad enough. But if you have like 4, how many are you gonna have? 5? What are you starting an army? They get ridiculed by other people that they have a lot of kids because there's this there was the overpopulation mind virus that was going around for 2-3 decades, right? That there's a population crisis, blah blah blah, and that's come to bite everybody in their ass.
I put a post in the chat. Exactly what he's talking about.
It's strange that Elon Musk is an advocate for this position. Have you ever heard about it?
Not in the bear community. The bear community, the more kids you have, you're a king. Freaking gosh darn king.
I've talked to Sterling about it, but he's just not going to have it.
Oh,
in Russia, if you have 5 children, you'd never have to pay taxes for the rest of your life.
Wow.
And you get a medal. You get like an award. It's called like a Hero
But still
of
don't
Russia.
move to
Or
Russia,
something
CB.
like
We need you over here, man. He's rubbing his chin right now. CB's like rubbing his chin. He's like, "No, fuck, don't move to Russia, man. Fuck that."
Okay. Yeah.
No, fuck that, dude. You don't want to live over there.
That's too freaking cold.
Dude, not all of Russia's cold. Russia's huge, dude.
Hey, Puck's like, I got 5 kids.
Dude, Sochi is like that's where they had the Summer Olympics. It's like super warm there.
Dude, 5 kids, you can run a farm. You can run a farm. 5 kids, man.
Oh shit!
He plans to.
Exactly. He's trying to have kids for labor. Like, dude, we need some labor. We need some hands around here on this farm, man. We need to have some more kids.
Crank it up.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, what else?
Yeah.
What else are they gonna do?
And then it seems like it's in reverse now. Every time we have this conversation and talk about it, it seems like you're the villain. Oh man, you guys are oppressors. You guys are the ones that are doing wrong. You saying these things? Oh hell no. Well, why?
Dude, Apocryphon, what the hell?
I'm grateful for my family. I am. I could see me having another kid. I had a dream that I did, and that it was another redhead. Last time I had a dream about having a redheaded boy, I had one.
Bats, you only got a couple years left, girl. Better pull that.
I know.
Yeah, I heard about people getting unfixed. Talked about your husband being fixed.
Why is he fixed?
Yeah, I just don't.
Actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get into that.
Yeah, you don't have to.
It has nothing to do with me, but just in general.
Shit. As a guy, if you do that, hey, that's what you doing? You know what I mean? But
well, right. He owes the world. He owes society 0.3 kids.
Just that he's had some bad experiences in the past before me.
Yeah. I mean, I know he has another child besides, you two's children. So he owes us 0.3 kids. 2.3, man. That's yeah, man. So it's 2.3 to maintain the population.
He's got 3 kids altogether.
Oh, good. Yeah, he's good there.
Hey, and you have a question. What do you think they get the census from? Like, where they get the population of
The
the
birth
Earth.
rate?
That can't be something that's like a ballpark. Then like how close of numbers of how many
Well,
people.
the one thing the government
This
does
can't be.
keep very good track of is births, deaths, marriages, the vital records, right? Whatever's in the vital records, you can pretty much trust that information. It's probably the only information you can trust for the government. Vital records and maybe court records. The other shit is, meh. Anyway. But vital records are very important for the government because it determines like what they're going to do. They need to know how many
the whole
people.
Earth. There's 9 billion people here on the Earth.
It's a west. It's a west. I don't know about that number. I've heard that's a super underestimate, or I've also heard it's an overestimate. Some places don't do birth certificates and shit like that, or they. So say you got a place like Nigeria, right? Like there are people, so they have a vital records, but it's not like a requirement, right? So if you're out, Nigeria has something like 200 official languages, 260 official languages. So there's people that live like out in the middle of freaking nowhere, right? They're not recording births and deaths. There's no government out there. You know what I mean? They don't have a town hall. They don't have a water department. They often don't even have a hospital like within 100 miles. So like those places, they're not recording births and deaths. So they do have a segment of the population that is recorded, but there's a large segment that's not.
I always thought that was a bit of propaganda, man, every time they would say that kind of stuff, because there's no way that you can know things that are happening that are not being accounted for. So that you couldn't have a number that's like, well, we're overpopulated. Well, the way the people think is because maybe they live in a densely populated area. Doesn't mean that the Earth isn't good enough to support life where it's overpopulated. Like, because you're trying to get this kind of a way of thinking of, this idea or theory or whatever you want to call it.
Alpha, that was always propaganda. Like every human being, if you believe in the equator, every human being on Earth could fit within 25 miles north and south of the equator. Right? And have like a 1 square mile or something. Like there's not that many fucking people, like compared to like the size of the world, there's not that many people.
Yeah.
Well, they're passing off the idea that the planet's dying because of it. Why are we overpopulating the planet?
Yeah,
we're killing our planet. You guys care that we're killing our planet? Like,
dude, to me, like there was a death. It still exists, but there's a death cult. Some people call it the anti-natalist. Oh, we're all human beings are the problem. We're destroying the Earth. Don't have kids. We shouldn't even be here. Right? That whole it's part of this like 99% or nihilist mindset. I lump all that together. I lump the nihilist, solipsist mindset in with the anti-natalist, global. We're destroying the Earth and all this crap. I lump that all together into it's a death cult.
It's like the theme for Thanos. Like, well, if we wiped out 50%, we'd all live better lives. Like, dude, yeah, and what happens when that 50% grows back to its normal numbers again? You just fucking keep wiping that shit out? Like,
snap
what
again.
the fuck?
I got 2 hands.
That's Bill Gates' whole freaking deal. Pretty much.
Yeah. Keep the population.
Yeah.
So who's the... Yeah, so what? You making yourself the one that's going to live? Yeah? Because you're saying it? Well, not this 50%, but that one over there. Not me. No. Not me. Those guys. Eliminate them. Yeah. We don't want those guys. These guys over here are cool.
Bill Gates, Margaret Sanger, all the good people.
Yeah, we were talking about the other 50%.
About this. That, like, this worldwide... So the way they view what they're doing, they think, like, that the world can run by... And it sounds weird because our ideas of what the old Soviet Union was just like an atheist society. But like Orthodox Christians are there's a lot of mysticism, mystical foundation, esoteric foundation in Orthodox Christianity. So they think like they're fighting Satan directly. This is what they think. And they think that like there's a cult, they call it like the cult of the golden billion, right? So there's a billion people on Earth that are very high, like social status, money, and everything they do is for the benefit of those like billion people, right? And to Europe, it's like most of Europe and like the elite of North America, not the white trash like CB in North America, all the other people, and like the rich people in Canada, the rich people in Australia, right? So, but also like in China, like all the countries. So like the upper echelon of society, you know, they think that it's like a chosen, you know, people where all their interests are aligned, but the foundation of their interest is satanic. You know what I mean? They're all atheists. They're all, you know, occultists, all that stuff, right? All this stuff smears together. And like like this stuff is all, at least in my mind, it's all connected. There's a connection between all this relative. Everything's relative. Like I can't know it's true. Doesn't
Dude,
matter if anyone lives or dies. There's no
I can't help to
objective
think that it has.
morality.
Dude, it has origins steeped into back into the fallen, like their defeat between the creator, like wiping out their kids. So I think they're trying to war against the creator by doing that very same thing to the creator. It's like wipe out us. So if it creates a narrative by which we are doing that thing, it's always that. I think there's always that play going on, right? Where it's that like good versus evil, like that whole, you know, because the fallen children were killed. You know, destroyed. They destroyed themselves. The creator made them kill each other. So essentially, I think that's what's happening here. It's no different.
Yeah, well, you know the saying, right? The meek shall inherit the earth, right? They're trying to wipe out the meek, right? So only the atheist, narcissistic, power-hungry people are left.
It's the
right?
opposite, bro. It's the opposite of that narrative.
Oh, of course. Look, it's the old thing. Like they're trying to wipe out God's faithful, right? Because that is what will hurt God the most. So here's my faithful humans. Here's the shitty fucking humans I wish I never created, right? And then the shitty humans wipe out all the good humans. You know what I mean? They're not going to succeed. That doesn't mean they're not going to try.
What's the saying? Only the strong, or what is that? Atheistic evolutionary
survival of the fittest.
Survival of the fittest.
Yeah, that's their ideology too, right?
Like, what the fuck does that mean? Does that mean that because you were built different, that means that you deserve to live and I don't? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, pretty much. That's what it means. That, like, you know, if you die for some reason, that's just evolution. That's just natural
and that
selection.
Could be what if that was a different status of class? Like, well, I'm privileged, and seems like you're not, so I'm more important.
To a degree, they're right though, because the people not having kids, right? They're doing self-natural selection by buying into the propaganda and saying, "I don't want to have kids, right? I want to live free and do whatever." In the evolutionary framework, they're not passing on their genes, so they are self-selecting themselves out of the gene pool. That's why, like, these Govers come in here, and I know they're atheists, and I know they're never going to have children, and it's like, so atheists, like, I'm not having kids, like, I'm going to have 32 abortions, like, oh, great, that's awesome, because in 60 years, you'll have taken the atheist gene and frickin' aborted it out of the gene pool.
Crazy world, man.
Yeah, that's the only thing. That's the only good part about it is that religious people have kids and non-religious people don't. So eventually, just from the numbers, right, the religious people will outnumber the non-religious people. But the thing is, they get between you and your children, right? That's the state does. They have that wedge, so that you have people like Katy Perry who grew up in a devout religious home, and now she's a fucking crazy fucking atheist.
It's crazy, bro.
She was like a gospel singer.
We got M that's hanging out in the chat. Just joined us right now. M, if you're there, welcome.
Welcome
to the
M.
room.
How many M's you got?
You got one M.
M's.
M's.
Do you think that the Earth is a globe? CB's asking.
Yeah, I'm wondering, bro.
He's asking for a friend.
CB's asking for India.
Yeah.
And India was wondering because Sonny wanted
CB.
to know.
That's right. Yeah.
So, M, what do you think, man? Earth is a globe, or it's not?
We hear you breathing, bro. Just go ahead.
We hear you breathing.
What was that?
Just shy type.
Are you shy,
We'll take
bro?
Sonny's approach. If you don't speak in 2 minutes, I'm banning your ass.
No, man, I have a more gentle machine gun hand these days. So
Machine
more
gun.
gentle.
He's
You have a
banning the
gentle.
entire chat if he doesn't speak.
He has a gentle trigger finger, y'all.
that's right. I'm taking it easy these days. I've changed my ways, turned over a new leaf. Hey, but kind of on the previous topic, what if what they told us about the Earth's population? What if there was only half that many? How would we know the difference?
Yeah, Alpha brought that up, and like we don't really know. I kind of got to take your word for it.
So we're flying by the seat of our pants when we say those numbers. It feels good to say that, right? 9 billion people on this planet or Earth, or however they phrase that, and then you're like, dude, that kind of sounds like, yeah, there is a lot of people. If you think about it, there is quite a bit of people. It's like, yeah, obviously there's a lot of people. How many of them are there? You're giving a number to it. How did you get that number?
Exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it's gonna be.
Even strangers calculating how many ancestors you had. Try going back 30 generations. Find out how many ancestors you have.
Oh, that's easy, bro. Just kidding. Just use the calculations.
Yeah, it's 500 million.
That's wild,
bro. That's like not nearly a lot.
There you go, 31.
In the grand scheme of
That's
things.
a trillion people. A billion people.
Obviously,
Yeah, I know.
not all those people made it. Obviously, but,
See, Rayleigh's did the math. That's what you guys don't know.
Mhm.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he did the math. Figured it out.
All right, nerd.
And how many generations?
What do you guys say to that?
How many
I
generations?
had ChatGPT do my math.
In your face.
You said 5 trillion, and how many? And
500 million for 30 generations, and then 31 generations comes up to about 1 billion people.
Wow.
Damn.
And that's
He has his little pinky to his
900
mouth.
years ago.
1 billion people.
1 million.
So 30 generations. That's going back like 900 years or something, right?
Isn't that your generation, Sonny?
Oh, Sonny, you gonna take that?
What'd you say?
Got him.
What was that?
Oh, nothing.
I didn't hear it.
Remember, he's got a gentle machine gun trigger hand.
You said something about like many millennia ago. That's when you were born, right?
Yeah, man, I'm over a half a century old. That freaks me out a little bit, man.
That does freak me out.
I'm
Here, so let's do this. I asked ChatGPT if I could make a football stadium that would fit everyone on Earth at the same time into it. How big would it be? And it said, shoulder to shoulder, taking up a square meter each per person, the stadium would need to be about 8,000 square kilometers, the size of a small country. Would you like them sitting instead? That would require even more space. No, they can stand.
There's like a thing you could fit everyone into Texas.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
You ever heard that?
Like in an acre each or something, or half an acre each.
That's only for Americans. But if everyone stood shoulder to shoulder, you could fit everybody. Supposedly.
I heard
I'll be
it
back,
was
man. I'm gonna go grab some lunch.
I heard it was
Dude, all South America's trying to fit everybody into Texas right now.
Wasn't that the entire Earth's
All right, peace
population?
out.
Isn't that See ya, Alpha.
Later, Maggie.
Isn't that the entire Earth's population they were talking about would fit in Texas?
Yeah, shoulder to shoulder,
Yeah.
and then apparently, like, if ever all Americans could fit there too with their own land or some shit. All right. Who is Aladdin Art? Aladdin Art. Have you cooked? Have you been cooked before, Aladdin, or would you like us to cook you now? The girls are hot.
That's hilarious. Aladdin Art, this is a non-listening panel.
Yeah, we're doing a no listening panel today, so everyone must chime in or risk being banned. We may ban at random, so
Yeah, there's no harm in chiming in. We're a friendly panel here today.
well, Sonny's friendly, not me.
Here we go. We also have Calaman. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with that. We spoken to him yet?
Call him, man. You're up.
Call
We're
him,
gonna
man.
call on man. He's typing. Don't type, bro. Hit that mute button.
Listening.
No listening. You hear me?
Well, see, if you're listening, that's okay. So speak up and then we can have a conversation and you'll have something that you can listen to.
Yep, exactly.
Maybe M and Aladdin Art and Callahan, they can speak, maybe they can speak to each other.
I can throw you a hypothetical. Yep, chuck it on in the VC. A theory. Hypothetical. Water at rest is flat. It's really that easy. Says M in the chat.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, thanks.
I like what Radwin has been saying. Well, he's been saying it for quite a while that the gas pressure actually is what keeps the water down. Remove the gas pressure, and water turns to vapor. So there's two things right there.
It's a pretty good point.
Makes a lot of sense. Well, I don't think making sense is the right term, though. It's just objectively so. I mean, we can show this in demonstration.
Yeah, but now they have to say gravity causes water to take on a phase of matter. I've never heard anybody claim that shit.
Wow.
At least in science, right? That gravity can change the phase of matter.
What the heck? Yeah,
Right?
not only
Gravity
that.
creating a gas pressure, in the gas pressure is what's keeping water a liquid, right?
Yeah. And not only it would have to change the phase of matter. That's a ridiculous statement. But it would have to change the fundamental characteristics of water. I mean, we know water doesn't stick to the outside of anything ever. But they're saying water's sticking to the outside of a ball and it's spinning around in a vacuum. That's crazy talk.
We can't be the first person to notice this. I'm gonna have to research this. There's got to be something going back. I know someone must have noticed.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get weird, like a black hole, right? It's sucking in gas. Well, if there's so much gravity, why isn't the gas turning into a solid if it's changing phases of matter?
Exactly. Yeah. And
is it like raining at the edge of a black hole that the gas is turning into liquid and it's just raining into the black hole?
Yeah, that's some weird stuff, man. I mean, the gravity doesn't. That's a good point. Doesn't hold water. That's.
Get it.
So I've always thought about this from the very beginning. Like, there's these aircraft carriers and cargo ships that are on the top of the ocean. Like, if their gravity was true, and they like to quote this outdated version of Newtonian, even if we just give them that mass attracts mass, well, those aircraft carriers and cargo ships are more dense than the water surrounding them. Why aren't they being pulled down to the bottom? Oh, I know why. I could tell them why. Because the buoyancy is an actual measurable force. Buoyancy overcomes their fairy tale gravity. Also, buoyancy is related to square inches or cubic inches of surface or volume in a certain volume. Like the hull of a ship has a volume. It's keeping it buoyant. Seems to me like buoyancy just overcomes gravity in every instance. Not that I'm giving gravity any validity, because they don't have proof of gravity in the first instance.
It's the Swiss Army knife of bullshit, man.
It really is.
It just does everything.
Yep. Mostly when Globers get backed into a corner, they try to use a get out of jail free card, gravity or refraction, or they have a couple of different magic words. It's literally like a magic word.
Dude, it's like an incantation, man.
Yeah, man. Watch me pull a rabbit out of my hat. Gravity.
Why did you just say abracadabra?
Yeah, abracadabra. But that rabbit you're seeing is actually a mirage. The oil rigs you're seeing are a mirage. That's crazy, man. Like, so as a sailor, like I've said this before, you could leave the harbor and see islands the entire time you're sailing towards them. They never change from a mirage to real. Like, I want to know when that happens. So sailors that are using like lighthouses and points of land, and let's say they have 3 points that they're using to triangulate their position as they're navigating along the coast. You have to have all, like if you're using 3 points, all 3 lines that are going from your position angularly to those points of land or lighthouses or buoys, they have to be straight lines in order for you to find your position on the chart, which is flat. Like, so according to their fairy tale, sailors are navigating using mirages. You see how ridiculous that sounds? Come in here, Globers. Substantiate your claim.
That reminds me of the Taboo Conspiracy video. Don't shoot, it's a mirage.
Exactly.
You know, the thing that Calaman posted in the side chat reminds me of Schrodinger's cat.
You messed up my food, Bun. No, I'm not gonna fight. No. No.
Food. What are you doing out of the kitchen?
Shay, are you making us all sandwiches?
Oh, can you hear me? I'm yelling at my cat. Sorry.
That's your cat?
Invest in Chewy. Invest in Chewy.
You're making
Yes.
sandwiches. You're making sandwiches for your cat? Okay, how cute.
Yeah.
How many cats do
He
you have?
sat on my plate. He sat on my plate. I walked
Oh.
away from my lunch plate, and he put his tail and his butt on my plate. So I'm mad at him now. So that's why I said no. Okay, there's my story.
That's why you
Sorry
need a
about
man in
that.
the
I
house.
hate when that happens.
How many cats you got?
What's toxoplasmosis?
Just one. Go ahead,
Just
continue
one.
your science. I love hearing science.
Science.
CB said that's why you need a man in the house.
Yeah. Just trade the cat for a man.
Oh, that's how you know he loves you. The cat loves you.
I
Giving you
tried that.
attention.
You tried that.
What would you do if
happened?
your man sat in your lunch?
I'm
She's gonna
done.
eat
I'm
it like
officially a cat lady.
Like,
I'm eating my lunch.
You're a cat lady? I already knew it.
Would you say thank you?
She eat that thing like groceries. Of course. Hey, yo, pause.
Dude,
She's
stop.
sorry.
Please,
I
please
said,
stop.
sorry. Dude, I'm
No
sorry.
trouble, Alex in the chat.
Bro. She said, I already tried that. Try again.
Yeah.
Winners only won because they kept trying.
So, Sonny, you bring up the good point about the mirage. So, I've asked over this. I'm like, well, is there more refraction the closer you are to the ground? And they're like, yes. Okay, so you can see farther the lower you go because of refraction. They're like, no. Like, well, when does it transition?
Uh-huh.
Right. So if you saw a mirage, right, and you're on a slope beach, if you backed up, right, up the beach slope, there would be a point where it ceased to be a mirage and you would just see it, right?
Yeah.
Where it actually is. No one's ever seen that.
That's why snipers get down on their bellies or low or lesser.
Exactly. Well, so the thing is about being a sailor, I mean, you could take that to the extreme, you know, as far as like, I mean, sometimes you have 20-foot swells. They might be 100 yards apart from each other, but you could have from peak to trough, you could have 20 feet easily. But I mean, that's not the point. Let's just say it's fairly calm and you're sailing. Like Indio was saying, as a sailor, you can be watching the island the entire time you're sailing toward it. It's not changing from a mirage to real. Like it never flips. It never changes its actual position. You can sit there and watch it the whole entire time. I've never seen an island change. Like basically, you're looking at the horizon in the entire time you're out sailing. And like a lot of times, you see only a horizon. Then all of a sudden, you see an island off in the distance on the horizon, not above the horizon. It's not doing some weird stuff. Like refraction's not causing anything to happen with the horizon itself. It's not projecting the island like 100 miles further out or 100 miles closer in. Like it's not doing anything weird like that. Also, here's another thing, like another piece of equipment that we use while sailing is called a RDF, Radio Direction Finder. And basically, you set this thing up on the top of your cabin on your boat, and you set it up there, and then you tune it to a certain frequency like a radio, and then it has a thing on top that spins 360 degrees around, and it has angles on it. So you set this thing up so basically the 0 point is facing directly forward like the bow of your boat. And let's say you're coming into harbor and it's foggy and you can't even see the shoreline. Well, they have these radio beacons. They're either on the end of jetties or they're on buoys. And they're marked on the chart you're using. And you use the RDF. You can use the RDF by itself without even seeing the entry point of the harbor. And you can triangulate these beacons because they shoot out a directional beacon and you point your RDF towards the beacon and it goes beep. Then you know you're like exactly pointed directly towards this beacon. Then you do it. Then you mark down your presumed position and the angle to that one. Then you do another beacon beep and you do that angle. And then you use these 2 or 3 angles and you triangulate them and you know your exact position. You can do this all the way into the harbor where the fog is so thick. I've done this myself. Where the fog is so thick you can't even see a quarter mile. Can you imagine what difficulties you would have if that surface was curved? That's why the Globers don't understand when I say you're going to hit the rocks. They don't understand at all. They don't even understand the point I'm trying to make. It's really unbelievable. So that experience that I've had as a sailor, like Flat Earth just brought it all around to like to the point as far as like what we're actually doing as sailors and navigation. That you can't have curved surfaces when you're using a flat chart and you're traveling along the flat water. We know exactly where we are using triangulation along the coast. And then when you're out at sea, you use elevation angles. Anyway, rest my case.
So. And we are live. Wait, are we live?
We are live.
Oh, all right, chat. We got confirmation. We are live. We also have Minner
Vaminx.
Yes, I'm here. It's ladies' night.
I don't think it's supposed to be happening in this server, right? I think it's supposed to be the main politics. What I miss? No, ladies' night. Oh, ladies' night? 304 night? Yes, sir. Yeah, we
No, I was
haven't done
just
that.
asking.
Oh,
But I'm
we
here.
have a minor. What is that name?
Minerva, the goddess of wisdom.
Minerva. Is that like a clothing brand or?
No, the Greek goddess Athena.
Oh,
Minerva.
you
Like,
into
oh my
that?
gosh, this girl is getting on my nerve.
Oh, facts. Facts. So what about the minks? You wear mink?
The minks come from the cartoon Minerva Minks.
Well, I didn't catch that. They come from where?
Minerva Minks. You ever seen the cartoon Minerva Minks?
Nah, let me look it up.
Yeah, I'm just like I act like her a little bit.
Okay, yeah. Let me look
You
it
gonna Google it, Matt? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh shit. Okay. All right, I'm rocking with it.
Well, Minerva is the goddess of wisdom, the Greek goddess of wisdom. Yeah. Did he hit it? No, I don't know. Ask
Are
Google.
you African queen?
Yes, I'm black,
You
but
some
I wasn't
chocolate?
born in Africa.
Hey, listen, I don't normally dabble in the dark, but
Oh yeah, so you don't know Greek god. Oh, so they're about the same time.
tell your homeboy to get on his on a mic.
She was a Roman goddess. He was.
Oh man. Oh, he was trying to hear what you were saying. Say it again.
What about what?
Minerva, read it.
Oh, there's no story where the Egyptian god directly smashes Minerva.
Oh shit!
But no, Thoth is the god, is the Egyptian god of wisdom,
Yeah.
and Minerva is the Roman goddess of wisdom.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But they weren't smashing. They probably should have though. They probably would have created some baby.
Was that your means?
No.
Oh, all right.
Friend. That listening to the flat earth debate. That's all.
Men and women can't really be friends. There's no such thing as like friends.
Say that again.
Yeah, there's no such thing as men and women friends. That's not a real friend.
Well, I'm with one. Huh? Oh, he was saying there's no such thing as men and women friends.
Like being friends? Nah.
No, we friends. I'm also here with Flat Earth Ranger.
Oh, W. It's kind of a family show. I can talk why they're not friends, but
You don't agree with that, Matt?
we don't have to get too deep into it.
Yeah. I'm gonna mute my mic though and continue listening.
All right. Let's get some W's in the chat, guys. For our chocolate queen over here.
Oh, Flat Earth Ranger sounds like he's the dude that's friend zoning chicks.
Probably.
You sound like the dude that a friend zone some chick.
Yeah. Yeah, I could tell. You got game.
Facts. Was that him in the back or?
I'll just jump there.
Oh shit! Okay.
We've been friends since elementary school.
Nah, but he would still hit though. So is that a real friend?
I'm out.
Me too.
Just saying. I'm not friends with. I don't do that. Anyway,
That's Flat Earth Ranger though. Duh.
W. Are you a flat earther, homegirl?
Am I what?
Are you a flat earther?
Flat Earther.
Uh huh.
Why, Matt?
Gravitational pull. Everybody.
Oh, Matt. Is that why? That's why it's round? Sacred geometry would teach you? Let me hear.
The universe is space and black matter. It rounds off everything. You'll never find anything square in space ever.
But Earth is still flat. Earth is still flat.
Rounds itself out, just like a
He said square.
Ask him if he'd agree with this. Most people think the Earth is a ball.
Only one planet that's square.
He thinks Earth is a ball. He thinks Earth is a globe.
Yeah.
I think Earth is
I'm
flat.
asking him. Pass
One star
pass on
that's
the message.
spiritual. One. The sun.
Listen, I'm trying to ask you a question.
Hold up. He ain't hear the question. Listen to this question.
Yeah. So would you agree with this statement? Most people think the Earth is a ball because they saw it on TV.
Okay.
No, you were talking about the sky.
So I'm talking about the universe, the gravitational pull and black matter rounds off everything the same way a stone does in water. It's just the fact of nature. It just does it. But everyone believes what they want to believe.
But then you gotta prove
That's it, my little dogs, man.
gravity.
Gravity.
You said it. You gotta prove it. But it's okay. Believing and knowing is two different things. Believing and knowing is two different things.
Rounds off rocks and water. Therefore,
Yeah, we all, like, everyone here knows the story, right? Gravity forms things into balls, right? The question is there actually any evidence for that?
No.
Has that ever been observed in nature? Has anyone ever observed the formation of a ball due to gravity in nature?
Right. Please show me one planet that's square that you've observed in nature. That's
Yeah,
the
square.
Hubble telescope.
What makes you think Earth is a planet? You're already begging the question.
What makes me think Earth is a planet?
Yeah. So planet's like a category, right? So the category technically means wandering star, but let's say all these round things are in the category planet. Why would you put Earth in that category based upon what you observe in nature?
Right, because scientists have put it in that category. I don't have a mind for that.
Scientists told you to get
have done
32
that.
boosters too.
Huh?
Said scientists also told you to get 32 boosters. You can do
Quantum
that.
physics, there's a lot of science behind it, more than just what we know. Like we're just men. We don't know it. But as far as science, there's been men throughout history who have done the equations that have figured it out.
Let me tell you, son. We've talked to scientists, and they know as much as you. They don't know anything. They were taught it in elementary school, and they just believe it. They haven't learned anything past that.
So hold on. You're telling me
they didn't take globe Earth. Well, listen, they didn't take globe Earth in university.
Okay, so you're telling me that the majority of scientists believe that Earth is flat?
No, they believe the Earth is a ball, but they don't know anything. Is what I'm telling you. They don't know anything.
They don't know anything because they've never been up there?
No, because they've never done any experiments to test it.
What, you mean the experiment of going into space? Or the experiment of putting a Hubble telescope into the universe and finding other planets? Like they've already done this math.
You're begging the question.
So what you're saying is that the majority of scientists believe that our planet is flat.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, A, Earth is not a planet.
For the
Okay,
majority
there's
of
no
scientists,
Let him
Are you
speak,
listening
man.
or talking? You're getting triggered, bro. Okay, I'm just asking
yeah,
questions.
that's all. I'm trying to tell you. There's
No, Matt.
Yeah, you're asking me questions and not letting me answer them. Okay, you're gonna ask me a question, you gotta let me answer. So, A, we're not putting Earth in the category planet without a justification. We're not saying that Earth is a planet. Okay, there's no reason to think that. It doesn't look like a planet. Nothing you observe looks like a planet. Remember I said, would you agree? Would you agree that most people think the Earth is a ball because of TV? You literally just said that.
That's not Minerva Meeks. It was just my friend that was in the background.
Yeah, that's fine. Like, listen, I've dealt with this shit before. The thing is, you guys, a lot of people, they believe that there's scientists out there and that they've done all these tests and that somehow they've proved the Earth is a globe. They haven't. I know because I've talked to them. I've talked to PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology. Okay, all degreed. Talked to physicists from CERN.
No, it's an assumption because you haven't done the math to measure.
Now we got a
What
whole
I'm telling
debate.
you is they don't know what you think they know. They like you're putting them up on a pedestal, like they have some supreme knowledge that nobody else has. They don't know anything, and I'm telling you because I've asked them.
And for his time.
Yep. But now we got a whole debate going on over here with a flat earther and a glober. So now I'm gonna put this on mute so you guys don't think that they talking to you guys.
Just tell them to
Oh,
join the
I tell you what.
Discord.
Sorry. Okay.
About to be a fight. I'm gonna record it though.
Yeah, you
Tell
should
them to
ask
join the
him why
call.
this is like an emotional thing for him because he seems emotional about it, like as if he came up with the idea. Or it's like, oh, it's my idea. Don't shoot it down. It's not even your idea. Bro. It's amazing that whenever we talk about this topic, the first thing they do is they talk about not the Earth. There's a ball. Look up there. You see Earth in the sky? No.
Wait, are we still live?
I'm still here. I just don't want y'all to get confused with the argument here.
No, tell them to join the Discord.
I'm tell Flat Earth Ranger to invite him.
They're arguing in person then. Well, I mean, him talking to Flat Earth Ranger, man. Flat Earth Ranger's going to school him big.
Oh yeah, they going at it right now.
Smoke. I want to hear the smoke.
Okay, I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put.
No, don't put me on.
No.
I'm on right now.
Okay.
Would be awesome if they could come in here and talk.
No, they're just keeping the tea all to themselves right now.
All right then. Well, I think we're still live. All right. Should we check in with the panel? Let's go top to bottom. Or should we go bottom to top? Pause.
That's which. Never mind.
You should start from the middle.
Start from the middle and spread out.
Just shuffle everybody's name and read at random.
Yeah, so they don't know who's coming next. Okay. Well, starting it off with Kembo Beats. Big shout out to Kembo. I know he's been holding down the PNR server for a while, so W for Kembo Beats. We have Bear Pelagic Coffee as well. One of our sponsors, guys. We have a sponsor. We literally have coffee. So hit up your boy Bear Pelagic Coffee. Big shout out.
Can't stand for crappy coffee.
We also got to give a shout out to Kembo Beats. He holds it down on X too, man.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah, he be smacking them around.
Wait, does he really? Wait, what is the account on X?
What was that?
Yeah, what is the account on X? Anybody have it?
His account? Same name.
Yeah. Oh no, I was saying like, does he do like live streams or something?
Yeah, there's a 24/7 live stream on X too. 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on X.
What the hell, Kembo? You didn't tell us?
I didn't know.
Big W.
News to me.
I'm sorry, what happened? I heard my name.
No, there's
Yeah, we're just
24/7 Twitter or X account.
Give me a shout out, man.
Throwing up W's for
I'll give you a
Kembo.
shout out.
Nah, W for the whole 24/7. That's what it is.
We're giving you W for smashing Golbies on X. Yo, I don't know how you find them. You find some of the dumbest motherfuckers, man. Dude, he's like a magnet for dumb Golbies. I get a thing and I'm like looking and I'm like reading the freaking thread and I'm like, my God, these people are dumb.
Yeah, man. I mean, there's so many special out there, and they like to find us somehow too. And we always run into them.
Mm-hmm.
Kembo hit him with that Cambodian martial arts.
Facts.
Yeah, I haven't gone on X for a while, so I don't know if I don't remember me talking to the Globies over there. Maybe here and there. I think I'm not sure.
I've never heard somebody call it X before. It's kind of surprised me.
I know, right? I still call it Twitter. Bellcat's joined the panel. What's up, dude?
Hey, not much, man. Just browsing X.
Is this your first time here, or you've been here before?
I was here like a little bit ago, and I asked a question about space stations, and then two guys started like arguing over like whether or not it was like a green screen production or something, and I just kind of left. I was like, okay, then. So that's interesting.
What do you want to know about the space station?
Well, this is my thing, right? If flat earthers contend it's flat, right?
Here
Then
we
what
go.
is like the space station? Is it like totally fake, or is it like is it all fake, or like
Let me
genuinely?
hop in real quick. Yeah, let me hop in real quick. NASA owns the world's largest movie studio. Thank you. That's the end.
So you just like straight up think it's like all fake and stuff?
Like, how did they make Interstellar? Did they film it in space?
Probably green screen productions and shit. Yeah.
So why if it like if they're able to do these amazing movies and stuff that look really good, they didn't have to go to they didn't have to go to space to make it look good. They did it here. Why is it not possible to just do that?
Look, we know for 100% fact they do real-time digital compositing in ISS video. There's a video from ESA that shows them teleporting a stuffed animal into the frickin' space station.
Teleporting a stuffed animal, huh? That's something.
Yeah, it's like a stuffed animal. They're doing like a presentation for kids, and they make the stuffed animal teleport into the space station. Now, if you look real close, you can see the stuffed animal's actual there, but they added a layer so that you can't see it. That means they are definitely 100% doing real-time digital compositing in the video.
And they're doing this for the NASA budget money, I believe I was told earlier. That's why they're
Well, this was ESA that did it, so European Space Agency. Even though NASA has done what do you call fade-ins of astronauts. So you got the background, and then the astronaut just fades in when they weren't there before. That means they are doing some sort of digital compositing, no matter what. Even if you believe in the thing, they're doing it.
Well, I'd imagine because it's a digital stream, just out of I don't know, it's like my thoughts.
Well, I mean, that means they have a producer and a special effects person.
I don't think anybody denies that and shit. You got to make sure the shot looks good and all that sort of stuff. I mean, I think they used to translate just straight up shit fucking quality off the side of the ISS 24/7.
Hey, dude.
But
do they send the producer up to the ISS?
No.
Is he the fourth wall when they're looking at the camera?
I don't think they send a producer up to the ISS. No.
No, they wouldn't. What they would do is do it all down on the ground. It's easier to put a green screen behind somebody than to try to. I don't know. You can't put people in rockets anyway, so I don't know how that would work. And Indio, did you call into Rover today?
Did I call into what?
I guess not. Rover.
No, I didn't call it anywhere, man.
Rover Radio. Anyway, this dude sounded exact. I was going to try to call in at the time you were on and then flat smack the United States.
So, what Radwin said is that NASA owns the world's largest movie studio. That's not like speculation. It's the world's largest green screen. It's in at the Michoud Heavy Lift Rocket Assembly Center in Louisiana. They filmed Wolverine there. What was it? The Little Ninjas or Kid Ninjas?
By the Australian Broadcasting Corporation in March 2023. That a virtual production stage in Melbourne is the largest.
Well, they must have just built
that was the. Yeah, I just looked it up real quick. I was like, "What's the largest green screen?"
Yeah, it was Michoud. That's what Michoud, Michoud Heavy Lift Vehicle Assembly Center, I think its name is.
All right, I was wrong then because they just built that 2 years ago. So I was wrong. The world is now a globe, and I'm quitting flat earth.
The world is now a globe because
So
they
then
built the second green screen
Is
somewhere else.
Roscosmos and all of these other space agencies also using this studio?
Yes, they're all faking it. You should have seen
they're even
India's
worse.
moon landing. They used actually a paper cutout, and the guy just kind of put it on a stick in that video. I don't know how India did there.
To what? And
Question for you guys. Let me ask you this. Why would you? You're claiming to do some pretty fantastic things, right? Outside the realm of normal human experience. Why would you believe it anyway? Why would you like auto believe their claims? Oh, I just believe you.
Well, I have
Please,
to. I have to
prove-
weigh
prove-
these
prove they're
two
lying.
options, right? I have to weigh these like.
Well, what if
two
they said they saw
possibilities.
Bigfoot?
Like, I'm trying to
in
answer your
space?
question. I'm trying to answer your question.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
So, I have to weigh these like two options, right? Like, so to what you said earlier, I think absolutely, especially nowadays, we have the capabilities cinematographically. If that's not sure that's the word or not, but we have the capabilities to fake it all if we wanted to, right? But it's like when you think of just like the sheer amount of like, let's say alleged satellites and telescopes and the ISS and like all of these different like independent private civilian, mind you, not government, but just like all of these different agencies and all of these different like the vastness of such a conspiracy.
It sounds like you're imagining that.
Yep, it does sound like imagination. It took 13 or 14 people to do the moon landing. That's how many people had to keep quiet.
I mean, I don't know.
All these
by the way,
and to what
Ross
motivation
Cosmos-
as well?
Ross Cosmos says the moon landing was fake. I hate to tell you.
Do they really claim that? I'm gonna look this up.
Yeah, the head of Ross Cosmos, Dimitri, I can't remember his last name. Like 2 years ago, they interviewed him. He said it was impossible and it was fake. And then, like a year later, they had a symposium on artificial intelligence, like a conference in Russia, and their AI analyzes pictures for fakery, and it determined that all the moon landing photos were fake. But you didn't need an AI to determine that anyway.
He says he claimed it. Former head of Roscosmos claimed it in a Telegram channel. Wow, let's see here. He said on Telegram, no proof U.S. landed on the moon. This is false. The United States conducts blah, 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 blah. Scientists can fire lasers at those retroflex. Oh, yeah, I remember hearing about this in school. They have those lasers on the fucking moon that anybody on Earth who has the powerful enough lasers and reflect off.
No, dude, you don't know how it works. It doesn't work anything like that. You think you just shine a laser and see a fucking light bounce off the moon, dude.
It's a little more complicated than that, probably.
Yeah, it's way more complicated than that. It's so complicated that you'll pick up a single photon in 10 minutes.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, there's actually like what is it, Big Bang Theory? They do a whole episode about this. Mythbusters does an episode about this, right? So they pick up like a single photon. They're looking for a single photon of the frequency of the laser, and when they get a blip, and literally that's the episode of Big Bang. They're like, "We got the blip, we got the blip," or no, they call it the spike. We got the spike because that's all they get. They have an oscilloscope and they just see a spike.
While the Earth is spinning, while the moon.
But here's the funny part: they did that before the moon Apollo shit.
I'm very surprised that Soviets
I have an
never
oscilloscope.
disputed it
Yeah,
at the
I have an
time.
oscilloscope, a 4-channel oscilloscope, a really nice one. How do I do that?
I'm very surprised the
You know,
Soviets
all of us are
disputed at the
talking about
time
this as if we know
when
shit,
the
right?
moon landed.
All of us are talking about like we know shit. These are all just stories we heard from stranger third parties.
I mean, couldn't you say that about like literally anything you've not experienced firsthand at all times? That at a certain point
You can
just, like,
say
break
that,
down
yeah, you can
all
say that
into
about a lot of
reality.
things, but this
Reality just
isn't
becomes
an
like
ordinary.
we're peasants in the 1800s.
Okay, this
going
isn't
on
like an
our
ordinary
land.
claim, though, dude. This isn't an ordinary claim. This is
That's
on the level of.
subjective. It's
I saw
ordinary. What
the
is that?
I saw
He's
the
just
Loch Ness
talking,
Monster.
he's trying to get out
Dude,
anything he
listen,
can right now.
listen, really closely. This is not an ordinary claim. This is like saying you saw Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster.
At your grandma's eating breakfast.
Not really.
It's
Yeah,
exactly
really. Make all
Space
believers.
travel really isn't that extraordinary nowadays. Like,
Yeah,
isn't that-
impossible stuff is.
No, and your evidence for that is that you've been looking, that they've been pushing it into people's faces for a long time.
You believe
If they were showing pictures of Bigfoot for the last 50 years, you'd be making the same argument.
And if they were showing pictures of Bigfoot for the last 50 years and all these other fucking people are saying, hey, he's existing, I'd probably believe it.
Yeah,
Oh,
but when
all
you
these
can't
other
know.
Watch
other
the
people?
History Channel. They have Bigfoot thing on all the time. Bigfoot hunter. Don't you believe that Bigfoot exists now? History Channel.
on, bro.
Thousands of
I think if he
people have been seeing
existed, we
Bigfoot
would have
for
found
thousands of years.
somewhere in the fossil record some divergent creature that would have become Bigfoot, or we would have found a Bigfoot skeleton, or an archaeological.
Okay, that's silly.
Something.
That's
What do you
too
compare it
silly,
to?
dude.
We would have third-party
You're saying it's
verifiable
silly.
evidence of it, right?
That's
what
cat,
we'd have.
bro.
Oh, so you need physical evidence.
Yeah.
So you
Like a
need
moon
evidence
rock,
of
for
Bigfoot?
example, something like that.
What's the physical
need
evidence for the globe?
Like a moon rock,
What's the
for
phys-
example, something like that. You know.
Okay, those turned out to be petrified wood.
I got you, Indio. Don't worry. We're all got all ahead of the game. I just walked in, so I'm opening up folders and stuff. Let me give you the moon rock.
Yeah, because like there's a
I'm not talking
narrative
about
that's
the weed
out
moon
there.
rock either. I'm talking about from the moon.
There's a narrative that's out there
There's your
about
moon
what
rock.
constitutes